I am viewing Tim's screen. How about that? Hello.
Hello.
Okay, there we go. Is it working yet? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, we can hear
Sweet.
you.
All right.
Hey.
Hi.
Hello.
Of course, the one guy on the East Coast is, or of all the people, it's a guy on the East Coast who's after all the people in other time zones.
There you go.
So.
You got to remember, it's only like 4:50 here.
But that should mean that you're still doing stuff.
This is Aaron.
I mean, should I technically still be working? Probably.
It does look like, and I'll swap it. I'll stop sharing my screen here in a second, but it does look like the YouTube link is working.
Yeah,
Yay,
it is
right.
live.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, right now I think it's just the logo thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop that. And it's not gonna be us. Hey, we got our first chat already too.
Yay. I wonder what's the best way for me to follow along and also not have audio coming through.
That is a good question.
Oh, okay. I got it. Just mute it. We got Dean.
Kind of funny you're wearing the Phillies hat. I was just thinking the other day how underappreciated Jimmy Rollins was back in the day.
I wouldn't say he's underappreciated. He won the MVP.
That's true, but it's not someone that was typically a household name for many people, and he definitely had the talent to be.
The only thing that I say is surprising is that he's not in coaching right now, because
Yeah,
he always hung around Charlie Manuel in the dugout, and like it just seemed like he was taking in what he was getting out of Charlie, and it was just like, oh, it's only a matter of time before that dude's managing a team or coaching for someone. So I'm kind of surprised that his career hasn't gone that route. But I mean, I love J Roll. Like he's a big part of that 2008 World Series.
What is Aaron freaking out about?
I don't know.
You're muted, bro.
Aaron, you're muted. So whatever you just said to us, we can't hear. What is going on?
I'm hearing everything like 3 times.
Oh, because
really?
you haven't muted your YouTube stream.
Yes.
You can watch YouTube without the sound on that one because there's a mute button there.
Technology, isn't it great, Aaron?
Just wait till he has considerable alcohol in him.
It doesn't change much.
Oh, so then he just falls asleep?
Falls asleep. I still love the, are you okay? You just see the thumbs up and then we never saw him for the rest of the podcast.
Good times.
No,
Good
to be
times.
fair, the fact he made it to the podcast after all that he had been drinking was pretty freaking crazy. So,
Yeah, got away from me that day.
yeah.
What are you going to do?
Life gets away from you.
So, okay, I got to do it this way. So up here, and I can watch it on my TV.
Okay.
I guess I might as well put this link out there because
Yeah, I'm gonna do it right now too.
it's live.
Yep.
All right. I should have made like squares for when Joel joins. Like have everyone put $5 in per square, and because if he is in before 8 p.m., I will be genuinely surprised. Fun story. Last for those who might be listening, last episode that we recorded, sent out a text message to everyone earlier in the day, just being sure, because I have to be the parent of the podcast, and we record at around 8 p.m. Eastern time, and Kevin and I are on. We're waiting. I send Joel a text. Nothing. Around 8:20, I'm like, all right, I'm going to give him a call. So I call him, and he just answers the phone, like almost concerned that I'm calling him. Like, you gonna join the show? He's like, oh, fuck. He was brining his turkey, and it was all getting ready for Thanksgiving, baking and shit, and just completely forgot that we were, doing a podcast. So I wholly expect that again.
That sounds very Joel.
We'll see if Kevin even understands how to join this stream.
I thought I was the one that was terrible with technology.
That's still true.
Kevin's okay at technology. He just doesn't want to be.
I can relate. I don't want to be either. It's really weird when I'm looking at the YouTube stream and it's
Because of the
delayed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try not to look at it.
Yeah, I have it pulled up just to have the chat loaded.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to probably do feeding time in like 30 to 45 minutes. And then if we want to do the tasting after that.
I don't know. I think we should wait until Joel shows up. So maybe about an hour.
Sure. Yeah.
So which one are we doing the tasting of? Is that the one you shipped to us?
Yes, the Oaks
Okay.
Fire.
Okay. Sweet. I didn't know if that was for this week or for next week. So I've got that. And
Oh, yeah. What are we doing for next week?
I don't think that's gonna happen now. So we're gonna push that until after the holidays.
Okay.
Fine.
Heck,
That's
no,
okay.
Yep, that's all right.
No, I'm fine with with everything going on. It's tough.
Wait, let me double check where we were at right now. We're already at $375 raised.
Sweet.
Awesome.
Oh, okay, Joel. I that's funny. If it defaults to top chat, not live chat, so Joel's been making fun of us in the chat.
Oh, what? Live chat. Oh,
Shit.
Sorry,
sure
Joel.
does. Look at that.
Oh.
Top chat.
Oh, funny.
Yeah, he's watching. How about join? He'll be like, I never got the link.
Hey, Kevin's here.
Oh,
Kevin's in
yeah.
before Joel.
Hello.
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 You guys can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Very, very well.
That's shocking. This never works out well for me.
Apparently Joel's been watching the live stream instead of joining.
Oh, well, I'm really proud of myself actually then for being here before Joel is. That makes me feel like not the worst person with technology in our group.
Well, I just told the story about the last time we recorded and how he completely forgot about the show for about a half hour while doing his turkey and baking pies.
Oh, that'll happen.
It happens. Pie baking, it's part of Joel's forte.
Some things have to take precedence, guys. And those things are pies, apparently.
The Rock would agree.
It's a deep cut, Mike. That's a deep cut.
Oh, JT gets it. JT's a wrestling fan too.
Oh, okay.
I was actually lucky enough to be at was it Full Gear, the last AEW pay-per-view in the Twin Cities.
Oh, yeah.
That was so much fun. Legit. Tim big time me and wouldn't show up though and meet me for a beer. So
yeah, I had more important things to do, like nap.
I literally drove all the way to Wooden Ship right by his house, and nope. But Wooden Ship was a badass. I wouldn't have found that place otherwise, and that was a really cool spot, and his beers were phenomenally good. I'll have to go back next time and see how the hell he actually gets those beers up and down those stairs.
That was a fun episode to listen to.
Yeah.
Like all of the people that you guys have had, like the Minneapolis area, I fucking love them.
Well, they're way better than the people we have from Florida.
I agree.
Actually gets those beers up and down those stairs.
Hey, Joel.
Oh, Joel has the volume of the stream on.
I'm the parent of the podcast.
Yeah.
I'm so perfect. And Joel and Kevin, he was talking shit about you too, Kevin.
Was he?
Before you got here.
He took. I said 8:00. I got on at 7:59.
Kevin doesn't know shit about technology.
No,
Well, that's true.
I said that he does, but he doesn't want to.
Both possibly true. No, I don't want to know anything about technology. That's awesome. I want someone else to do all these things for me. I want to be 65 years old and hand all my technology to my child and say, put this on the internet for me. That's what I want to be able to do.
That'll happen.
And basically, Mike, you're my child.
Oh,
That's what I'm getting at. Because my actual child's 3.5 years old. Until possibly 7 or 8, when he actually can take all this stuff over for me, you're my surrogate.
Okay. Are you adopting me?
I adopted you a long time ago, Michael. There's paperwork and everything. Your birth parents and I didn't want to tell you about it until now.
Oh, this is going to make Christmas really awkward. So yeah, we're live. We're doing this now.
We're full
Everyone's
strength here.
We are.
Good.
Live stream 2021. That's the year, right? We're raising money for Feeding America once again. For anyone who is watching, listening, thank you for joining us. You can, I'm going to throw the link into the feed where if you want to make a donation, you can do so. Oh, Tim already beat me to it. So go ahead, go there, make a donation. Everything goes towards Feeding America. We don't get a cut. Streamlabs charity doesn't take a cut at all either. Just 100% all charity. So last year we did $1,200. Let's see if we can beat that. I only set the goal for 1,000 because I'm a pessimist.
He doesn't believe in us.
I don't believe in myself more than anything. So let's see what we can do again this year. We are already at 375. So let's do this. For those of you who are unfamiliar, we have 2 different podcasts here. We have United We Drink with me, Joel, and Kevin, and then the Bitter Units podcast with Tim, Aaron, and JT. Friends, family by not any actual blood, bitter enemies, I guess, too.
Aaron, the very first time we had you on the pod, Mike, Aaron got off on the right foot with you for sure.
He insulted me within the first minute. We've been best of friends ever since.
That's
why I'm wearing a hat.
I am also wearing a hat. So, I mean, it's one of those things that can't say that I was in my best form that night. So
You passed out about a quarter of the way in. You gave a thumbs up about halfway through, and we never saw you again. Best episode ever.
it was pretty good. I mean, if you listen to some people that we've gotten feedback from, it probably was the best episode ever because I wasn't there.
Should we ask Anya if it's the best episode ever? Because I feel like she's our expert episode ranker.
She is the super fan.
She is.
I think she just says she's a super fan. I don't think she listens to half of them.
Oh, shots fired.
I'm not gonna pull her off of you the next time she sees you, Tim.
I'm just gonna watch.
We'll see what she has to say in the stream here in just a second because it's a little bit delayed.
Yep.
But let's go around and see what everyone is starting their at least stream evening with here. Tim, what do you got?
I'm actually drinking a Revolver because I went out to my beer fridge, which is out on my porch. And I don't know if you know this, but it's winter here. And so even though it's inside of a beer fridge, it still got cold enough that everything is slightly frozen. So I didn't want to open up any beers just yet. So I'm like, I'm gonna go ahead and just mix myself a cocktail, while Joel is completely distracting me with his sunglasses.
He's distracting himself.
Yeah, absolutely. So I went, well, shoot, I'm gonna make a revolver.
What is a revolver?
What is a revolver? It is, think of it like a Manhattan, but instead of vermouth, use coffee liqueur.
Ooh.
Oh, I could get down with that.
So yeah, bourbon, coffee liqueur, and a little bit of bitters. I did not do a
Up
flame
or on the
orange peel
rocks?
on this. I'm doing this up.
All right.
Yeah.
And you guys know that a velvet revolver drink is when you add slash to the mix. That's it's a velvet
heroin.
revolver.
And lots.
A splash of each.
heroin.
A splash of each.
Kevin, since you're chiming in, what are you having?
Single in the Sun from a little brewery called Barrel Amongst Brewing.
Never heard of them.
Are
Shocking.
you sure? Because I don't see it on the can.
That is a really, really good point. That's a funny little story we could get into. Branding is for suckers, guys. You don't put the name of your brewery on your cans. That's just too easy.
Is it really not on the can?
Let me show you. This is where it was supposed to go, right about here. And someone didn't look at the proof with a discerning enough eye, and we got. I think
Is that
it was,
someone on this stream?
I'll be honest. I definitely should have caught this, but I am not the person that's supposed to. I didn't design the can. I wasn't the person that had to submit it to, all of our cola and all that kind of stuff. It was really our design company and one other person at the brewery that kind of missed it. But I also had the ability to see a huge mistake. But hey, listen, we only had 150 cases or so that were all only being sold to the tap room. So it's not like we had much.
No. It's not like you had time either to catch that.
Never.
Time's not on your side. Aaron, sir.
Oh. I'm drinking.
Stop.
What am I drinking? Let me look. So I'm drinking a pre-mixed drink that was sent to me as a gift from a friend via a company that I won't name because they're not a sponsor. But it's a spicy made tequila, reposado, cucumber, mint bitters, cayenne, and fresh lime juice.
Sounds tasty.
First sip is good. I've got it on a rock or in a glass with a rock.
So
And it's
this
not bad.
is a canned cocktail.
It is, well, yes, bottled
Oh,
specialty. So I got 6 bottles in this gift pack.
I like
Three
of
of
the look of
these
that.
and 3 of another one that I haven't tried yet. We just got it yesterday or 2 days ago. I guess we got it in the mail. So, but yeah, pretty slick little setup. Nice to get a gift of booze always.
Yeah. Joel?
I've got nothing yet because I rushed and was fucking around trying to get this computer going. So I'm going to run down in a sec and get something to drink. Though what Tim was having sounds really good. I'd love to put a revolver in my mouth.
Spoken like a true Cubs fan.
JT?
I'm actually double dipping. I've got a Carlsberg and EPL glass here of the team that makes me want to drink every Sunday morning. And then I've also got a Sierra Nevada fresh hop, which is Sierra Nevada. I just love everything they do. And this is one of my favorite beers. So yeah,
Going strong on the celebration myself.
it's so freaking good.
Unfortunately, you didn't make it a clean sweep of booze on the Bitter Units podcast side.
I've got stuff next door I can grab. I've got something I splurged on. It's a whiskey that was barreled in a cask of Cabernet Sauvignon, or however you say it, and it's actually really freaking tasty. But I don't know how crazy we're going to get in this podcast. So I was going to start that early. That'd probably be the nightcap here. So
Apparently, JT is very easy to influence.
Yeah, this is true.
You're not drinking booze. I can be. Do you want me to?
Fairway's right down the street, so
Where is?
Fairway, it's a grocery store here in
Oh.
Iowa, in Meat
And-
Market.
They sell liquor in grocery stores in
Yep.
Iowa.
Yep, yeah, they do. Actually, this one, despite the fact it's a really small fairway, they've got a really good like little micro beer section on NCAM. They always get these really random ones that sometimes I swear Johnny get and it's never mad. But actually, I think Fairway now Meat Market is going national and selling online. I've seen a couple podcasts in like Denver and California have Fairway as a sponsor now. So apparently, they're not just in Iowa anymore. So
Be their slogan.
what was that? There we go.
Fairway, not just in Iowa anymore.
We're not Nebraska.
In Wisconsin, you can buy booze at the dollar store.
Is
Are
it-
they $1?
No,
Oh,
Dollar
okay.
Dollar Generals aren't $1 anymore, but you can buy booze in Wisconsin at a Dollar General. I've never done it. I'm tempted to next time I cross the border. But yeah, and so in Iowa, you can buy booze at the gas station, at the grocery store.
You can get growlers at the grocery at certain gas stations now too.
We have that here, but the
Brave
booze
new
thing
world.
is like just liquor stores.
Okay. No, there's certain come and goes here that you can get local growlers and all that, and yeah, it's actually kind of nice.
There's a gas station by me that does growler fills. I have never bought one from them because that's weird in my opinion.
Is there anything good on there, Mike?
Yeah, it's mostly local craft.
Yeah.
But it's like
So
stuff that
nothing
they
good?
also have in cans. You are correct, sir.
Is it the equivalent of gas station sushi for the beer world? Is that what you're saying, Mike? Like you should not fill a crowler at a gas station.
Probably.
I'm sure there's some good ones out there, but I also
Yeah.
feel like I go to enough bars that have really, really bad, dirty lines. I shudder to think at some points where, how many line techs are visiting a gas station on a monthly basis.
That's a good point.
0 or zero, as they probably say in the gas station. So Joel's going and grabbing something.
He's just invisible.
Ah,
Yeah.
that's fun.
Yeah.
Is that his holiday superpower?
He brought out his camouflage outfit just for this.
Oh, that's why we can't see him.
Yes.
There's plenty of camouflage.
Anya would
available.
like everyone with facial hair to do a shot.
I'm gonna have to wait on that.
I can do
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to plan that a little bit later. We have to have some of these things where we
Wait, does
do-
that
do
mean that
these-
Kevin is the only one who doesn't?
Yeah,
do
exactly.
that?
Listen, I have been discriminated against my entire career in the brewing industry. Okay, just because I don't have testosterone in my body and I can't grow facial hair does not mean I need to be persecuted. Okay, I was a brewer. I promise. I made good beer. I can grow a really crappy mustache, but you guys don't want to see that. No one wants to see that.
Yeah, we do.
Where were you harvesting yeast from if you weren't getting it from your beard? The problem.
Well, that's why I had to stop brewing because they told me that if I can't bring my own yeast to the party, then what am I doing here? Go sit in your butt and do emails in an office.
Funny. Hey, Eric Hild, how is the Great British Bake Off going since you're watching that while joining us as well?
Oh, can I tell him who won?
Oh yeah, we could do
Spoilers.
some spoilers.
Ah.
If you want Mike to not tell you who won, let's see some donations here.
Oh yeah, I
Oh,
know
there
he's
we go.
already donated.
He can give again.
He absolutely can. I will tell you who didn't win. I don't remember who got kicked off the first week, but Actually, I am going to jump off real quick because
Orangey.
I hear a baby crying. So
Oh no.
I'm gonna probably go feed a child,
feed
and then
that
I'll be
kid.
back.
Feed that kid.
Feed that kid.
He's never been more motivated to be a father, guys. He's like, I'm really gonna do this now.
Ooh, I was trying to figure out if I should say something mean about Mike now that he's gone. To get him back for shit talking you guys while he thought you weren't listening.
Jump in, man. Listen, I'm always happy to hear insults about one of my best friends. That's what best friends are for.
No,
If your best friend won't insult you, who will?
Exactly.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, no, we were talking the other day. I was asking him how parenting of twins was going, because shit, it's twins, and that sounds terrible. And he did say, I love both my kids, but right now I only like one of them. So yeah. I wish you would have told me who, so I could hold it over them later when they're old enough to know better.
I mean, I told him because I have a 3.5-year-old, and obviously I've known Mike for a long time, so I knew him through the entire baby phase. And I would tell him all the time, my favorite thing about having a child who can't understand you is you can tell them anything. So I would sit there with my child and go, I hate you right now. I am not a fan. You are driving me insane. I don't appreciate this. This is unruly. And obviously it would be a cathartic thing for me that I would just kind of work through my frustrations. And it will be horrifying for me to find out 20 or so years later that somehow my son was cognizant during that and gets me back as I am older and frail and starts telling me how much what he really thinks about me.
Yeah,
but I think it's very unlikely.
I was gonna say I also do that with my kid, but she's in first grade, so it's a little bit more demoralizing for her. But I don't want her to get cocky, so it's good to just go ahead and keep her in her place.
Knock her down a peg.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you're so special.
Joel, you got yourself a drink. What are you what are you drinking there?
Got the Portwood, Sherrywood. What you got? Sauterne?
You're on mute.
He's never done this before, guys. You got to give him a break.
Here, I'll send him the ask to unmute me.
God damn it.
There we go.
Take two.
Anyway, I got a lovely bottle of Glenmorangie 18 that my brother gave me for the holidays last year, single malt scotch.
Oh.
And since Anya in the chat said everyone with facial hair should do a shot, I came prepared for everybody.
Oh, my lord.
Oh, good God.
Oh my goodness.
No.
No, I'm glad you have that, because I was worried that my pants weren't gonna shit themselves later.
Ugh. What's worse than a White Claw, Malort?
Wait, so none of you guys like Malort?
No.
None of you?
No, I
They have self-esteem.
yeah, I was gonna say.
Can I join your podcast? I'll feel more comfortable.
I'm still outnumbered on our podcast. I mean, Mike doesn't like it. You don't like it. I mean,
Yeah,
Mike used to be outnumbered when it was me and him and Phil.
Well, that's really the only reason that I'm here. I don't think you understand that. That was Mike's entire purpose of bringing me on.
To be 2/3 of the anti-Malort tripod.
Yes. And also so that the next time we did the one episode, must have been a little over a year ago, when we drank a bunch of Malort during the podcast itself. And that was one of the worst days of my life, guys. I have to put that out there. And I've seen some shit, but that was pretty bad.
Oh.
And Mike said never again. So I'm going to bring Kevin on. Now we've got a majority. There is one tiny bottle of Malort, which you probably left over, is still in my little liquor cabinet, and I'm saving it for someone that I don't like.
So you're bringing it back to me on Monday?
I was going to say, Joel, you want to come over for dinner this weekend? Stepping on my jokes, man.
According to Anya on the chat, we're at $400.
Woo-hoo.
Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you guys.
And
thank you.
According to our buddy Eric, King of the Hill, Malort, tonight's the night you fight your dad.
That's a great catchphrase.
Pretty great.
Oh.
All right. I just remembered that there's something else I want to grab. I'll be right back.
Oh man.
This is like a horror movie. Like everyone's just kind of
We're slowly losing people.
Yeah. We're going to see a blood-stained camera moments later.
I'm going to go hide behind the chainsaws.
It's like The Purge for a bunch of fucking bearded, hetero, white jerk-offs.
Sounds about right.
There would be a lot of people that would sign up to watch that, I bet. We might make more money for charity if that was the case.
Let's get together a production company and make this thing happen.
His second annual Circle Jerk Off.
Nobody was talking about that.
Tim, since you're back, and we had just heard the whole Malort, tonight's the night you fight your dad. Mike can have a pretty dark sense of humor, but nothing where you're like, oh, like I can't believe he said that. But today we were in a chat with somebody else, and somehow the Micro Machines guy came up.
Oh, Stan Machida.
Is that his name?
Yeah.
Okay. So Mike kind of insinuated that he was dead. So I Googled him because I was like, no, he can't be dead. And he is alive. So I tell Mike had made some comment about how someone else in the chat said like the new Micro Machines aren't as good. Like they're bigger, so they're less of a choking hazard. And like I said, they're all plastic. Like they kind of look shitty now. And Mike made this comment about how the spokesman's ashes are in each Micro Machine. I don't know where that came from, but I loved it. And then I Googled him and found out he was alive. And I said, Mike, he's alive. And he goes, that makes it all the weirder. And I never expected anything like that from him.
I could have swore that he was right. I swear that guy was dead.
I was wrong. It's John Machida, but yeah, I thought he was dead too.
That like a long time ago too.
I thought it would be better. I mean, if you would have said Mike, but he's still alive, and Mike just said, "Yeah, for now." Hold my beer.
I've been off on my celebrity, if you want to call that guy a celebrity, or this next guy a celebrity, death thoughts, because the other day when Bob Dole died, I was like, he wasn't dead already.
Yeah, I thought he was already passed too.
I thought Bob Dole was dead a decade ago.
I thought he died in the 90s. Yeah, that would have made a lot more sense to me.
Anya says $50 for killing someone, Mike. No, the one thing.
How about 100 for the twins?
Oh Jesus. Oh,
Joel,
that's what he gets for talking all that shit before I came on. I heard every fucking word of it.
Wow, that got really dark there. Joel, what did he say? What'd you hear?
What?
What'd you hear Mike say?
He was just, I bet fucking Joel's not going to be on to at least 8, and then he goes into the whole story of the last episode when I had just completely forgotten. Oh, he's fucking brining turkeys and making pie. Yeah, I sorry, I'm so caught up in my family's Thanksgiving.
How often do you practice that Mike impression, by the way? Because it's spot on.
Every day in the mirror. And he, he's fucking always late and this and that, and Kevin fucking doesn't know shit about technology, and he's fucking stupid and ugly.
I mean, he's kind of got my number.
Some liberties taken with that quote, but it was pretty close. Oh man.
So the thing that I ran upstairs to go grab that I forgot that I did want to have, and I don't know what dollar milestone we want to set it at when I do this shot, but it is a shot. I have myself here a buttery nipple. I bought a 4-pack of these. I also have a shot, Joel. But I have a buttery nipple shot. I bought 4 of these for a birthday party as a joke, and the joke was on me because they're still in my fridge. So I decided that I'm going to give one of these.
What exactly is in that thing?
It is vanilla vodka with cream and butterscotch vodka.
Ooh,
Yeah. So
sounds
I think
awful.
well, we're gonna have to set
Yeah.
the dollar amount pretty high, I think, but I will be giving this one a shot tonight.
$25, and Tim will take the shot.
Anything that's sealed like you would a plastic cup of pudding is something that you probably don't want to be drinking alcohol out of.
I disagree. And
Pudding cups.
aren't you in Florida? Isn't that like pretty standard drinking? Where is pudding cups?
Actually, that's you called me out. All I do is drink alcoholic pudding. It's pretty much. In fact, that's our new line. We're not doing smoothie sours. It's actually now that I'm saying that, I'm going to shut up because that might be the next big thing, guys. Alcoholic pudding. What do you think?
Work for Cosby.
Oh, dang it. Beat me to it. I was just thinking that.
Oh
Wow.
We're up to 450 thanks to somebody saying JT has great taste.
Yeah, apparently
JT,
the hot toddy-
did you do that yourself?
Well, I wonder who could have maybe donated
Come
that.
clean. It was
Oh, it was
JT.
I saw the top dollar getter was I have horrible takes, so I
Yes.
decided to come back at it. So
You do have bad taste. You jumped in on the bad take of biscuits and gravy not being great.
they're good. They're not great.
Oh, you're so dumb.
No, if I'm
It's not-
sitting down, no. If I'm sitting down at a restaurant, biscuits and gravy are fine. If I'm doing fast food, I don't want biscuits and gravy.
Well, you've
Give me-
never had Whataburger biscuit and gravy. That's my whole
I've
point.
never had Whataburger. I don't think we have one here.
Well, you don't.
It sounds like Whataburger sounds
bad.
like how the Wahlberg family would pronounce every single burger chain.
That is maybe accurate, but not
Okay.
correct.
We did have a Wahlburger here for a while, and it was awful. But
Whataburger is basically a Texas sort of thing across the southeast. Although, because of Patrick Mahomes, there will be like 5 in Missouri soon.
okay,
They have
so it's like the
migrated north.
southern version of In-N-Out, is what you're saying.
Kinda, but
Okay,
better because In-N-Out sucks. Yeah, I said it.
no, it doesn't.
Yeah,
That's a bad take. You should be ashamed.
No,
No, it's-
In-N-Out is overrated.
Overrated, yes, but bad, no.
It's a good fast food burger, but it's
Yeah.
not great. or
It's not
anything.
the
It's fine.
world, best thing ever.
It's fine.
We're doing fast food. I'd rather do steak and shake.
I don't know if I call that fast food, but yeah.
It's fast casual.
Yeah.
Any takes on this, Joel? You want to jump in on this?
Well, 2 things. Number 1, I was going to say I feel like Marty in Back to the Future 2 when he walks into the Cafe 80s and Reagan and the Ayatollah digitally are like arguing, and he's like, guys, I just want a Pepsi or whatever. Just I feel like I'm on fucking Fox News with like talking heads, just burgers. But I was
No,
going to
the
ask.
show is called You. Yeah, there's not a show about me. No, the show is called You. Sorry.
How is the mic right? It's like one of the only mics on screen, and I can't hear him.
You can't hear me?
Like, bring it closer.
Is that better now?
No,
Okay.
No, it really isn't.
I'll turn up the volume. But my second thing was, you mentioned Wahlburgers. What's a celebrity burger you'd be like, hey, there's no fucking way I'm trying that.
That's a pretty long fucking list.
Gary Busey burger. I wouldn't do that.
Dude, I was thinking Busey burger.
That's a good one. That's
Try
a
a
good one.
Busey burger.
Oh man.
I probably wouldn't do a Kevin Spacey burger. I would definitely not do a Bill Cosby burger.
No.
Who?
Bill Cosby.
Oh man.
Flava Flav. I don't think I'm gonna have Flava Flav's burgers.
No.
But it's
I
full of
can't- I
flavor.
can't- We're trying to raise money here. I can't even say what I want to say.
I think if you say what you're going to say, we're going to raise more money, Joel. Please go.
We're going to see that number go down somehow. Like,
So people are
they're
going to start
protest.
withdrawing their deposits.
Didn't Flava Flav open up a chicken and waffles place in like Iowa at one
I
point?
think so.
Yeah,
And
tracks.
Eminem opened Mom's Spaghetti.
God.
It's been almost
Yes.
20 years since 8 Miles. Like they just figured out maybe we should sell some spaghetti since it's a meme for, however long.
Yeah.
I might be from Detroit, guys, but I take no responsibility for that. I just want to make sure everyone knows.
Yeah, don't worry, Kevin. I don't think I ever confused you with being associated with Eminem in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, when I first moved down to Florida and I was like 20, 21, 22 years old, I would tell people from Detroit and they go, oh, do you know Kid Rock? Yeah, with
Because we all know each other.
me, Eminem, Kid Rock, and Bob Seger. Every Friday night, we get together, we jam. Yeah, people are dumb. Is that a good way to raise money? Just make blanket statements about how stupid people are? Is that good? Does that track?
Well, I think most of our followers probably agree with us. So,
Yeah.
Play to the crowd, right?
Oh, Eric is saying the Flava Flav restaurant was in Grimes.
Because that
In
makes
what?
sense.
Why?
Yeah, that makes no sense. Grimes is a town.
Like in Elon Musk's wife?
ex-wife.
Did
Oh,
they split
wow.
up? Yeah.
Yeah. No,
It's another burger I wouldn't eat. Elon Musk's. Who knows what that shit would be made out of?
Yeah, that's true. Grimes. Grimes is I don't know, a town in Iowa. I don't know what this. Oh, is Clinton? Oh, Clinton. It makes sense that it was in Clinton.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, it was open from January to April of 2011.
Oh, so it was successful.
Yeah, obviously.
Did they just put like a giant fucking clock in the Happy Meal?
But why would Clinton make sense? What am I missing?
The people in Clinton seem like they would really like to go to a Flava Flav restaurant.
Oh, okay. You're just making a general statement about that dirt hole town, Clinton.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
We're gonna lose all 0 of our Clinton followers right
That's
now.
probably true. Probably
Yes,
true.
yeah, yes, Eric. It is even worse than the Quad Cities.
It's right up there with Decorah.
Oh.
I tell you what, I never drank cheaper than when I was visiting Eric in Decorah this past summer. It was stupid cheap and it was a lot of fun.
Oh, Mike's back.
How many bottles did he bring? Must have been a tough feeding.
Oh,
We're all waiting on you, Mike. Can you give us a report? Maybe on you
yes.
yourself? Okay.
Yes, I am alive. All of the other people in the house are alive.
How sore
I
are
don't
your
know if I
nipples?
believe that.
The furry one barely.
Mm. Well, another couple of hours, and you'll have successfully completed another day of dadhood.
So I take it we're not getting that $50.
every day.
Oh, was there a side bet going on?
Someone said, Mike, $50 to kill someone.
For killing someone, because you killed off the Micro Machines guy.
I did. Does that count?
Yeah, so that means you have to pay the $50.
We're gonna wake up. We're gonna check Twitter tomorrow, and we're gonna find out that John Machida is dead, and it's going to be all your fault.
I don't know why I thought that.
And he died between 8:25 and 8:35 Eastern Standard Time. I don't know. He dipped off the camera for a short period, saying he's going to feed his kids.
Where does
Somewhere
this dude
waiting
live?
in the wings is like another guy who speaks almost as fast. Like, now it's my turn.
The
Almost.
guy
as
that
fast.
reads a legal copy off the ads in every radio commercial about the side effects and legal gambling and all that. But yeah,
Like I wasn't like just a little bit off about him being dead. Like he's still actively working. Like he's not even retired. Like,
So you're saying he wasn't even partially dead?
no,
He was. He was.
you know, when
he
you're
was
retired,
not dead
you're
at all.
partially dead.
No level of dead. He wasn't. He wasn't even in a
Brain
coma,
dead.
guys. He was not even in a coma.
Hey Tim and other guys. Do we want to have a special guest? The founder of our website, Mr. Ted, would like to come on, and he wants to know how much he has to donate to be able to come on.
Ooh.
$69.
Nice.
$69. So I'm fine with that. It would be nice to see Ted,
Yeah, absolutely.
founder of the
Absolutely.
Tailgate Society, that hosts our podcast.
No
Yeah,
one
he's
make a
al- he's
fucking
also
TED
the head
Talk
coach
joke.
of AFC Richmond, right?
You just did,
Yeah.
Joel.
Yes. So
Well,
yeah, there you go. $69, Ted. That's the donation, and Tim will send you the link. $69.
Now it's
Because
70.
he is kind of holding your Zoom account ransom right now.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh yeah, well, I hadn't thought about that. Huh.
Yeah.
We're at 450 right now.
Woohoo.
Oh, I do have my Ted Lasso shirt on.
Listen, we need to get past 450.
Eating
That's an
goldfish.
unlucky number when it comes to beer. No
It is.
450.
This whole
No
stream is going
450.
to explode.
What is
Yeah.
450?
It's going to be
Explain
fucking
that
puree everywhere if we don't get past 450.
to us non-brewers. What's the big deal with 450?
450 North is a brewery, JT, and they make shit that blows up in their cans.
Really?
And then they blame you for not taking care of it, right? Because they're pieces of shit.
It said
They
keep
blame
cold and
JT
drink fresh.
specifically.
What don't you understand?
Yeah. Just because they label their can we're twats and you should keep this cold. It's your fault that you didn't. I don't even know these people, but fuck them.
It's a good way to start off any conversation.
Oh.
Some people
Hi,
just
I'm
aren't going to
Aaron.
like me. It's okay. I have no problem with that.
I guess
Your mom
we know
likes
who
you.
our next guest isn't on
Yeah.
Bitter Units then.
Super not shocked. But that's okay.
I've still yet to see a $69
I don't see it either.
donation.
I don't.
So
Let me respond to him on Twitter here because that's where he asked me.
oh,
Okay.
He also
He
called
was
you
on
a,
a while ago.
he also called you a coward.
He did for not taking a shot. I think
Yeah.
he was talking to all of us.
oh,
though.
I do, by the way, have that for at this point.
your
Children have
shot?
been fed.
Yes, right. That's what I said. It wasn't a no to the shot. It was a just not right now.
Also, my shot goes accordingly with the beer that we're doing the tasting for.
That's
Yeah.
true. I did see that.
I thought I had some of that spirit left over in my liquor cabinet. I did not. I was very sad when I went. I thought, oh, this would be perfect. I can do a shot while we're drinking the beer. Nope.
Do we want to do the tasting now, or do we want to hold off a little bit? Because
kinda-
I
Sure.
see we have a whole lot planned. We have some riveting topics to go over.
People love dead air.
Yeah,
I think
well,
that's one of the
let's-
things people like the most.
Well, let's do this. I'll jump in with a topic that I wanted to ask you guys about, and kind of everybody. You know, it's been a year since we did this. We haven't done as many pods as we did the first year, just because people went back to work and it was harder to get people on, and we're less organized than you guys are. But you know, of the pods that you did this year, can you think back to one that you thought was your best work of the year? Let's do a year in review here. What was your favorite pod that you did this year? Joel.
Yeah.
Okay, I knew I'd have to go first. No offense to my fellow podcast mates, but I actually really enjoyed stepping in for, I believe it was JT, that one episode with you guys talking to Joel Andrew Wynn from New Belgium and breaking down Dominga.
Dominga.
Yeah.
Domingo.
Yeah,
Such a
that-
great beer.
That was a good one.
I mean, just such a fantastic beer. And then all of the candor about what went into it and how it was made and the thought process. I mean, we had discussed on that episode, like, here's how most brewers would probably do it. And, we all kind of had the same idea, and they had a very different approach to it. And it was very impressive. But I mean, you'd expect nothing less from New Belgium.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that one. Really enjoyed that beer too. That very we did that I think around like early May, and that became my beer of the summer. I was drinking it all summer long.
Yeah, it was a good beer, and I drank a fair amount of it myself, which is surprising because it's me, and
It's surprising you drink a lot.
that I drank a lot of that because it's a sour, and I'm not a big sour guy, but that was a really, really good beer. But that was a good one, a good episode. I will make some of you jealous in that I got to have a beer with Joel Wynn in person the other day, like a month ago, because he happens to live up here too, and so we were just like, let's meet somewhere and have a beer. So we did, and it was nice, and he's a good dude. And
Man, I'm glad to see Joel survive that.
yeah. Oh,
I mean,
I'm not-
Seattle is full of serial killers and
I'm
such.
You're looking at one right now.
fair. That's fine. But yeah, so but that was a good one. All right. Well, JT, how about you?
What was the favorite podcast of the year, or just of ours
Yeah.
that we've done?
Yeah.
Man, honestly, the one I probably liked the best was Lappler's with Off Color, and that is become. I shouldn't pick favorites, but every beer I've had from them has been fantastic. It's been completely different. I kind of sad the local watering hole and famous for going to the Winchester, who Mike who had on twice, had a bunch of there, but just all their beers so good, and they're cool people, and haven't been to Chicago in a long time, and I need to make it back, just go visit there. And they were just really cool. And I also did really appreciate when we didn't have a guest and we did the White Claws, and it was everything we thought it would be, and it was awful. That was a lot of fun too. But the Lapplers were definitely, if just gut instinct, one of my favorites that we've done all year. Although Wooden Ship was really good too, and I'm glad that we had him on the podcast, because with all the breweries in Minneapolis, and I hit several, as many as I could, I don't think I would have hit that place up. And I'm glad I did, because that space is really cool and their beer was fantastic.
Right on. That's awesome. I'll go to Kevin next, because Kevin, April? May? When did you start the pod this year? It wasn't.
There hasn't been a lot of them. Mike, do you have any idea?
Hold on. You started in July.
Oh, it's later
Yeah.
than I remembered. Okay.
Yeah. My favorite episode was a recent one where we were talking about Due South in the closing, because it's such a kind of, it's a strange mix of being an emotional thing for the three of us on the United We Drink podcast, because we all worked there at one point, and in a lot of ways, like, we kind of forged our friendship there, but also like the mixed emotions about that, because none of us were with the brewery anymore, and we have different feelings about it. And I think that was just really, it was very, sometimes I worry that what we talk about is very inside baseball when it comes to, like, we're talking about a brewery in South Florida that we worked at that most people listening outside the area would have no idea about. But it was a really cool kind of cathartic conversation that we had, and I enjoyed that, and I enjoy hearing Mike and Joel's perspective on those kind of things.
I still wish we did a Patreon episode where we told you what we really think.
I mean,
Get
it's
us
not too late.
$1,500 and we'll do it.
Yeah,
not too
cough
late.
up and I'll tell you the real deal tonight.
Well, you
For
already got
charity.
one.
It's for hunger. It's for hunger.
Is
You already
Ed
got
Roberts
one.
anywhere? He wanted to hear this.
You already got one story you said you were withholding for tonight in the last pod you guys did, I think.
Did we?
There was something.
Sounds like something you'd say,
We
Joel.
we say stuff. We say
I mean, you're gonna hold us to that shit? You know.
Ed Roberts.
I
Ed
don't
Roberts
remember
is
what it
actually
was.
seeing Kevin Nealon at the Palm Beach Improv tonight.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
all right, bye.
a friend of mine was supposed to, Ryan Panucci was supposed to, wanted me to go to that tonight. Yeah.
I was disappointed because they were giving away free tickets at the last minute.
Shocking.
And I fucking love Kevin Nealon. He's one of my favorite Weekend Update people. And I kind of have this little goal where I'd really love to see all my favorite, at least the ones that were alive and still performing, all my favorite like SNL and in Living Color comedians, live at some point in a small venue like that, if possible. So, but I knew we were doing this. We also had another plan to have my in-laws over tonight, which didn't happen. But I would have loved to have seen him. I think tickets are still free for him tomorrow as well.
Yeah, you got to hurry up and get in to see those people before Mike kills them all off.
Yeah.
All I got to do is send out a tweet.
They call him Murdering Mike Urevich. That's I don't call him that for nothing.
Oh man.
Mr.
Tim, what about you, man? What about you? What podcast did you really enjoy this year?
We had some really good ones this year. Certainly had a lot of fun with Eric. And I'm not just saying that since he's listening to us right now, but he
Yes,
kicked
he
off
is.
he kicked off the year for us really nice, and that was a lot of fun. I think one that really stood out for me was one of my former brewers, Ariel, and really getting her perspective, which was exciting. It's been just so awesome to see the brewer that she's become and all these projects that she's taking on. And it was good to just have an excuse to have her, hang out and drink a beer and chat. So that one was a lot of fun. Plus, then we also got to drink my friend Andy's beer and Sunpillar that she chose. That was really great.
Yeah. No, that was a good one too. Did you notice that right when it was going to be Mike's turn, he left again?
It disappeared.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times those kids eat, but it's not that often, Mike.
The last
hobbits.
guy on you guys' podcast to have to choose, and Mike's like, I gotta go. I think he went to see Kevin Nealon.
You got inspired, Joel. You really talked him into it.
Mike, it's promo code D-Day.
Oh, that's funny. Well, I'll jump in, and I think my favorite one was when we had Adam on from Northgate, right? And during the summit. But just to know more about the side of failure, basically, of what happens when a brewery goes under, and what the causes can be, and the things you learn from that. That was a really interesting exploration down that path during that episode to see what caused it and why did it happen the way it happened. And he was really candid about it and open, and I think for people out there that are looking to do this, I think you can learn something from that episode.
When was this? Because I feel like I missed this one, and I would love to hear that, because I feel like most breweries are completely full of shit when they announce their closure.
September 14th is the day we published it.
Okay.
So Northgate Brewing Summit October 5th is the.
That was the day Norm Macdonald died.
Yes,
Wow.
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was one that Mike reached out to say that he really enjoyed that episode too, because Adam was really candid about everything that they did wrong. And he wasn't so like Joel said, a lot of people, when they talk about while they're closing, then it's always some bullshit. or it's blaming something that isn't really, a real impact. Oh, well, a road went through the neighborhood and all the construction made it terrible and blah, 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 blah. Where Adam was like, no, we took on too much debt in here and we focused on English style beers when we shouldn't have. And we chose a poor location. Like he would just straight up, here's what we did wrong. And it was refreshing to hear someone kind of take ownership of that stuff.
I mean, I said something on the podcast last episode where I just basically mentioned that I didn't like how this new can minimum from Ball gives breweries on the brink an extra excuse for closure or failure or whatever. Because it's like there are certain breweries in different cases where I just feel like all they had to do was ingratiate themselves to the community and just do sort of the basic things you need to do to just be a business, and they don't. And then it's some fucking tragedy when they're closing, and it's like,
yeah, it's amazing though that the closings, obviously a lot have happened, but there's still people opening them every other day. It seems like, I see stuff for breweries opening all the time still, all things considered. So it's crazy out there. But Mike, because you ran away when it was your turn.
he had more killing to do.
For which for which podcast was your favorite of the year?
The P stands for Prepare to Die.
Philadelphia. So before I talk about ours, I do want to emphasize that you guys have had some really, really good episodes this past year. And I got a little behind for a while. I just wasn't listening to podcasts. And then I just kind of binged a whole bunch of your episodes. And I mean, it's sometimes picking yours were hard, like, because the Adam episode was fantastic. John Laffler, Libby, and Steve Kreider. That was the first time I've ever heard Steve actually talk. Before, I've been following Libby for a long time on Twitter and know where she kind of comes from, where Steve has just always kind of been this enigma of like a dude who makes beer and is very passionate about that. But I've never really heard him talk about beer. And holy fuck, I love that whole family so much more after listening to that episode. And the Ariel episode from Badger Hill was a lot of fun to listen to. I mean, you guys are the only other beer podcast that I listen to out there. And there's a ton of great stuff out there, but I just love the candidness and the conversations that come from you guys and the people that you have on your show. And you just hit a big line of really, really good guests this year. That and the most recent one with Josh from Wooden Ship was another great listen. I mean, you have some really great people who offer great insight and aren't just your run of the mill, like who's who of the beer industry. And I love that. But talking about our own, Kevin mentioned the Due South episode. I really enjoyed that one because of a lot of the things that he said. I enjoyed the episode that we talked about Brown Distributing, a big distributor in Florida closing. And we got a ton of feedback from people on that because of especially like former employees of Brown who are like now reps for other breweries, work for other wholesalers, or people who worked for Brown and were just recently laid off and had to go find new work. And I didn't think that something so niche as like our local distributor would get as big of listens as it did and have so many people come out and talk about it. But that one was big too, because I mean, for 5.5 years at Due South, my job a lot of the times was communicating with Brown and working for POs and working through issues with them or our issues, and trying to find that balance that supplier and distributor have, where they have a relationship, a partnership, as they always like to put it out there to you. But yeah, I also like the Brewery Horror Stories episode too, because as much as I hate that stuff like that happens, it is fun to kind of reminisce after the fact, since I'm not dead from any of those horror stories.
Was that the one that I couldn't be on because my computer didn't work?
Yes.
So one of your favorite episodes is the one that I was part of the podcast, but the only one I wasn't on. Yes. Mike, you can just tell me you don't want me to do the show anymore, and I'll take it. We won't be friends anymore, but I'll take it well.
This is fast becoming a confrontation.
No, we're getting real.
I'm going to be right back again.
Guys, listen, if my feed cuts off here in a second, call the police. Live in West Boca. Joel knows my address.
Oh, I thought maybe he was going to go get the invoice for you for all your advertisement on the pod for Barrel of Monks.
Quite possibly.
The invoice for Endless Enigma.
I'm a proud shill.
I thought the best Bitter Units episode that I heard this year was the one with Anya. And it, it's not just to shout out a friend or whatever, but it's just, like we were saying a little while ago, that candor is so rare in beer. I'm sure you guys have heard me mention what I refer to as the hashtag craft beer circle jerk. And it's just everyone kind of blowing smoke up each other's asses, and everything's beautiful and wonderful. And we're all just, right out of the gate, profitable and wonderful, and short days and work-life balance, and everything's amazing. And, we obviously know that's not the case.
Were you guys mentioning the little conversation we had the other day about sleeping in breweries? Is that what came up?
No, that's true. I don't know how many times we can talk about something and something super relevant happens. When I was lucky enough to be a guest on your guys' podcast, and we talked about how unhealthy of a lifestyle we're living, and then Joel to fully commit to promoting that episode, made sure that he could be an example of what that looked like. Right after. So we kind of have this thing where we talk about bad things happening in a brewery, and we kind of bring them into existence. So I'm a little afraid to do that. I actually have not listened to the horror stories episodes because I'm a little bit afraid of it, frankly.
It's just kind of a memory lane episode. I mean, it's no one lost a limb, thankfully. Mike almost had his head taken off by a disassembled air compressor that no one told him he shouldn't plug in. And the guy that was repairing the compressor is now a consultant, so God help us all.
And my head was almost caved in by a dry hop port that was assembled by that same person. Maybe he was a aspiring serial killer and just not very good at it. Possibility.
Oh my God. So
he killed the Micro Machines guy.
So we're talking about.
I'm in the clear.
Well, I'm sure no one's understanding all this inside talk, especially half of the people on this show. So real quick, we had someone who was like the first assistant brewer at our first brewery, and he just made everything a living hell. I mean, he fucked everything up, just broke everything, tried to fix everything with a piece of wood. I mean, it became a running joke that, like, no matter what went wrong, he's just going to go get a piece of wood and use that to fix it. No, it could have been stainless. And, it's like, I'll go grab a 2x4 and a saw. So,
and he's not even good with wood.
Right.
That's what she said.
But
Good.
I don't even remember where I was going with this now.
You were explaining the casual attempted murder in our former brewery.
Oh yeah, so Mike's head.
That's a segue right there.
It's so commonplace that
Oh yeah, that was Tuesday.
Well, Mike's head almost got taken off. Your head almost got taken off, Kevin, with the dry hop port. I'm trying to think of what it was with me. Because
You just
eventually,
cut
like
your finger almost off.
What's that?
Oh, you just almost cut your finger off by opening up a bag of grain.
Well, that was my fault, and that was my first week because a brand new pallet of grain had arrived. 2,000 pounds of fucking Cargill malt, and it's wrapped in just thick layers of fucking saran wrap, basically. And our owner pulls out this fucking Swiss Army knife keychain, and I mean the blade was like this. It had to have been like when they sell it in the product guide, it's probably measured in millimeters. That's how small this blade is. So I'm acting like Crocodile Dundee over here. I'm like, oh, that's not a knife. And I pull out my brand new fucking razor knife and just start hacking away at the plastic and end up going right through my own index finger on my opposite hand. And the owner looked over at me like, you just cut your fucking hand open, man? And I'm like, yeah, I think I did. And then Mike had to go take me to the walk-in.
He was not the only employee I had to take to the walk-in at that brewery.
Is that your metaphor for taking someone out back and putting them out of their misery?
God, I wish.
I love
Take
how
him to the
Mike
walk-in.
is now the serial killer of the show because everyone acts like I'm going to fucking do it.
I mean, I do love the Pacific Northwest and dreary weather. So
No, the Pacific Northwest is for killing yourself.
Well, it's also, guys, it's the one you least expect. Joel, everyone expects you to be murdering people. So the first person who dies, we're coming right for you.
Excellent point.
You're the smokescreen. Mike's been murdering for years, setting you up for the fall.
Yeah, like BTK was like deacon at his church. Like no one saw that, right? He
Okay.
was like a Boy Scout leader.
Guys, out of all of us here, who is literally holding a baby while we're doing this? Who's the most innocent person possible in this situation? Who's the least likely to commit murder? That guy. See? Smokescreen.
it's all a ruse.
The thing is, it's not his baby. He just picked it up tonight after killing someone.
I mean, it is Florida.
That's true.
Visit Florida. Yeah.
So you mean they're probably related?
Oh man.
Are we gonna drink this beer, guys? 'Cause
Yeah,
I want
I
to drink
wanna
this
open it.
beer, and I
Me
don't have
too.
that much more time. And
Okay.
I want to share this with you all
Okay.
because I'm excited.
Let me go grab it here.
I totally forgot to bring a glass. Shall return.
So, for those of you listening, this is the tasting portion of the live stream. We sent this out to you hours ago. No, a few days ago. We're doing New Belgium Oak Spire. This is a bourbon barrel aged ale that they partnered up with Four Roses, a bourbon that I like. I hear people get shitty about them sometimes because they're, oh, the yellow label is so terrible. They also rebranded, so Yellow Label's not so yellow anymore, but I still like Yellow Label. Small batch, single barrel are all very fine in my book and also very affordable. So I am a big fan of Four Roses stuff. And I also thought that this was going to be something that would be easy for all of us to find, but I was wrong about that. Tim had to actually send Aaron and JT bottles of this.
Yeah, that blew my mind. You think New Belgium, you think the fact that you guys can get it down there in Florida, I can get it here in Minnesota. Surely anything I get in Minnesota from New Belgium, JT should be able to find down in Iowa. check their website. Nope.
And
it
Aaron
isn't
in
there.
Seattle should be able to.
Aaron in Seattle, absolutely. But then he talked to Joel Wynn, and Joel had said no.
The distributor chose not to bring it in.
Those damn distributors.
Likely
I know.
story from a distributor.
Yeah.
But that's also
Go ahead.
that's also the thing that we say every single time one of our accounts is upset that they didn't get a beer. Distributor decided not to bring it in. So you guys made it? No, we decided not to because distributor didn't want it. Oh, okay.
They're the ones that we gotta make sure that there's legislation to protect them. Gotta always look out for the middle guy.
There's so many great slogans we've come up with through this entire podcast. Got to look out for the middle guy.
Mike's a serial killer. Gotta look out for the middle guy.
You're not going to escape that
They just
one, by the
roll
way.
off the tongue.
So, Aaron, you did get the beer, and you're not going to just try to polish off a bottle of Four Roses
Correct.
tonight, right? Okay.
Correct.
Because he did do that on a Zoom before. Pretty like
Oh yeah,
pretty much the whole.
who was that? That I feel like I listened to that podcast episode.
That was me.
Who was the guest on that, or was that a no guest episode?
Well, that wasn't during a pod.
Oh, it wasn't. Okay.
No. That was during just a Zoom call we did with the Tailgate Society people one night.
But you guys made fun of it on an episode of your podcast.
Yeah,
right?
I probably more
Okay.
than once. Because, literally the entire bottle.
You said you
Oh,
threw up and went
Jesus.
to bed, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I don't know what other option there is when you drink an entire bottle of Four Roses small batch in one night.
There's death. That is an option.
You're a real big fan of death,
This
Mike.
freaking guy. This fucking guy, man.
It's life.
It's on your mind all the time.
Put down the baby, Mike. Put down the baby.
This is my life now.
You guys
He
know that
carries on my life, and now I am dying. So
you guys know that the TV show Dexter is loosely based around Mike's life growing up in Miami, right? Just loosely. I have a question here about this beer. I'm reading the label. It doesn't give me like a style other than being an ale, which is very specific. Does anyone know anything more about this and what the bottle reads?
No.
No.
someone who can use both hands type into the internet and find it.
The interwebs.
Well, I burned myself pretty badly the other day, so I can't use my left hand, so I'm out.
Oh, poor Kevin.
Yeah, with wax dipping bottles, actually. It was not pretty.
Oh,
Oh.
man.
Real
Yeah.
bad, actually.
I mean, they really don't say anything more on their website. We first began brewing Oak Spire in 2018 as a special release around the holidays. Oak Spire features a custom-built proprietary infusion method to pull the flavors from the bourbon steep charred oak and marries it with malty sweet deep amber ale. So there you go.
At least we got amber ale in there. I mean, I would have said it's a red or an imperial red, imperial amber.
Yeah, I mean it is 9%.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
fun.
So, Tim, you want to run things since this is one of your guys' show typical things?
Sure. Okay. So, again, for everyone, all like 6 people on the chat, what we do is just go through the kind of standard appearance, aroma, taste, mouthfeel, and finish. So, why don't we go ahead and we'll just start with the person who's on my top left right here, Aaron. What are you getting for appearance as you looked at this thing?
So I definitely get the amber color. I would definitely call this a red or amber for sure based off of the color. I got a nice head out of it. I do have a good clean glass and quite a bit of carbon releasing still after pouring it. Stuff coming up through it. And it is, I can't tell if it's because of the carbonation that I can't see through it, or if it's just a little bit cloudy. I'm not
Alright.
sure which.
I have the very slightest bit of, it might even be chill haze, but I think it's mostly transparent.
It
Mine's
could be.
real
Mine's
clear.
crystal clear.
Mine is
it could
crystal
be
clear
that
too.
'cause-
Mine is not crystal clear. Mine is a little bit hazy too. I'm with Aaron on this one.
I mean, those were both shipped, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's take that for what what it's worth when we talk about it. Plus, neither JT or I are brewers, so we're stupid
That's not why
Yeah,
you're stupid.
or smart. Depends on how you want to look at it.
That's not why. There's a whole different list
Yeah.
of reasons why, but that's not one of them, right?
Maybe.
All right. I'll skip over here. Kevin, how about you? Any other thoughts you want to add to appearance?
I mean, I think it's got a brilliant color to it. It's got a little bit of red to it. It's brown. It's rich. Like I said, mine is pouring really nice and clear. Had a good head on it when I first poured it. No, it's a beautiful looking beer. I mean, I love a red ale. It's one of my favorite styles, a malty red ale. There's just not a lot of them made, not a lot of them available. And I get really excited when someone makes one of those, especially an imperial version.
Yeah, for sure. I was really excited when Mike chose this one. I thought this would be one I could probably drink. I'm glad that I had to ship some out. Otherwise, I would have just ended up finishing out the 6-pack anyway. All right, let's move on to aroma. Joel, what are you getting on the nose on this one?
So I'm getting this really great toasty, bready, almost reminiscent of like the free chow mein noodles they give you, the dry ones in Chinese food. There's just this really nice kind of bready character to it. I mean, I was looking on the website like you were, and it's brewed with pale malt Munich, caramel 80, so it's definitely got some malt character to it. I mean, this is a malty beer for sure, and there's just a nice kind of, like I said, this toasty, bready kind of dryness in the aroma that's really nice, and it's hopped with nugget and sabro. I love hopping with nugget for bittering, so I don't know what the schedule was or how much of anything was used in this, but it's nice. And mine just to go real quick, like you guys, a crystal clear pour for me. I would like to remind everyone that 1/3 of this podcast, myself and Mike, are sponsored by Delta Glass Rinsers in our own personal kitchens. Delta Glass Rinsers, where we give no station to nucleation.
Wow, look at that ad read. That was a pro move, slipping that right in there.
Don't worry, the Cosby jokes will come back later in the end.
No, I'm jealous of those things.
Nice. Hey, we just got another $25 donation. We're up to
From Bill Cosby?
$4.75, and just wanted to let Tim know that we're going to have to clip this section of the video and make a GIF out of it when he does his shot because of the $25 donation.
Gotcha.
What happened to Ted?
He's the one that gets donated.
That was from Ted. So
thank you, Ted.
He may have gotten busy, but he wants a GIF of Tim taking the shot. The slippery nipple.
Oh God.
It's a buttery nipple.
Oh, sorry.
Can it be
Buttery
both?
nipple.
I suppose if it's buttery, it's probably slippery, right? I would assume.
And not to get too off course, but I just want to point out that the little container it comes in, where the liquids are separated, that shit looks like that looks like what they use to make bombs in Die Hard 3. I'm afraid if you mix those two, it's going to go off like a 450 North can.
It's gonna go off in my gut. That's for sure. I mean, I'm sure they do this to keep them from curdling, so that should be good. So all that curdling should be happening.
Oh, you can make sure you swish it around in your mouth real
So
good.
that was a stretch goal that I missed while I was away?
Yeah, I decided when we hit 500, I'm doing this bad boy. So
Oh God.
And we're hitting 500.
are we there yet?
No, but we're going to if I have to go get my wallet.
All right, perfect. We'll do that. All right, well, let's keep going. Mike, do you have anything you want to add on aroma? I'd ask JT, but that man can't smell anything.
Nope.
I want to add on to Joel's breadiness by going a little bit further. I get like banana bread. It's not Hefeweizen banana, like big time estery, but man, it reminds me of like just good fresh made banana bread in there. And I don't know, I just love the smell of this.
Yeah, there's definitely some sort of sweetness on the nose.
I get cotton candy.
Yeah, a little bit.
I can see that. Yeah.
All
I
right.
think what I love overall is just this. It kind of just feels like it harkens back to simpler beer, even though it seems like there's a lot that went into this. It's not this adjunct riddled fucking disaster. Like, this is really nice.
Yeah, we're getting all of this out of the 4 ingredients. Like,
Also, none of you guys are talking a lot about the bourbon aspect of this and the flavor complexity of that and the roastiness, toastiness, the vanilla that should be coming out of that.
Oh, it definitely has that woody character from the oak spirals and the what does it say? The Four Roses barrel char. I mean, that's awesome.
But I think that's because of good balance. Like, that's what we're looking. This is traditionally what we were looking for in a bourbon barrel beer, not to taste like bourbon, but to have hints and complexity of that flavor profile.
Yeah, I mean, I do get like a lot of vanilla on the nose.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, right. But yeah, no, I appreciate like what you're saying is the balance. Let's go ahead and get into the actual tasting.
Yay.
JT, what are you tasting on this thing? Give me your taste, mouthfeel, and finish.
Do that again. That's really good.
By the way, I'm glad that we've gotten to a point where I can use the word mouthfeel and you two don't giggle like idiots.
Very smooth.
Is he having a stroke?
It's very smooth. I would have no idea that this would be an imperial unless you told me, because this is very, very smooth. I can definitely taste the bourbon. Man, it's a red ale, and I'm gonna hop on what Kevin was saying earlier. Red ales are some of my favorites, and people rarely do it, but when they do it, and they do it well, it's really freaking good and easy to drink. It seems, for me at least, it's very consistent from when I first sip it till the end. There's not a lot of drop off or change in flavor. Maybe finishes a little bit dry, which would explain why we still got such good head retention and there's a lot of bubbles in it. But it's not like some of the beers we've done before where you need a drink of water right away. But yeah, it's amazingly complex and simple at the same time, and I just really love it.
Yeah, I like that complex and simple at the same time. I think that talks to Kevin's point about balance, where there's a lot going on, but it's not too much of anything, right?
This would be one of the things, if I saw this on Untapped and someone described it, I'd be like, yeah, that's it. But to have to describe it on my own, it's difficult. But definitely glad someone shipped this to me, because this is damn tasty.
For me, I'm kind of surprised by the amount of effervescence on this beer. I'm surprised by really being able to feel that carbonation on my tongue, just because I don't know, have had so many of these bourbon barrel beers that just turn into, they're trying to make them all just taste like silk and booze, and this one actually has, again, a more beer-like quality, which is nice to have. Kevin, you're nodding. What else? What are you tasting in this?
No, I'm picking up. This is a really beautifully balanced malty beer. It's a red ale. It's an amber ale. It's got it. The alcohol is extremely well hidden, and all the aspects of that bourbon are an added spice to the beer. right? The feature is the beer, and then we've added the roastiness from the oak with the vanillin, all those kind of nice flavors. And at the end of the day, like I said, it's a beer flavored beer. And coming from a brewery that makes Belgian style beers and very often works with Belgian breweries, and have I've been on the side of pushing the flavors, the bourbon, the spirit, what have you, so many times. And it really is the classic style breweries that go, we want to add a little bit of flavor to this. We want the beer to shine through. We want to see complexity, and we don't want it to taste like one thing. And we probably too often at our brewery do a beer in a tequila barrel or a bourbon barrel or a rum barrel. And it's too much of that, because that's what people want. They want that in your face. Oh, it's bourbon. It has to just taste like bourbon. Well, then go drink bourbon. This is a great beer with it hits all the right notes without having to go over the top. This is speaking my language, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it that definitely is that sore spot, right? That all us brewers have, where we want our beer to still taste like beer, and everyone else wants it to taste like not beer.
Yeah.
You
Also,
know what I mean?
Look at this.
The lacing?
The lacing on
yeah.
this is
Beautiful.
fucking fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Mike, what are you tasting?
I'm getting little hints of vanilla and caramel and baked bread, and then a oaky, tanniny, like dryness
Mhm.
on the back end. Like this is, it's weird that it's a little sweet but dry at the same time. It's that oxymoronic thing kind of, again, is simple but complex. It's sweet but it's also dry. It's not cloying at all.
Well, it's kind of how your palate is laid out. Like you've got sweet up front and dry in the back, and this hits all those notes.
Yeah, for sure.
Like Kevin said, the ABV on this is hidden probably some of the best. Like sometimes you have those very sweet beers that are like, oh, this is 12%. I can't tell. But yeah, because you have so much sugar in it, you can't taste any alcohol. Like this doesn't have that going on, and still you can't. It's dry, but you still can't really taste 9% alcohol.
No, you took the words out of my mouth. This does not taste like a 9% beer, not even close.
But yeah,
I thought this was 8.
I wouldn't have even guessed that, honestly.
Yeah, I would guess 7, 6.5, 7, maybe at the high end 7.5. That's just hedging a bet.
Do you guys think Fat Tire is the base?
No.
I don't
Because,
think so.
I mean, Fat Tire is way
No.
lower ABV.
Yeah, but they could, I mean, it could be a beefed up version of that. By
Right,
base, I think
right,
he's
that's what I
talking
meant.
about, is it the scaffolding they built this kind of beer off of? You know, I wouldn't be surprised on that. But I will say this, it's refreshing to be drinking a beer with a handful of people that are kind of analyzing the beer in that kind of way, because too often people want big, bold flavors. They want everything to hit you over the head. They want everything to be really, really big and upfront. And I get that. And I get very frustrated because people are like, man, how did you make that beer taste like cherries and nothing but cherries? Well, we used a lot of cherries. It's not magic, guys. This is so much more difficult to do, is to pull a beer out of oak at the exact right time where you've got the flavor balance you're looking for, than to go, oh yeah, we just left it in a bourbon barrel for 6 months and now it just tastes like one thing.
Yeah.
That's not hard. The easy thing is to use too much fruit. The easy thing is to use 4 pounds of peanuts in a 5-gallon corny keg. It tastes like peanuts. Yeah, it sure does. You know,
Conditioned on strawberry puree, Joel.
Yeah.
I swear to God, conditioned on, inspired by.
You know, I mean, if I don't think he's in the stream, but friend of the show, Matty Smooth, Matt Gilliland from New Belgium, could probably answer what the base of this is and what the beer style is. By the way, congratulations, 24 years at New Belgium a couple days ago.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Amazing.
Yeah, he be listening. He may or may not be coming on Better Units here very soon.
I
is.
love Matt. He's
Breaking news here. You tried to be coy, and then halfway through the sentence, you're like, "Nah, I'm dropping it." I dig
I'm
that.
gonna start naming like really big celebrities and say they may or may not be coming on the pod just to give people a reason to listen to think that they might be coming on.
Christian Bale.
George
May or may
Clooney.
not be coming on.
We all know
John
what
May
Obama
or may
loved
not.
John Machida,
Obama.
the voice of the micro machine.
All right, I'm gonna
Barack Obama.
I'm gonna cut in with more breaking news.
Oh,
Tim, you have to do a shot.
All right, so now that we've gotten, okay.
We are at $500 courtesy of my brother Pork Chop Hawaii.
Best thing you've ever done.
Donating the last 25 to get Tim to do this shot.
All right,
So,
well,
congratulations, Tim.
let's finish tasting this because I don't want to. I want to be able to enjoy kind of the last little bits of this before.
Well, that's
I
fine.
Can we-
'cause
can
I'm
I-
also going to keep talking because
before I dump this Four Roses into the beer and finish
Yeah.
it.
Can I
didn't get to give any opinion at all because nobody asked me.
Well, so I was going to
Oh,
ask
you have an opinion? I don't care.
I do have an opinion.
JT, shut up. No, because Mike did call this beer oxymoronic, and so I was going to say, speaking of moronic, Aaron has yet to chime in on
Yes.
anything.
Correct.
Um,
Thank you for that segue.
but this is the perfect beer for you to give your tasting note that you give on this.
Yes. So I'm going to surprise you a little bit in that I really like this beer for all the reasons that you guys have already talked about. More often than not, it seems like when I get something that is barrel aged, the first thing I think of when I drink it is it's boozy. This is not boozy, right? You don't taste it and go, oh, that's booze. This is beer with booze flavor, which is what you guys have been saying. And that's really impressive. Secondly, I'm still getting carbonation from my glass and coming up through
Yep.
it. And we've been talking for, I don't know how long. That is impressive as hell as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
And the dryness that you guys touched on, it reminds me a little bit of some of the stuff with rye that we've had in it, the way it's drying out. And I wonder if there's
From the
maybe a little
finish,
bit in
yeah.
there.
There is actually. I was looking at that on the website. Pale Munich Caramel 80 rye and roasted barley.
Yeah. So, I mean, because I get that dryness and it weirdly kind of gives me the sensation on the tip of my tongue and stuff that a nice Saison does, that effervescence, that bubbliness, the carbonation. It's got like fucking a little bit of everything going on. And it's really
Yep.
incredible. And most importantly, it tastes like beer.
Can I say something here real quick? This kind of reminds me,
No.
talk about the it's hard to pull off a beer that's so simple. This kind of reminds me of Duvel a little bit, what we did with Brewmaster Mike, where it's simple ingredients, but it works so well. And if something sucks, just throw a bunch of hops at it or throw some
But
sort of fruit
I don't
flavor
think
on
this
top.
is simple in any way.
But I mean,
really.
the same way, like it's I don't know.
I
mean,
get what he's trying to say.
I
because, like,
do,
this-
but
it's
this is
it's the four ingredients with barrel aging. Like there's no adjuncts added into this, and
No.
somehow you still create something that is incredibly flavorful from all different directions. And like by this point in time, like we might as well consider barrel aging part of normal brewing standards and one of the ingredients. But like I know what he means. Like this isn't something with chocolate. This isn't something with coconut. And we're getting complex flavors. Like one of my favorite beers styles is always going to be English milds, because you get chocolate, you get spice, you get so much out of that style of beer. And it's just the four main ingredients. And you get complexity out of something so simple.
It's fun. It's funny to me that when you have the amount of different kinds of malts we can use as a brewer, the variety of hops, the variety of malts, the variety of yeasts, and the yeast that we can use at different temperatures, at different times, with different profiles, that somehow using those simple ingredients is simple. No, that's where the complexity, in brewing comes from. And we shouldn't be surprised that you can get this kind of flavor expression out of these kind of ingredients in throwing in some oak aging and well done, well balanced oak aging. And before Joel, I think you were going to jump in there. I've reached my out. I've got some family over and I'm going to bounce. Guys, thank you so much for having me and talking about this beer. It was a lot of fun. Cheers to all you guys. I hope we raise as much money as possible. And I hope that drink does not curdle too much in your stomach.
And also plug about tomorrow.
I'll leave that to you. I'm always the one that does the shameless plugs. Mike, don't murder too many people tonight.
How many is too many?
It's up to you guys.
For me to decide.
Okay.
Good night, guys.
1,000.
Good night,
Okay,
Kev.
Kev.
Later.
See you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
So
God,
just
I thought he
to
would never
So
leave.
let's talk about
Jesus.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joel.
No wonder his parents left him home alone.
listen, I don't think there's anyone else in the house. I just think that his battery was on 1%, and he's like, I don't know where my charger is. I better just fucking bow out now. But I think he had a good point. I mean, someone once said, the more you add, the more you take away. Yeah. And from what I'm reading about this beer, it sounds like it's an official Four Roses bourbon collaboration. I don't know about barrel aging, but it does say aged on oak spirals and bourbon barrel char. So it sounds like these things were steeped in it rather than it steeped in them.
Okay.
It sounds like technique change
right
as well.
Right.
Yeah.
And it screams classic to me. And that's what I love about it so much. I'm in the official New Belgium glass here. I'm assuming it's like laser etched at the bottom because this thing, when I hold it up to the light, it does not stop effervescing. And I fucking love that.
I think that does have etching in it. That is one of the glasses that I regret no longer having. By choice. I gave away those globe glasses that I wish I at least had one.
Mine definitely doesn't have etching, and I'm still getting it releasing. It's pretty incredible.
We all, I think, collectively know a shit ton of people at New Belgium, between Matt and Andrew and Cody and Joel and
Jack and Joel. Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's these fine folks over there put together amazing beers that continue to impress us by their classic nature, but their modern take on things. It's no surprise that they are doing better today than they ever have with Voodoo Ranger. I saw Andrew post stuff about their penetration of Voodoo Ranger in the Los Angeles market, and especially among Hispanic drinkers. And I was just amazed by that. And the double one is fantastic. And my in-laws have bought it a number of times because it's like BOGO at their grocery store. And they're like, here, you like this? I'm like, I do, but I can't drink a bunch of those. But thanks for grabbing something good. That brewery just they're the best. They're the fucking best. So, I'm now going to dump the rest of my Four Roses into the rest of my beer, and we'll give you an update.
I'll be honest. I threw the last little splash of my second glass of scotch into the beer. More for efficiency and just moving things along, not because I'm trying to fucking be some jerk off mixologist with the suspenders and the twirly mustache and shit.
It is good. It it burns a little bit more because of the whiskey, but hey, it still works with it. This is just a fantastic. I'm going to admit, I drank one last weekend, and I was drinking it while I was making dinner, and I was like, oh, I'm done with it. And it was like 10 minutes. And I'm like, oh, this is 9%. And I gotta save this for next week. This is a fantastic beer. I don't blame.
Really good.
I understand Tim's like, this is just sitting there staring at me. I feel like that happened last time I was on your show with the Sierra Nevada Oktoberfest, and it's staring you down, and like I gotta keep this in my fridge until the podcast. Yeah,
it's hard. I don't honestly keep a ton of beer in the house as is, partially just because you guys know, when you spend all day with it, you kind of want to not be around it when you're at home. But
to a certain extent, I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead. Go ahead and finish.
No. Go ahead. Well, because you've talked about this before, and you had a little kind of mini thread on Twitter the other day about how you still like beer. You're not sick of beer. Because you work at a brewery.
Another brewery brewer come into our place, and like he was like, "Oh, congratulations on the kids," and he's like, "So you upgraded to just drinking whiskey?" And I was like I drink whiskey. I still drink beer. And he's like, "You still drink beer at home?" And he's like, "I don't drink beer at home anymore." Like, why not? And
he was like, "Oh, congratulations."
I was just like, yeah, I still drink beer at home because I like beer. I especially like the beer that I make, and I'm proud of it, and it tastes good, and I like trying other people's beer. I like seeing what is being done out in the market and staying up to date. I'm not in some echo chamber of this is what the industry is to me, and nothing matters outside of that. I got into beer because I like beer, and if I didn't like beer anymore, I wouldn't be fucking working in it, because I've put way too much effort into this, way too much frustrations have come out of it, and it just, if I didn't care that much, I wouldn't be fucking doing this. It's not a money pit for me. Obviously, I'm not a fucking owner. I'm not making fucking shit off of this, but I care. I enjoy, and I'm going to just keep on trucking and enjoying what I make and enjoying what other good people make, like this beer, like this Oak Spire, like Celebration, like Allagash White, like anything Allagash makes, like anything Sierra Nevada makes, like anything New Belgium makes. Like when I have beers like that, it makes me proud that I still do what I do. I get frustrated a lot, yeah, but I can always look at folks like that and be like, all right, I'm still on to something here, and at least I can look at their feeds and be like, whew, yeah, good.
Mike, is that the same guy you were texting me about the other day?
Probably. I assume so. We text about a number of people, but yeah, I think so.
I would like to like Mike's beer too, but
you know what? That?
I
what
promise.
Was that?
Yeah, what was that? So Joel's pulling a 1990s prank phone call thing, where he calls people with like, "You're an asshole. You're an asshole."
Listen, I used to, when in 8th grade, I swear to God, in 8th grade, I had one of those little pocket swear word fucking things that they would sell at like Spencer Gifts or whatever. And it said, fucking jerk, eat shit, fuck you. And then I forgot the 4th one. But
I think you're an asshole.
Yeah, you're an asshole. Yeah. And I mean, it was like the size of a little car, like key fob, like a little keychain thing.
I had friends that you had those things too. Yeah.
And I had it in my pocket, and I bought it from someone at school and I had it in my pocket and it just started going off in the middle of math class, like, fucking jerk, eat shit. You're an asshole. Fuck you. And I'm like, holy shit, I'm scrambling, right? I'm trying to go in my, and every time I go into my pocket to try to grab it, all I'm doing is just pressing the buttons more. And it just keeps saying more terrible things. And then I finally pulled it out of my pocket and like was fucking scrambling to get the batteries out. But it's got those little hearing aid batteries.
Yeah.
Like you can't get they're not like double A's. Like you need a fucking
No.
tweezers to get those things out. So needless to say, I was in detention that weekend.
And Bob's your uncle.
Oh.
You know what? I'm going to make a New Year's resolution right now. If you guys are so kind to have me back on the show again sometime in 2022, I will send all of you beer that we make. It's not that I have like a marketing budget or anything to be able to mail stuff, but like I sent Tim a box of beer this year because he sent me a box of beer, and I would like to have you guys drink some of my beer and talk about
Absolutely.
some of my beer. So
Oh,
let's have a date
Yes.
on the Bitter Eunice podcast where we have some Copper Point beer at some point.
I like how Mike just books himself on podcasts. I mean,
Hey,
I'm
you
sure
know
he's
what?
got a whole. I'm sure he's got a whole
always
case of
be
shit going.
closing.
I
Always
don't
be
I don't like that
closing.
Joel's been on 2 episodes. I need to at least catch up to that.
I was gonna say it makes my job easier if the guests book themselves. I don't have to
Yeah.
go bug anybody. I kind of like that. If you
Ah.
would like to be on Bitter Units, please reach out. You can go visit us at bitterunits.com. We have a contact link right on the website.
Mike's like,
Ah.
yeah, I'm gonna send Joe Rogan a box of fucking beer and it'll be on next Tuesday.
I'm going to send Joe Rogan a box of 450 North beer.
What you need
Oh,
to do
did I
is,
say
is make
that?
a beer with ivermectin.
Oh, Jesus.
Or spaced. All right. Well, should I do this shot?
Yeah, we're up
Yes.
to $520 now. So
All
Listen,
right.
what are we donating for me to do Malort shots? I got fucking Malort out the ass, and there's hungry people out there.
you
That's the
know,
thing.
no,
You enjoy doing
Yeah,
that.
you know
it's supposed to be
nobody-
stuff that you don't
Yeah.
The
enjoy.
fuck up, people are.
we don't have to pay you to do Malort shots.
All right. So, appearance on this thing. It's half milky, half caramel. Smells like butterscotch and hate.
Oh, how's the vintage of hate?
Anya is playing along. She's got a fireball shot, Tim. to
There's
help.
Oh Jesus Christ!
I don't know that I would call it lacing on the vanilla and cream vodka side, but it's definitely something.
Slime.
Yeah. All right, let's give this a try.
Nice knowing you, Tim.
And he's dead.
Boy, that
Oh,
that burns more than I thought it would for being really sweet vodka. We were talking earlier about how in some beer you
your
can't take.
face is so red.
Nice knowing
That is the type of shot that either like A, one you do on your 21st birthday,
Oh God.
or B, it's one that you don't have until you've already had other shots. Because this would be something that, what is left in my fridge that could be probably something on some other birthday party where I think I'm being clever and then I still just punish myself. It's really sweet, but still kind of burns, but I don't remember. It was a impulse buy at the liquor store at the counter. So
Oh, they got you with the impulse buy.
oh, yeah. Yeah.
I love butterscotch. I love that Harry Potter butterbeer at Universal Studios.
Oh,
The other day, because like every time I go to the grocery store, my son is like, "Can I get Mentos? Can I get Tic Tacs?" He's always asking for like mints and lifesavers and shit like that. And there was the butter rum lifesavers or what. I hadn't seen it.
I do like those. Yeah.
I feel like I haven't seen that shit in 30 years. All of a sudden, it was right there, and he's like, "Can I get it?" And I'm like, "Fuck yeah!" Like I want some. And like I love Werther's Originals. I love all that shit. So it's so weird that if that were to be present in a beer, I'd be like, this is fucking terrible.
Oh yeah, no, I say that all the time. So like, I don't mind adding things to beer, right? Joel, I know you're on Team Coffee Beer. I love the way coffee and beer go together. One of the best sellers when I was at Badger Hill was a peanut butter stout. And none of us like that. And they're like, oh, you don't like peanut butter? I'm like, no, man, I will get down on a good peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I regularly have peanut butter cups in my freezer. I do not have a problem with that. There are just some things I don't want in beer. Peanut butter is not an off flavor like butterscotch is, right? It's not caused by diacetyl, although that would be kind of funny if there was a bacteria that could cause a peanut butter flavoring. But some
I would
things
love to have that sensitivity, peanut butter sensitivity, because diacetyl sensitivity is not fun.
Yeah, I don't handle it well. I was at a bar a few years ago. And I ordered a beer and it was so bad with diacetyl. I thought maybe it was just the beer. I ordered a different beer. It was terrible. It was clear that they hadn't cleaned their lines. And after the second one, it was so bad, I actually had to go to the bathroom and throw up.
I think you mentioned that on an episode before.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I heard that story.
I can't do it. But I like butterscotch too. I did not like it in the shot.
Don't like butterscotch.
I had 2 beers at a brewery that will remain nameless in Olympia, Washington, earlier this week.
In Olympia, Washington, on the street of blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, at 425 Oak Street.
Yeah, no, I could give you the address. I think it's on Legion Street Avenue. But anyways,
Boy,
Olympia.
you're keeping this thing
but
pretty secret there.
I first had their porter and I thought this is meh. And then I had their dark ale and I swear to God, they were their same beer.
Probably were.
And their lines were definitely not clean. I was super, super not happy about it. My neighbor took me and he's like, oh, they make good beer. And I'm like, your fucking palate is wrong or something.
Did you kill your neighbor?
Not yet.
No, that's what you do.
Not yet. Tomorrow's his
Venmo me.
his wife's birthday. So we're going to go drink at the brewery here in town first. And then I'm going to.
Oh, if you need me to work that quickly, it's going to be more.
It's a surcharge for expediting.
We used to call Mike the diacetyl Nazi at Due South because there would straight up be like 6 to 8 of us standing in a circle with samples of beer, diacetyl tests, we're straight sensory. And all of us would go, nope, it's clean, 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 clean. Then Mike would go, nope, needs more time. And we would have to defer to Mike no matter how fucking outnumbered he was because he was right. Mike is like one of those dogs that can sniff cancer.
I can sniff diacetyl. It's a terrible gift, but I accept it.
I really want the audio to have cut out there during the die part. I can really sniff ass.
The last time that I went there, and you know what, I've had a few beers, so I'm airing issues now. Last time that I stepped foot in there was when a coworker had their last day there. Someone that we worked with, and I was like, I was always a person like, I'm only going to go back for people's last days, like people who I know and I care about. And it was one of those people, and it was just happened to be the last time that I've been there. And
hold on. According to some brewer in California, you don't care about anyone.
I don't. I'm sorry. I don't care about solicitors, and they're not people. So I went in there, and they had some porter of some sort on that. I was like, all right. I was like, can I get a sample of that first. And the bartender hands me a sample, and I'm like, that is all butter, all butter. And Doug, our friend, our dear friend, Joel and I, who was the marketing guy there, and he's now works for the county of Palm Beach. And I was like, dude, and he's like, yeah, I know. Like, all right, just as long as you're aware of it. Like,
Fuck.
now I'll have something that isn't infected. It just, that is a flavor that I feel like in my heart is so easy to pick up and so easy to say no to. But when we were like having those round table diacetyl tests, like Joel was talking about, like I was the one being like, wait, I taste it, no one else does. And it really made me realize that like tastes can be very different on that. And it's great to have sensory on things like that and have different people just check on things, because I've learned I can't pick up DMS very well. And that was from doing the Siebel tasting, like sensory tasting out in Colorado. Like, I think Joel was with me. And I was like, am I supposed to be picking something up on this? And he's like, yeah, you don't like taste stewed vegetables. I'm
Like cooked
no.
corn.
I'm like, no, I don't. So like I realize everyone's tastes are different. I just happen to be ultra sensitive to diacetyl and very weak on DMS. And it's really important as a maker to have kind of a little group that you can trust and are going to be honest with you on these things, because people who are not honest with you aren't in your best interest. Like Joel has talked about so many times before on the show, like all these home brewers are like, you make the best beer, you should open a fucking brewery. And they aren't. They're just people being fucking nice, and someone getting like thoughts of grandeur. And what do we got?
I'm not really sensitive to DMS either, and our kettle at work does not have a good stack. And I see, during the whirlpool and knocking out, I'm still seeing things dripping back in, and I'm really like it is something that I'm worried about. And so far, I think like anyone I've talked to that is sensitive isn't picking it up, but it does concern me. That's one thing that I think people don't see sometimes with some of the smaller breweries is when you have a smaller staff, you're less likely to have someone on your staff that is hypersensitive to some of those off flavors. Like just having diversity of staff and having a large staff helps you have people that can kind of pick out those things and aren't going to just be nice and try to tell you one thing to your face when they don't really like anything. We dumped a beer the other day because we were both like, no, we can't serve this, right? Because we did not like the way that tasted. But I'm sure if I would have given that to some of our regulators and said, hey, taste this, and they would have been like, oh no, that's good. But no, that's not what we want to do. And we can get in those off flavor kits and all of those things, and it's good to see where your blind spots are. But it doesn't surprise. Frankly, it surprises me that there aren't a lot more off flavors going on in some of these breweries, just because of that fact that people aren't sensitive to everything.
I think Joel might agree with this, is especially with the the kettle sour culture going on with breweries, is butyric seems to come up a lot in stuff that people aren't really keen on. They don't know what that is, and it's like vomit. And we went to a prominent sour brewery in Florida a couple of years ago, and Joel and his wife both got different sours that both had butyric going on, and it was like I had one from the same brewery that was fine, but they both this was when we shared glasses, the beginning, the early times, and it was like, yep, that's definitely there. And almost every trend going on in brewing have off flavor issues that can come from it. Hazy brewers have diacetyl potential from hop creep, and just not like doing diacetyl rests. Like your sour breweries have butyric. The DMS can come up in your crispy boys, and even diacetyl can come up in lagers as well. And I don't think that a lot of brewers realize that as well. Here we are. We're getting into the technical aspect a few beers deep on this live stream.
Yeah, no,
And JT is done. He's over. He's gonna go play with
so
his cats.
JT, special guest appearance here. In lieu of JT, we have Cherry from Pee Wee's Playhouse. I mean, all he's got to do is get like a couple of those big googly fucking eyes and put them right on that velour fabric, whatever that fucking shit is.
Yeah. As
close,
as Anya said earlier in the chat, ladies, he's single.
But Mike, I mean, fucking better late than never. To kind of tack on to what Tim was saying, I think, it's about educating ourselves and then educating each other in the industry and then educating our consumer. So, when you have people who don't even know what these off flavors are, we start normalizing bad beer. I mean, there was a brewery not far from our first brewery, just a couple, exits off the highway away. And we had a cellarman working for us who didn't know shit about beer coming in. And, it was up to us to train him. And, he was one of the people that would kind of stand in that sensory circle, and we'd talk about sensory and diacetyl and things like that. And he would be one of the people trying the samples. And, at a certain point, he had enough education where he went to a neighboring brewery where his friend was like the taproom manager. He tried a beer and he's like, and this is a guy who drinks Budweiser like night and day. And he tries a beer at this other brewery and he's like, holy fuck, this is riddled with diacetyl. And so he tells his friend who's the taproom manager, and his taproom manager friend is like, well, let me talk to my boss. So his boss, who's like a co-founder, co-owner, co-brewer, grabs a sample of it, tries it, and he's like, yeah, you're right, but fuck it, it's selling, and just left it on tap. And it's like,
Tim's head's gonna explode.
Right.
Well, because the fuck it's selling thing happens so often.
Right. Yeah. And what the fucking people who say that kind of shit don't understand is that you're lowering the bar for everyone. You're normalizing shit beer.
Yeah.
And, think about it like this. The average consumer still, after, I don't know, what are we up to? 10,000 fucking breweries now? I don't know. But however many breweries there are now, still the majority of America, still after all this time, after all this craft beer boom and everything, most people still think it's just Budweiser and Coors and Miller Lite and everything that they see during their Super Bowl ads. So for someone to walk into a brewery that's neighboring yours and try something that's technically fucked and think that's fine because it's not this other thing that they're used to, I mean, that's a real problem. And this is shit that no one wants to talk about because, like I said, hashtags craft beer circle jerk. Everyone wants to just blow smoke up each other's asses and tell each other, yeah. I mean, this very same brewery, who, good guys, but they came up to me at a festival we were both working. Our tents were across from each other. they brought me one of their IPAs, and I was like, like, yeah, this is my fault, and I take total responsibility for it. But I was like, yeah, good beer. And then as soon as they turned their back, I fucking went around to the back of my tent and drain poured it. I mean, it was hideous. And, that's something we got to get past. We got to be more honest with each other. It doesn't serve anyone to just keep, filleting this terrible beer just because it's not something else.
Well,
Yeah.
that goes to the what I was saying earlier about the beer that I had at that brewery. There's first time I'd ever been there. You think I'm ever going back?
Right.
No.
First
No.
impressions are huge. Every
No.
fucking drop of beer I make, I'm thinking about the person who, their buddy dragged them to the brewery going, you got to try this craft beer shit. And if that beer sucks, well, their buddy is going to go, well, hey, I tried that craft beer thing. It's not too fucking good. I'm just going to go back to my Budweiser.
Yeah. Well, and to your point, Joel, about people now thinking those off flavors are just a part of craft beer, or they don't even know they're off flavors, and they think that it's good, right? Like,
Right.
I saw someone the other day on
skunked
Untappd.
German or skunked European beer.
Well, certainly, yeah, a lot of that too. But like, I saw someone on Untappd the other day that checked in on a beer from Badger Hill. Now, I haven't worked at Badger Hill in 2 years, and this was not, the Belgian triple. This was not the barrel aged strong. This was not the imperial stout. This was a pale ale, a dry hopped pale ale that they had left in their fridge for 2 years, and they rated it 5 stars. And I was so angry at them. I'm like, I'm not that good, guys. I know that's I know that's a 2-year-old beer. There's no way that thing tastes anywhere near good. But like, we've normalized trans 2 non-anol with all of the warm beers on warm liquor store shelves. We've normalized trans 2 non-anol. We've normalized isovaleric in so many of, I don't know how many beers I smell that taste like that's Parmesan cheese. You obviously bought a 2014 box of 2014 hops off of Lupulin Exchange because you needed a specific hop. Like, we've normalized these things, and that is a big problem for us. So I appreciate you calling that out, Joel.
Well, it's like I think I said this on our last episode, because I think I was talking about the whole ball can minimum thing and how bad breweries are yet given another excuse to close and blame something that had nothing to do with their bad beer and their bad tap room and their bad experience, bad business practices, bad fucking everything.
Mm-hmm.
And like, what you were just saying, I figured I'm going to go look up my previous brewery, West Palm, on Untappd. Someone 2 months, this place has been closed for fucking 19 months. Someone checked in to one of my dry hopped blonde ales 2 months ago. That place has not produced a fucking drop of beer since I left 19 months ago. And
got job postings out there right now.
I think those are just bullshit from like auto-generated whatever. But, still, this was the point I tried to stress to everybody working in the front of the house. I go, look, we try to replicate an actual proper canning when we're filling a crowler by doing sanitizing of the can, purging of O2 with I had a separate faucet installed just for CO2.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And some breweries you go to, they're just fucking filling cans off the draft line like it's, some other horse shit. But, I go, look, we are trying to sell people a product to go that realistically they shouldn't be taking to go. However, if we do the absolute best we can, meaning, We make sure the can rim isn't dented, and you seam it properly, and you sanitize it properly, and you purge the oxygen as much as you can and get it filled and sealed immediately, and tell them to keep it cold and everything. There's still nothing stopping these people from going, okay, yeah, throwing it in the trunk of their car on a fucking 94-degree day and going shopping for the next 6 hours. I mean, there's literally nothing.
Even then, it's like, we'll tell you it's good for 2 days. Meh.
Right. And, that's why I just stressed, like, do whatever you can to make this the cleanest, most full, secure, can fill you can do, because there's only so much we can do once it leaves the building. And the last thing we want is someone going on Untapped going, yeah, I filled this fucking crawler 8 months ago, and I don't know why this IPA tastes like dog shit now. Like I just took it out of my closet yesterday, put it in the fridge, and it's horrible. And it's like, people don't understand why that's an issue. People don't understand aging and cold storage and all that shit. It's a lot to expect out of them. And there's only so much
aging has created this weird idea of like, oh, you can age beer?
Drink your cellar, people. Drink your cellar. Sorry.
Why have I always been told like dark beers, like stouts and all that, do age well? Is that not true?
I mean, just because they do doesn't mean you should.
Okay.
Very, very good point, Aaron.
What was that question?
He was JT was saying like, oh, I've been told that like stouts and porters and certain things you can age, and Aaron says just because you can doesn't mean you should. And also like that is such a delicate thing that there's no exact answer to it, because style and ABV and intent and all of that comes
quality
into play.
Control. I mean, what are they doing?
Like there are breweries who make big imperial stouts that are like 12% ABV, and they specifically say, do not age this.
Yeah.
Even though some people's parameters will say that a 12% imperial stout is something that you can age or want to age, but that brewery's intent is for you to drink it as fresh as possible because that's what they want you to have. And a brewer's intent can only go as far as their doorstep, because once it goes outside of that door, you can keep on saying, but unfortunately we don't have control outside of that. Like you can keep cold and all of that, but so it's all about creating an environment that is meant to be consumed inside of your premise and on the in-house, or a packaged product that is best consumable, like it is shelf stable and best consumable within a certain parameter of time that is clearly laid out to the consumer. And it just, we're art. We're like, it's just like, don't hassle us for being so je ne sais quoi about things. Like, fuck off. Like, give a little bit more of a shit about your product so that everyone, not just your consumers, but other brewery down the road's consumers can be more knowledgeable, can enjoy this whole thing properly. It's just...
So speaking of giving a shit, Joel Malort Shot donated $100.
That's what I was going to say. Thank you.
for I would assume a Joel Malort shot. I mean,
wait, who did this? Do we know?
Their name is Joel Malort Shot.
You can put in whatever name that you want on these things. That's great.
Look, here we go. I'm doing
right
it.
up there with
right.
JT's bad takes. Joel Malort Shot.
JT's bad task.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
All right, so I'm going to do this Malort shot, and then I'm going to tack on to what Mike was saying.
the gurgling sound.
No,
good.
I hope that came through to the listeners.
There's no
right
like face, no pucker. No, I truly enjoy this god awful shit.
No
and
wonder
thank you
you're
to whoever-
miserable all the time. Jesus.
He's going for 2.
But I feel like this is something I've been ranting about a lot lately, and I apologize to anyone who feels this is repetitive. But I was dealing with an issue with these contractors who did our kitchen recently, and an excuse they gave us for not handling something properly was like, well, we're a small business and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, fuck that. That doesn't give you the reason or the excuse to perform poorly or not. I mean, just answer your fucking emails or your texts. I mean, it's not that hard. It's basic customer service, especially when you've been given a lot of fucking money. So, my best friend from high school came into town for the weekend last weekend, and I got to see him and his family for dinner. And he doesn't understand anything about beer or the beer industry or anything like that. But we were talking about the kitchen and the issues I'm having. And I told him, I go, this is the same kind of thing I deal with in my own industry. Like, I'm kind of the asshole for calling bullshit on this small, local, independent craft, whatever you want to call it, because it's not a synonym for quality or ethical or any of that. Mm-hmm. It's a fucking a bill of goods. It's a bunch of bullshit. Yes, there are look, I would gladly support so many, quote unquote local breweries so many times out of however many times. But there are plenty of situations where I'm like New Belgium, for example. I would rather take a 5% beer from New Belgium, which is I don't know how many states away and traveled on how many trucks to get here, rather than the local beer that's 14% and might not spoil as fast. I'm almost embarrassed that I feel like I have a lot of local friends. I have a lot of local, breweries that I know and get along with and everything, but I don't feel comfortable shipping their beer to anyone. I'd be embarrassed if it went, 5 days on a UPS truck and then showed up as a foam bomb on someone's doorstep like you in Minneapolis, Tim. Like I just don't trust it. I've been behind the scenes. I know they're not doing any sort of quality testing. I know that they're just kind of bringing in the local fucking mobile cannery and hoping for the best. And I can't go along with that. I go to the fucking beer store and I'm just like, I would so much rather walk out of here with a case of Miller High Life than, half the locals I know, simply because I know this shit's not going to hold up. I just know.
Yeah. When I put together those care packages for you guys, I hope everything got there in decent
fucking flawless
shape.
By the way, flawless.
Yeah. my mute on my mic wasn't working.
But the whole point there was not just picking out some of my favorite local beers, but it was guys that I trust are making beer that I can send.
They were all lagers too, weren't they?
They were. Yeah. Well, that was one thing. Well, because I think one thing that Minnesota does secretly really well is we have a really good lager scene. We still have a lot of people that will rate, pretty good for a lager, or oh, so boring, it's a lager, all of that nonsense. But it was stuff that, like, these are guys that not only are they making a kick-ass product, but they're doing it the right way, that you don't have to be at the source to enjoy the experience. I think it's going to ship well and give you guys a good experience down there.
That was honestly the first, I've known the brewery name for a long time. And, but that was the first time I ever had a shell beer. And I was like, yeah, this is exactly what I had hoped for.
I sent you Firebrick, I think, right?
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
So shout out to Dave Berg, the fucking man.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Firebrick has been on my desert island list forever. It's one that when I was first getting into craft beer, it's one that always had a place on my shelf. And it's one where, a lot of my friends at the time that were really getting into, back when we were in the arms race of IBU. And, if a beer was under 100 IBU, people would call you a pussy and all that stuff. And I was like, no, man, this beer is the perfect Vienna lager. There's nothing that you could change on this beer.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing.
Oh God, Mike, I was hoping you were going to lean in to say that's not why they called you a pussy, Tim.
Oh,
Whatever, I'll own it. I don't care. I am. I get it.
I
He
kind of
leaned in right after you said that. I'm like, oh, is he going to do it? I was like,
We've hung out multiple times, Aaron. I'm not going to go fight anyone.
yes, that's true. I tell you
you're
what,
just gonna
though,
go take a nap.
Yeah, right.
I was disappointed that we weren't able to make it up to Fair State while I was in Minneapolis.
That was the other beer that stood out from that pack is the Fair State Pills. That was just a fantastic beer.
Top 5 favorite
Like,
beer of all
and-
time, man. I love that. I was so happy. I couldn't wait to share that with you guys.
Where is Fair State at anyway?
Fair State is just up.
Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Yes, I realized that, Aaron. Thank you.
Up on
Dumbass.
Central and Northeast. You didn't spend any time in Northeast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next time I'm up there, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah. I'll even wake up from a nap to go hang out with you if you go there. But
Now he tells me.
yeah. No. Yeah. That's one of my all-time type of favorite beers. But I like one time I was walking. So I live walking distance to Wooden Ship, and just past Wooden Ship, kind of on the way to like my walk to the liquor store passes by Wooden Ship, and so I walked to. They weren't open yet. I didn't want to bug the guys. I walked to the liquor store. I was walking by, and I was carrying a rack of hams and drinking a Fair State Pills. and Josh, our guest Josh A. Strike that we just had on Bitter Units, he sent me a message. He goes, I knew who you were, but I was like, man, that is definitely a Minnesota craft brewer right there. He's walking by carrying a rack of hams and drinking a Fair State Pills. Like, that's exactly.
I gotta bow out here, guys. Just
I gotta kill some people.
Yeah.
Yep.
And also comfort one of the children.
Okay.
Thank you everyone for that listened, donated. Please keep on donating if you can. I think I have the donations open until like Monday or Tuesday.
What are we up to right now?
620 is last I saw.
620.
Oh wow. Thank you guys. Let's keep it going. Let's break last year's, what was it, 1,200?
1,200, yes.
Yeah,
So
we should be able to
halfway
do
we
that.
have some time, and I know that we added stuff on late as people were drinking and all of that. I do want to say one thing. I want to have a kind of last call here, because as I've been listening to shows of your guys at Bitter Units, there's been a thing that I've been really, really, really proud of, and that's actually Aaron, and how much you've learned and how much you have gotten better at beer over this time. And especially with your pairing recommendations, the past few episodes where you recommend pairing options for some of the beers, fucking spot on stuff, man. Like I'm
trick.
thoroughly impressed. And like Kevin, by the way, like you might not know, Kevin is kind of like our resident like beer pairing dude, and I would put some of the stuff that you've been saying like up against something that Kevin has said, and I say kudos to you. I know I give you shit for that appearance on the show, but Aaron, you're learning a lot, you're getting better at this, and you're even getting good at this. So holiday spirit, yo.
This seems odd.
No, I think it's been a long con on Aaron's part because he has gotten really kind of astute. Like he picked out rye in the beer that we drank tonight, the Oak Spire that we drank tonight. And it is in there, and that is requires a level of sophistication that the man that I've hung out with, Aaron Wall, does not actually contain. So I like, and so
Dude, you were talking about stuff paired up with Josh's beer. You were talking about stuff paired up with Taddy Porter. I'm thoroughly impressed by because I feel like you do have a pretty good understanding about food and how like that's put together. Like if you know food,
You don't get to
putting
6'3",
and that's
260 by not liking
trying to
food.
make a fucking slice. But like no, like people who like food and enjoy food can pair stuff up well or contrast stuff up well, and you've done a really good job with that on the show. And I feel like that I would be remiss if I didn't say that, or I'd be a fucking asshole if I didn't say that, because you've come a fucking long way in this whole scheme of things. And keep on keeping on, man. Like this is from the dude who passed out on the episode that I was on and fucking only drank beer flavored beer. And I still enjoy hearing you say beer flavored beer on episodes, but man, you have come a long way from
I
those
still like
first
beer
episodes.
flavored beer.
We should all still make fun of you because it is tradition at this point. But man, I would be remiss if I didn't in this holiday season give you some props for how far you've come. With that said, thank you to everyone who has donated so far. Thank you to all of my co-hosts. Thank you to all of my friends on this live stream, my friends who are watching. I love you all. I appreciate everything about you. And cheers. And
whoa, hey.
Cheers.
Well, hold on. Before you go,
so far.
I don't
Thank
have
you to
anything.
all of my co-hosts. Thank you to all of my friends.
we just got a new donation. I just wanted to let you know before you jumped off. $200 from Levi.
Oh wow!
Oh,
Um,
Jesus.
to take
Wow!
us to
Thank you, Levi.
to
Mr.
820.
Strauss, thank you.
Awesome. Appreciate it. He's been hitting me back and forth here on Twitter. Just started following tonight, but he jumped on and listened. And
All right,
Thank you.
Levi.
hey,
Levi,
man, awesome. Thanks so much. But Mike, I want to make sure you heard that before you jumped out
Yeah.
of here for that.
Thank
Wow.
you. Thank you so much.
I've got a shot. I've been waiting to do
I was
for
gonna
a
say,
while.
yeah,
Oh,
Levi, you got a
shots.
shot. Let's see
Shots
what-
on Levi.
I got a Michter's right here. So Anya, I've been sitting on this for like an hour and a half now. But here's to a shot to you guys, and the really nice
Chin
donation.
motherfuckers. See you on the other side. Enjoy the rest of the podcast, the live stream, guys.
We'll see you back on Bitter Units.
Yeah, I promise.
All right.
Don't kill anyone.
No promises.
In the next 10 minutes at least.
I'll go with that promise.
Okay.
Man, I feel vindicated. All that fucking shit about me before the show, and I'm the last one standing. At least from our side of the podcast.
Yeah. Well, you are the honorary fourth co-host of Bitter Units, the only person that's ever co-hosted a Bitter Units.
You're the Pete Best of bitter units.
I don't know what that means, but I appreciate it.
Tim and his obscure nerd jokes.
Yeah.
All right. Levi, thank you very much. What a great donation. I'm gonna do a shot.
That's
as well.
awesome. Yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah.
JMO's always good though. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I loved. I didn't even think about it. How I have a green screen, so I'm drinking from an invisible bottle.
Oh, that is so cool.
God, I love
So
it.
what is it? The reflection in the
see the
glass is disappearing it?
It's because it's green, and I have a green, and I have a green screen behind me, and so it's taking out
It's a
anything
green bottle.
By the way, I dumped some.
That's why you
Okay.
can't see his dildo in the background. It's also green.
What do you got there, JT?
It's St. Thomas More, the Cabernet. So I put that in the freaking oak spire. Oh my god! Like whoever's idea was to add liquor to the beer that had been sitting in bourbon barrels, bravo, very very good. So, sorry.
Thomas More, one of the saints from the Saint movie with Val Kilmer.
Oh,
No, I don't know if I've ever
Jesus.
seen that movie.
I totally forgot about that movie until you said that right now.
I fucking love that movie. It's one of my total guilty pleasures.
Val Kilmer. I know that's how to say, but yeah.
Val Kilmer.
I'll be your Huckleberry. Yeah.
But yeah, well, yeah, and yeah, this is back before Val Kilmer turned into 3 Val Kilmers with a very he actually looked like Val Kilmer as well. Have you seen him lately? Like
No.
I'm not like you can age gracefully and I don't man, I'm an old goofy looking troll. I get this.
Yes.
But I haven't gotten vain to the point where I inject things into my face, even though I'm just chasing my tail on my looks.
Val Kilmer?
Yeah.
No, but last time I saw Val Kilmer was probably in Deja Vu with Denzel Washington. And that was several years ago. That's like 12 years ago at least. So, but yeah.
I
Anyway,
don't remember him being in Deja Vu.
I thought he was in Deja Vu. I could be wrong.
Well, Val Kilmer is all fucked up from like a lifetime of smoking, and he's got the fucking voice box thing and the whole shit. I mean, I'm hesitant. Like, look, Real Genius is my favorite movie of all time.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I can't even tell you what that movie means to me. So it feels very like there's some new, relatively new, I guess maybe in the past year, this documentary about him that came out because I guess he just kept a camera with him constantly filming every big movie he did. And it just features all this footage and all this old school, like behind the scenes stuff. But knowing what he, the condition he's in now, I feel like I can't even bring myself to watch it.
I was gonna see if I could find and share this. I'm not here to shame anyone, but man, yeah, he's obviously lived a life.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's fucked up from plastic surgery. I mean, I think he's truly sick.
Well, same thing. Like we mentioned Gary Busey earlier, and Gary Busey, like, by the way, one of the greatest shows no one ever talks about is I'm with Busey on Comedy Central back in the day. That show was fucking awesome. But anyway,
what was it?
Sorry. I'm with Busey was this producer decided to hang out with Gary Busey like 24/7 and realized he's actually that fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I remember that one. Well, here I'm gonna do this for a second just so you can see this.
That's what she said.
Well, so the scarf is to hide the scar.
Yeah, but look.
I don't know what's up with all the fucking chili peppers around his neck.
But look at the lips, look at the cheeks. I don't think that is illness. I think that is him injecting things into it, like because he's trying to obviously hide some wrinkles around here.
He looks like I'm trying to remember the actor's name from. Looks like Tom Berenger a little bit there.
Oh my God, Tom Berenger is straight up fucking Botox.
I thought you were going to say Ellen Burstyn, but
are we really looking at pictures of Val Kilmer right now, guys? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
I love Val Kilmer. Like I said, Real Genius. There's nothing like it.
I'm sorry, it's not even close to his best role. That's Tombstone.
Yeah, Tombstone's amazing.
Doc Holliday.
He was really good
He
was really good in The Doors too. Actually, he did Jim Morrison pretty well.
It reminds me of the old Dennis Leary joke when he goes, he's like, I don't need the 2-hour movie about the Doors. He goes, I'm drunk, I'm nobody, I'm drunk, I'm famous, I'm drunk, I'm fucking dead.
So who are your top comics you want to see do from SNL and all that? So
Yeah, like live in person?
yeah.
I mean, so based on my age, I came up in the era of Phil Hartman, who rest in peace, Jesus Christ. I mean, there's nobody better than Phil Hartman ever.
From a comedy character person, he was the best.
Yeah, and
him and Mike Myers.
And when you hear people talk about Phil Hartman and his ability to, because look, if you watch Saturday Night Live, you're going to see everybody on that team, looking off camera at the cue cards and the whole thing. And people would say Phil Hartman memorized his lines. He was a genius. He, I remember people talking about him saying that he was just so knowledgeable. He would sit there and talk to you about, types of clouds and things like that. So, and his SNL audition is on YouTube and it's unbelievable. I mean, he does every character, every voice. He's just so versatile and brilliant. So I'm from the era of Phil Hartman, John Lovitz, Mike Myers, Dana Carvey, and then Adam Sandler, Rob Schneider, Chris Farley, David Spade. I mean, all those guys.
That's when I started watching too. Yeah, that was such a great era.
Yeah, I mean, I remember kind of getting away from SNL in my teen years, and then one day, one night, I turned on SNL in the late '90s. And it was Will Ferrell and Sherry O'Terry doing that cheerleader thing.
The Spartans.
And I'm like, what the fuck is this awful thing on my TV right now? I couldn't stand it.
It's Will Ferrell. He's the most overrated comedian of all time.
Well, I almost lost a really good friendship, and he might still be watching this. He was texting me earlier, busting my balls. But a buddy of mine came over one day wanting to put on Talladega Nights. And I go, you put on that fucking movie and I'm going to break something. I'm like, I don't want to see Will Ferrell. I like Will Ferrell as a supporting character, an old school and shit like that. I cannot take him as a full dose. He cannot be the
Anchorman I can handle because I worked on TV news and there's a lot of truth to that. But yeah, Elf and Talladega Nights. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, I almost lost a friendship over Will Ferrell, but I didn't get it. I thought it was just too loud and too obnoxious and too much screaming, and I just didn't see what was funny about it. But it was that time when he was in a movie every 6 months.
Yeah,
I can't take that overexposure constantly beating me over the head with the same people.
You mean The Rock?
I was at a WWF, and yes, I'm going to call it WWF, not WWE. I was at a WWE show in either 99 or 2000 in Miami, in the arena where the Heat used to play before they got the stadium they're in now. And The Rock is from South Florida, and he was the headline event, the main event in that show. And when I tell you that he blew the fucking roof off of, I mean, I've never heard people screaming like that.
You mean Pop, which we call in the wrestling business?
Yeah, Pop.
Yeah.
This is during the Mankind and the Rock, what do they call it? Rock and Sock
Connection.
The Rock and Sock Connection, yeah. And this was when D'Lo Brown was Intercontinental Champion, and we saw The Rock pull up in this SUV. We were outside in the beginning and saw everybody drive in, and then we went into the show. And when The Rock came out for the final match against Triple H, I'm telling you, you've never heard a crowd fucking scream like this. I mean, people came. We were in the front row, not in the chairs that surround the ring, but the front row of chairs and the auditorium seating.
Okay, so not floor seats, but actual
lower
vault.
People came down from behind us and were pushing us up against the fucking the barrier we were. I mean, it was the loudest. I've never heard anything like it in my life to this day. And it was like 20 something years ago. There's no doubt that The Rock is just like the biggest fucking star on every level. But right now, I am so sick of him and
Thank
his
you.
fucking tequila, which isn't great, and all these fucking movies he's putting out, and it's just like The Rock, The Rock, The Rock, The Rock. Black Adam looks like shit. The whole DC universe can fuck off. It's just such overexposure. Under
Yep.
Armour shoes and fucking clothing, and like I feel like it's natural that he's best friends with Kevin Hart, because that's one more overexposed fucking guy that's like it's just everyone saying yes to every deal that comes across their desk.
Pretty much. Yeah, especially comedians and all that. Like, they'll take whatever they can get. So, yeah. But Kevin Hart especially, like, he's funny, but, yeah, like, just completely overexposed.
And honestly, like Kevin Hart and Wesley Snipes are amazing in this series on Netflix, True Story. Fucking incredible.
Wesley
Like,
Snipes is still alive?
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, listen. Between coming
Kevin's trying to kill people now. Jesus Christ.
between Coming to America, the sequel, and this True Story miniseries on Netflix, like, Wesley Snipes is back, and it's great. I'm so in for the Wesley Snipes resurgence.
Is he paying taxes this time?
I hope so. I actually posted a picture of a store at the local mall called Snipes, and I said something along the lines of like, "No tax here."
Wesley Snipes' best role was Simon Phoenix in Demolition Man.
Fuck yeah.
That is honestly one of the greatest villains, other than the only one that's up there. A
Holy
great villain
shit.
in a movie no one ever saw was called Hard Boiled with Chow Yun Fat. The villain in that is my favorite villain of all time, but Wesley Snipes as Simon Phoenix is right up there. And oh my god, just so love it.
I'm so deep into the Siskel and Ebert rabbit hole on YouTube, and today I was watching their review of Demolition Man. Siskel thumbs downed it. I think Ebert gave it a thumbs up. But it's funny. Like, they were reviewing Roadhouse, and I thought it was like they spent so much time. They do 4 or 5 movies an episode, and they spent so much time like debating Roadhouse. And I'm like, you can tell these fucking guys love this movie and don't want anyone to know.
Yes.
They're trying so hard to tell you, like, you need to see this, but you're not going to enjoy it.
So, not that I want to interrupt Men on Film here anytime soon. I'm gonna say
I got the reference.
Holy shit!
Thank you. We have eclipsed the $1,000 mark, guys.
Yes, we did.
$1,020. Thank you so much, listeners. Let's keep on going. Joel, Rude Boy Brewing, is this a West Palm thing?
It's not a West Palm thing, but I know who that is.
Okay, because $200 from them helped kind of get us up to that bump.
Wow,
I didn't expect that.
Thank
That's
you,
awesome.
thank you.
Yeah,
Ollie B.
LAB with $100. We have some fantastic folks. This is awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, like that escalated quickly, but in a good way.
All you have to do is get Mike off the pod, and suddenly people are giving money.
So we're making all the money while he's murdering people.
Oh, is that what it is? He's just going around threatening people?
Yeah.
That's why we're all of a sudden getting money? No, but $1,000. Okay, that deserves another shot. What am I going to do a shot of here?
Shots.
I actually have some local gin. So Joel, you and I talked about this distillery because they recently did the Arby's vodka.
Oh wow!
Just up the road from the brewery I am at, Tattersall. And so I had some gin in the liquor cabinet, and so I think for reaching the thousand, Jesus, I'm reaching the $1,000 milestone. I think I'm gonna have to do a shot of this. This is not Arby's. There is no potato or curly fries or Arby's sauce in this one. But thank you all for helping us get to that $1,000 mark. It means a ton. Once again, this does not go to us. This does not go to Streamlabs
No.
charity. This
We get nothing.
100%. Yeah, we get the ability to hang out with friends long distance, which is why we all do this stuff in the first place. But
Exactly.
thank you very, very much. So cheers.
All right. I got to go grab. Fuck it. I'll do a cheers too.
All right, do it.
I've got the, as we said, the St. Thomas More Cabernet Sauvignon. Here's to everyone getting us over $1,000, like in like a blink of an eye after being here for a couple hours. Like that escalated quickly. I love every minute of it, but here we go.
Should I do more Malort or more single malt Scotch?
Single malt Scotch.
Single malt Malort.
I don't know if that's oh shit. You know what I have downstairs? I don't really want to get up and leave, but I've got some of that Revolution / Jepson's Malort anti-hero IPA Malort.
Oh, I did have some of that. Absolutely.
Yeah, go grab that. We can hold the fort down for a couple minutes. So
All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I like this idea.
whew.
I'm in on this. $1,000, Aaron. Can you believe it?
While we're waiting on Joel to go get his drink, I just ran upstairs real quick because it hadn't gotten here when we started. I received a box today. Finally, the mail was a little slow today. Full of, assuming once I get into this thing, it's very well taped, Chris Shipley. A box of whiskey.
Ooh.
So I'm really excited for you to try this since you've been whining and complaining and bitching that you have not had a chance to do
It's
this.
what I do.
But sponsor of the Tailgate Society and Bitter Units Ruffleton Distillery in Osceola, Iowa. Purveyor of fine gins, vodkas, whiskeys, Ruffleton Shine.
Yeah,
So
so
what did you
I
get
got-
in your
I
care
got
package?
a whiskey and cream liqueur,
Which is fantastic.
and these are all I don't know. I won't call that an airplane bottle, but a smaller size bottle like that. I think they're a little bigger than that. It's 50 milliliter bottles. It looks like
Kick your ass. Get out of here.
honey flavored whiskey.
Get out of here.
I do like the
Well,
branding and
Joel
the
yells at
logo.
his kid. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wow,
I do-
that escalated quickly again.
Oh, another honey. So that's 2 honeys. The mulberry flavored gin.
Okay, I need to head down to Osceola like tomorrow and try this shit.
Strikes me as I like the very Art Deco label look, with the
No,
lines
it's
and,
very clean. It's very cool.
it's pretty cool. So shout out to that. Yep, it looks like I got 2 of each of those based off of what I'm seeing here. Wrapped in Santa Claus wrapping paper, which is pretty sweet. Yep. So 6 total, 2 of each. Pretty excited about that. I'll be having a one of those here shortly. But that's how do you? Is it Revelton? I say Revelton, but
I say Rivelton. Chris always says Rivelton. We had him on our podcast, on my other podcast, and I don't remember how Rob himself pronounced it. I think he might have like toggled back and forth in that slow Midwestern way we have of just running over words we don't know how to pronounce.
yeah.
I mean, it's sort of a made up word, I guess. So however you want to pronounce it, but yeah, let's let's have you give some a try and give us all a little your impressions.
Yeah, I will. Give me a few minutes. I gotta get rid of the rest of this Macallan 12 I got in my glass here.
Oh, there is that. Yeah.
Well, that's a bigger swallower of that than I thought it was going to be.
That's what she said.
No, good lord. Welcome to the Frat Boy live stream. We make a bunch of terrible jokes while Aaron wears his hat backwards.
Whoa, my face is super red now because I got that caught in the wrong pipe.
While we're in the frat boy break, you make your donations like the next Jack Johnson song that you want. No? Dave Matthews Band? Nothing?
No.
Yeah, see, I'm looking at myself on the slightly delayed feed, and my face wasn't as red until I drank that last bit of stuff and got it down the wrong pipe a little bit. Oh, goodness.
It is fun to occasionally look over at the delayed feed, and it looks like we're all acting in a foreign language film.
Is anyone like monitoring chat?
Yes.
Off and
So
on.
Pork Chop Hawaii, thank you again for the donation, said you should
Nope.
do both, Joel. I don't know what he's talking about.
Don't
both-
thank him.
That's
Yeah.
that,
No,
that's-
absolutely thank him. Whatever Aaron says, do the opposite.
Don't
So-
thank him. That is my older brother.
What am I supposed to do both of?
Well, you said that you could do Malort or you could do. What did you say your other option was? He wants you to do both shots, basically, is what he's saying.
Okay, well, I did a Malort shot a couple minutes ago. I've also got the giant bottle of Anti-Hero IPA Malort. This is like beginning of pandemic. We've got to fucking distill our IPA that, we've got backed up. Shout out to John Carruthers from Revolution Brewing. Great guy. He is the founder of Crust Fund Pizza. So this dude is just auctioning off these amazing tavern cut pizzas in Chicago for charity. He's got different charities he's donating to all the time. Really just incredible work. It's one of those things where you're just like, why the fuck didn't I think of this? Why can't I do something like that?
Helping to put Quad City Pizza on the map, by the way. Eric Hill previously talked about Quad Cities, and JT said at least the Quad Cities has good pizza, and it does because there's actually malt in the dough on a Quad
Is that what
Cities
makes it
pizza.
better? Okay.
Absolutely.
What is Quad Cities?
You got no. Quad Cities pizza is definitely a thing. Yes.
So Quad Cities are Davenport, Bettendorf, Iowa, and Rock Island and Moline, Illinois.
Yep.
But then there's like 3 other cities that also kind of count in there as the Quad Cities.
LeClaire and yeah.
But anyway,
Durant.
Durant does not count as it is neither quad nor city. But
Little verklempt.
the Holy Roman Empire was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire. Discuss. But John has done some amazing work with pizza. And also just kind of a fantastic guy. So I'm glad that he could help hook you up with that as well, Joel.
Gone up a little bit more. We're to $1,090. Thank you so much. There's what appears to say Aaron is A-OK for $50. And it looks like maybe Allison P is a new one from Chicago, I think maybe.
Allie.
So thank you so much. We appreciate it. We are now within $110 of what we did last year, which is awesome.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I was worried we weren't going to get there.
Yeah, because this got really slow early on. Yeah.
It was a struggle there for a little bit. We got stuck at $520 for a while or whatever that, in that ballpark. And man, then we really blew right past it. And can't say enough thank yous to all the people out there they're doing what they can to help an important cause in feeding America. I'll admit that I was Joel Malort shot. So I just knew Joel really wanted to do that Malort shot, so that was me. But thank you so much to everybody else who's contributed and chipped in. It's the only time we ask for anything all year, really. At least on bitter units, we're not hustling liquid death like Mike is all the time.
Liquid death or just death.
He's not here to defend himself anymore.
I was gonna say, I love how you take his ability to get a sponsor, and then turn that against him.
Yes, 100%.
just because no one wants to
We can't
sponsor
get one,
us.
but,
Yeah, exactly.
That's fine. But yeah, awesome. So I'm going to I ducked out there for a minute to rinse my glass out and clean it out because I wanted to give this whiskey and cream liqueur from Revelton a fair shake at not having a dirty glass. So we'll give this a shot. And you've had this, right, Tim?
I have. If I had more, I probably would have tried to make the cement mixer that Levi was trying to get me to drink earlier.
Okay, Ruth keeps sending the same message. Am I missing something here?
Yeah, that's called spam, JT.
That's a bot.
Okay.
When you open this up to everyone to join, I don't want to constantly be monitoring the chat to have to allow new people in all the time, especially
they're not actually a Nigerian prince.
God damn it! Where'd my money go?
Heavy duty little bottle. It's an impressive little deal. A nice aroma.
Would you listen to Brian Seltzer Orchestra to it? Am I right, Chris Shipley, as he's lost his us?
It's
sorry.
I don't know how to describe it. It smells like Bailey's maybe or something like that, kind of. Roasty, chocolatey smell.
What is this?
Like that. It's a cream liqueur.
So yeah,
I'm having trouble describing the exact smell.
So while you were gone, Joel, sponsor of Tailgate Society and Bitter Units, Revelton Distilling Company in Osceola, Iowa. Aaron got a care package today since he has not had any since they are not available out in Washington, and so this is his first chance to enjoy an actual alcohol sponsor for a podcast and for the Tailgate Society. So he got a few different things, and so he's trying the Irish cream right now.
It's really, really quite nice. It is what you would expect an Irish cream or a cream liqueur to be, very sweet. But it's really good. I might throw this in my coffee in the morning since I have two of them. I might just day drink all day tomorrow, for that matter.
It is Saturday. Who gives a shit?
No, I'm going to a birthday party too at a brewery, so why not start when I get up?
Because you'll be asleep by 5 o'clock.
I'm a professional, Tim. When I decide to drink all day, I drink all day.
Unless Mike's on the pod.
Yeah, well, I didn't decide to drink all day that day. It just kind of got away from me. I was not.
No, because
it was not a planned drunk.
You were drinking in your neighbor's garage that day, right?
No, in the backyard. Yeah, but it was Yardtoberfest.
I thought it was on the front driveway. My bad.
No, fresh hop Yardtoberfest was what got me.
Oh yeah, it was Fresh Hop Day. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I suppose the fresh hops in Washington are probably a little bit better than the fresh hops in, say, Florida.
I mean, the freshest. And according to my weirdo neighbor, who's a big beer nerd and thinks all things West Coast beer are better than anywhere else in the country, solely because the hops are fresher. The hops are closer. So that makes it better. Even though how many hops come from places other than Washington? Like,
yeah, I was just say
the vast majority of them, maybe.
Well, no, I mean, so a third of the world's hops are actually grown in the Northwest.
Yeah, so 66% come from somewhere else, which is a vast majority.
Sure, but a lot of those aren't being used in a lot of other places. But yeah,
Um,
I know, I do think that is certainly a big thing. But yeah, no, he's not. They're not growing Galaxy there. You're not getting that southern hemisphere terroir in the Pacific Northwest, right? Um, and Joel was kind enough to send me a care package. In fact, what Kevin was drinking earlier was one that I drank way too quickly and wish I hadn't have had gone so quickly. I wish I could remember the name of the brewery, but they didn't put it on the can.
Oh, thank Christ that was taproom only.
It was so good though. It really was.
Really?
I liked it. Yeah. I thought it traveled well.
So our number 2 like bestseller / second core brand is basically that beer with guava, which is just killing it, especially in South Florida.
Yeah.
It just brings this fruitiness and this tropical vibe to it that's just killer. But no, that's cool to hear because we're a Belgian brewery in 2021. So
I dug it just as it was. I didn't want to add anything to it. Like to me, like if I'm going to, so it's the Midwest, man. We put a kiddie pool in the backyard and we stick our toes in there and we sit around in the hot sun, baking and drinking beer. And it was the exact perfect beer for that. It was exactly what I wanted while while my daughter got too much grass in the kiddie pool. And I just wanted to sit and forget about how I had to go to work the next morning. And it was a Sunday afternoon. It was perfect for that. Absolutely.
yeah, I'm so in awe of the Midwest beer scene because like you sent me all these amazing lagers and I was in Chicago 2 years ago this week and got to try Beguile and Dovetail and Off Color and Metro Brewing, and it's just this blue collar vibe where it's like you don't have to impress us with all this adjuncty experimental bullshit. I mean, it's very blue collar, quality focused. I just want a beer, but it better damn be good kind of vibe. And I love that so much because down here, I ate like, I feel like the biggest sack of shit. And I can't imagine what people think of me when I say these things, but it's like, my first boss, if he got one thing right, it was something he said at a meeting, which I'll never forget. And that was, quote unquote, it's South Florida. If you don't put your dick in it, nobody wants to drink it. And but like,
and that includes coffee for some reason.
Well, coffee feels like part of the Reinheitsgebot here. It's not.
I just meant you won't drink coffee unless I put my dick in it.
But it was fuck. This is the thing I wanted to mention earlier when Mike was talking about breweries down here and the kind of kettle sour baby vomit thing. He and I and another kind of couple that we know all went down to Miami one day, and we went to a total of like 4 or 5 breweries, and every single brewery except one was, corporately owned. But the one that we went to that wasn't corporately owned, that was private, independent, craft, local, whatever you want to call it, was the worst of the bunch. I mean, that was where, we were getting pints of butyric acid. And like my wife and I had a total of 17 ounces of beer between us for a total of $22. And it was some of the worst shit we ever had. And it was just funny to me that, like, you know, you have all these breweries who are corporately owned in some way, but churning out like serious quality. And then the one place who's like seriously hype focused was just like the worst shit ever.
Mhm.
And like, I get so in awe of other beer scenes that are subsisting alone on great lager quality, or, you know, just real beer. I don't even know what that means anymore, but and it sounds so gatekeeper-ish, like, you know, you don't want to talk in those terms, but at the same time, when we're talking about quality and all that shit, it's like I would so much rather just have a lager at a brewery than, you know, the fucking Oreo riddled lactose vanilla puree bullshit. And unfortunately, it's like we are just drowning in that stuff here.
Mhm.
Like people don't understand how hard it is to work and live in a beer scene that doesn't really appeal to you. And you don't want to come off like an asshole and shit on your peers. But at the same time, it's like, you know, we can do so much better than this.
Well, and the thing that I always say when it is all of these, you know, conditioned on strawberry puree, bullshit, stuff like that, is like, maybe I respect you as a mixologist, but I don't respect you as a brewer. If I can't taste the beer, I don't know if you know how to brew beer, right? And so when there's all this other shit in there, yeah, it might be really tasty. It's like when someone orders a cocktail, a mixed drink, and they ask for a premium spirit, but that drink also already has, like, you know, Coke and grenadine and like all this other bullshit in there. And I'm like, why are you wasting your money buying a premium spirit if you're going to hide it behind all of this other bullshit? And that's how I feel about a lot of the stuff with beer. And like, man, Joel, you and I are both on the record of drink what you like, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to gatekeep, like you said, but you and I just want to, like, there are so many people, we just want to appreciate beer. We want to have something like this new Belgium oak spire we had tonight, where we can taste the beer more than the booze. We're not tasting the Four Roses predominantly. We're seeing how the Four Roses inflects itself on the flavor of the Imperial Red Ale we were drinking.
Pretty fucking good, by the way.
It was really good. Yeah.
It was fantastic, honestly.
Yeah. But it is one of those things. And, you know, yeah, I sent you a lager box from Minnesota, but don't pretend like we don't also have our fair amount of bullshit drinking out of bowls and whatnot type of thing that we have going on here. So it's pervasive for sure.
It's such a delicate balance, because you don't want to be, you know, this gatekeeper, and this, like there was a kind of a debate / argument thread between Garrett Oliver and some other people a couple weeks ago, where he was simply trying to say, like, you know, what is IPA? And, you know, other people took that as like, you're gatekeeping me and trying to quiz me on IPA. And it's like, I could not tell you what an IPA is today. I really couldn't.
No,
I think I mentioned to you this before. There was a brewery here that they said that it was an IPA and it had lactose, lactobacillus, fruit puree, and what was the other thing? Something like coconut or something. I'm like, just because you double dry hopped it doesn't make it an IPA. Like, you've done so many things to make that not an IPA. I don't understand how it's an IPA anymore. Like the entire phrase has lost the meaning.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be this warring faction of like people who are for, words that have meaning and definitions versus people who are just like, it's beer, just have fun, don't tell me what to do, fuck off, I'll do whatever I want. And I don't even know if there's a middle ground. If there is, I haven't seen it. It's very strange.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, if I'm going to sit back and watch a thread between Garrett Oliver and some, random jerk off who serves drinks at night, like, I feel like I'm kind of going to lean on Garrett Oliver's side. I mean, this guy has written books and, claims to have, hosted 1,000 tastings or so. And, this is truly a pioneer. And it just seems like there's this weird contingent of like, you're just being a hater, you're gatekeeping, this, just throwing accusations and names and labels at people where it's like, no, like, look, we don't have to have this strict system where everything has to mean something, because then we lose all that innovation and creativity and everything that is supposedly supposed to make this industry better.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it can't just run rampant to the point where nothing means anything and everyone is just making up everything as they go. And
definitions require guardrails.
Yeah.
Right? Like color outside of the lines. Color outside of the lines as much as you fucking want. But if you don't have the lines, you don't know what the drawing is.
Yeah.
Hey, can we talk about something more fun?
Please.
I don't know what that is. I'm just
I was gonna say.
I'm starting to get to the point of being buzzed and having, where I can have a really good time, and you guys are bringing me down.
You're starting to be buzzed? What are you fucking?
Yeah, what the hell? Where's the thumbs up at this point? Jesus.
Well,
I've been buzzed for an hour and a half. I'm still
I have
going.
a professional liver, is what happened.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, whatever.
So
yeah,
anyway,
okay. Speaking of lies,
I wanted to talk a bit about genocide.
Wow! Hey,
Woof.
Jesus!
No. There is a joke there. So Joel gets all of my tweets that I don't have the balls to put out to the public.
You're afraid of cancel culture?
I am a little bit afraid of cancel culture.
It's not cancel culture. It's consequences culture.
Because I had one for Joel the other day that I was pretty proud of, but I just couldn't put it out there. The Robin Ventura joke.
Oh.
I'm never mind. I'm not going to go down this route. All I'm going to say is Frank Thomas shills a product that sounds exactly like eugenics, and that's a terrible road to start on.
Dude, it's so hard for me to watch these Frank Thomas commercials because I was a kid when the White Sox were kind of rebranding and going. So in the early 90s, and when I first moved here in the early 90s, kids would be like, Cubs or Sox, and I'd be like, what do you mean? Like, I just miss Chicago. I was raised on both teams. I don't know what you're talking about. But, to my ignorance, like there was a North versus South side thing where, Cubs versus Sox. Mm-hmm. I truly wasn't aware of any of that because, my first game was a Cubs game, but then like they were shutting down the original park where the Sox played, and my parents wanted to take me to see it because it was like almost a century old. I mean, I have a photo of it downstairs.
The original Comiskey?
Yeah. The original Comiskey.
Okay.
So I've got a photo downstairs that I took. It said something like our last week in this park. I remember them selling off the seats and the dirt and all that shit. But it was also during a time where like the Sox were kind of getting hot and rebranding a little bit.
Aaron
And going-
Rowland, Greg Hurt, yeah.
Yeah, they had like, Carlton Fisk and Frank Thomas, and they were, Robin Ventura. They were going through this weird rebranding where they went from the red, white, and blue uniforms to the old black and white, like kind of, the World War II era logos, and it was so fucking cool. I mean, I thought it was awesome, and I totally bought into it. So moving here and people asking me like where I was affiliated, I didn't, it was like asking Blood versus Crips. I didn't understand it at all, but apparently it was this rivalry that no one bothered to really clue me into. I mean, I had my 12th birthday at the new Comiskey Park right after it opened. My family and friends, like we all got to go and sit in the bleachers and shit. It was really cool. But it's just weird. Like I remember Frank Thomas being a rookie and watching his rookie card value explode. And my uncle had taken me to a White Sox game where the Sox were down and like really getting their ass kicked. And he's like, let's just leave. So we leave early and fucking we're listening to the game on the way home. And Bo Jackson hits a grand slam to like win the game after we had just left the stadium because they were losing. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I missed it. It was such a cool, like, golden era of baseball.
Yep. Yeah.
So Joel, I think what we need to do is we need to get you to come back up here to the Midwest, at least for a visit. I know you've fairly recently gotten back to Chicago, but you could extend your Midwest trip. You could come up to Minneapolis. We could say it's not that big of a deal to drive down to Decorah, go see Eric at Toppling Goliath. Which, by the way, if you guys have not ever had Eric on the United We Drink pod, you guys should get him on. We mostly just made really bad puns the entire episode, and it was brilliant. It was beautiful. Side note: when I went down to Decorah and hung out with Eric, I had never given him my phone number, and so I sent a direct message with my phone number to him. I didn't realize I fat thumbed one of the numbers wrong. And so the entire weekend, he was text messaging all of this shit to some stranger in St. Paul, Minnesota. God knows what that was missing it. And I didn't get a single thing. But yeah, no, come on up. Like JT will drive up Des Moines to Decorah. Isn't that bad of a drive?
No, I need to go to Decorah. So yeah.
And then Aaron, fuck him.
He lives in the West Coast, so yeah.
I would love that, man. I mean, I was up there. I was up there in July for not the best reasons, but I did have a good time while I was there. I was there 2 years ago, and I'm basically there like every few years, and although I can't really call it home, I couldn't call anywhere home really, but I'm so enamored with the beer culture, the emphasis on lagers and quality, and not just the flavor of the week, like what have you done for me lately kind of thing that we experience down here so much. And like I just Googled weather, like it's like 28 by you guys. People think I'm insane. I'll take 28 any day. Today was like mid 70s down here, which is supposed to be cool, but with the humidity, it's like, forget it. It's brutal.
Yeah. So the one thing I will say about all of that, so my daughter's school got out 2 hours early. And so I left the brewery, which is in Northeast Minneapolis, and drove down to her school, which is in Bloomington, which is 12 to 15 miles away. And in theory, we should all know how to drive in snow. Oh my goodness. And then yeah, it was frustrating to say the least. Like they literally waited until after the storm to call school early rather than doing it in advance of things. Like the smart thing would be, hey, a storm is coming, let's call it.
Let's get everyone home safe before it actually fucking happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Or hey, let's have a bunch of adults who don't know how to drive on snow wipe out in the parking lot around a bunch of little kids. Like, I don't know which is the better way to go. I have an opinion. Maybe I'm not an administrator. I don't know how this works.
Natural selection, what?
Well, that's the problem. That's not natural selection because the idiots that are driving are taking out the people who aren't naturally selected.
Fair point.
Yeah. And so we did get, I don't know that it's done. I think we're at like 8 inches right now.
That's what she said.
Oh, God damn it.
It was hanging right there.
I was just going to say, don't say it.
That's a hanging breaking ball in the middle of the plate. You got to take a swing at it. Even if you fell it off.
It was an ephus pitch, JT. You can just shake
that
your
was
head.
That was such a T-balls, just underhanded, slow pitch.
Like Anthony Rizzo against Freddie Freeman?
I don't know what that means.
Anthony Rizzo struck out Freddie Freeman earlier this year.
Oh.
Anthony Rizzo was in relief pitching for the Cubs, and he was going against Freddie Freeman. He threw an ephus, and Freeman missed it and struck out. Just look it up it's hilarious. One of the most funniest moments in the past 3 years of Major League Baseball. But yeah.
So
anyway.
So welcome to the baseball Val Kilmer live stream that we have going on raising money for charity. Man, we're
Murder for Hire podcast.
Yeah. The Mike is probably killing people
as we speak.
I don't know what his preferred method of killing would be, and I don't want to speculate, but I'm slightly.
Oh, I'll speculate.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
If we're gonna get dark,
I'm gonna speculate. So Mike's here's the thing. Here's how Mike wants to kill people.
Wood chipper?
I've never met Mike in person. I've only seen him on screen.
Well, you're alive. Of course you've never met him.
So, well, yeah. But Mike seems like a lanky build guy. Would that be accurate, Joel?
I don't know. I'm not dead.
I mean, what do you mean by that? Because I feel like that,
like thin and tall, but yet muscular, maybe wiry.
I mean, he's thin and tall. I wouldn't say muscular, but I feel like he could probably strangle a cat.
Well, so that's where I was going, right?
I'm sorry. That ruined me. He could probably strangle a cat.
So that's where I was going.
This is when the live stream gets canceled right there.
My thought is Mike probably has to chloroform people and then he strangles them.
No. I feel like Mike would kind of be that guy with like the blow darts.
Oh, he's a distance killer.
Yeah, like he paralyzes you with a blow dart and then moves in for the kill.
No, see, I think he'd want to do it, up close and personal. That's why I'm saying, chloroform to kind of weaken you, and then he's going to strangle you.
Nah, he's just introverted enough that he needs to have distance between him and his victim.
Oh, blow darts.
Blow darts is an interest. Jesus, what has this become? This is already where we're at.
We're 3 hours in, Tim.
Oh, it's legit. We're 3 hours and 20 minutes into it.
I know, and we're stuck at 1090, and I think we're getting
this is not helping.
Were we gonna have a surprise guest for like $69 that never happened?
Yeah, we've been trying to get a couple surprise guests on.
I would be happy if we can at least hit last year's, numbers. We're only like $110 away.
Correct. $110. So we did 1,200 last year. So, and I mean, so my brother believes Mike murders people with blunt objects, strike after strike after strike, according to the chat. So he's using cue balls or something to just bash people across the head.
See, I don't see that anger in him. I feel like he's more of a passive kind
That's
of.
the thing. You never
Yeah.
see it until it's
No,
too late.
I know, but I just feel like it's more of the passive kind of, I'll place the bomb under the car and press the button from miles away kind of thing.
I suppose.
What an awkward silence.
Oh man.
That would have helped you there. That I took a mouthful of Cheetos here, and then these other
Punchy
two
or puffy?
assholes laid out on you and didn't say a damn thing for like 30 seconds there. Like,
I had nothing to add to that.
terrible.
Whatever.
Just leaving Joel out
We're
there.
at $1,100 right now
Wait,
Oh, wow.
wait. We got another 10?
for me.
Oh.
$1,110. Did you do it twice?
I hope
No, I don't think so.
Oh no, I think my brother did again. Aaron's cooler older brother. I'm assuming is
Yeah.
what that says. And
No,
you
mine was
speak
Tim sucks. That was me.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. I'm okay with it. We might hold on. Breaking news. Aaron, you want to do the breaking news voice?
Dun, 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 dun.
Breaking news.
Wow, that was really disappointing.
Because we had wait, who gave us breaking news? Was
David Graff, our old
What?
producer.
Well, he gave us the sound bite, but why
Yeah.
why did we use that?
Oh no, it was because of Neil
Oh,
Stewart.
that's right. Neil Stewart from Deschutes
Yeah.
broke some news on the Bitter Units podcast, because if there's one thing that Bitter Units is known for,
It's breaking news.
Breaking news.
it's getting scoops on the beer industry. And so our old producer found like this
strange accent.
this uncopyrighted breaking news sound clip thing from who knows where, from Eastern Europe or whatever, that did not sound right, but it worked so that we could at least break all of the hot scoops we get in the industry. But breaking news, we might actually get a guest here in a second. So hold tight.
Your Mike wants
Okay.
to see the anguish on their faces. I believe.
Oh, wait, who said that?
My brother. He
Oh.
might be the only person besides us still on listening, but
But he's not he's not wrong. And by the way,
Jesus
Christ. How much has your brother had to drink?
enough.
No.
but not enough.
I love the man because he makes fun of you.
Yep, he's good at it. He's had a lot of practice.
He's very good at it. I'm not even going to give like anyone who's listening to this later, because the thing is, this will still live on YouTube after the fact. For all of our YouTube content, which includes this live stream, and I just created the channel yesterday. I'm not even going to give your brother the satisfaction of reading out loud what he wrote.
Why not?
What? The fact that he says Tim is the best?
No, that
It says it right there. Tim
I-
is the best.
I know.
Tim,
but-
you don't suck. Don't let them talk to you that way. You just follow JK. Tim is the best.
Do you know how to read? What the hell was that?
I don't
No,
know. But apparently he's stuck on yell.
Weren't you in media? Wasn't this a thing? No, yeah.
Oh.
See, JT reads it and he does it. It gives a terrible line read.
Fire.
Yeah.
Murder Mike wants.
By the way, Anya already said it's Killer Mike, which is a brilliant
Yes.
double entendre, and I thought that was genius when she called that out. I think Killer Mike is the way to go. Good content, guys. Thank you very much.
I was just looking, to see who was in the chat and everything. I wanted to be sure one of us were keeping up with it. Thank you to everyone who's following along and putting up with our bullshit these 3.5 hours. I mean, we're at Titanic runtimes here.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
We're doing good. I mean, that's how this all goes.
Where'd Aaron go?
We just lost Aaron.
Yeah. Do we really miss that? Let's be honest.
Not his face.
So, Joel, one thing we didn't touch on that I did kind of want to get on. I didn't. You guys changed up the dynamic of the podcast. You brought in Kevin. He's been a fantastic addition to the podcast, in my opinion. Not that I don't enjoy listening to you and Mike, but I know you guys at this point. I feel like we've been friends for a long time. It's been fun to see a new voice come into your podcast and offer something different. But you guys talked about it briefly, I guess, when he joined, but you really haven't talked into how and why, because like your paths have crossed multiple times now in the brewing industry. So you guys work together at Due South, right?
Yep.
And so now you're at Barrel of Monks together,
Right.
but am I missing something? Was there anywhere else where you intersected, or was it just those two?
So, how do I explain this? Mike and I were day one guys at Due South, May 12th, 2012. Mike moved in full time and, left corporate America a little bit before I did and helped campaign to bring me aboard full time, which I eventually did. And then within that first year, that's when Kevin came aboard. Kevin was, kind of the man at Funky Buddha, and sort of, he was sort of one of the guy who kind of founded this whole extreme beer movement almost. I mean, it's weird to talk about him in those terms, but it's kind of the truth. He was the guy backstage doing all the apple pie beers and the maple bacon coffee porters and all that shit. And I guess wasn't very happy where he was. And it's, he helped kind of move them into the big production facility they're in today, from the lounge they were at, but, eventually joined us at the brewery we were at. And it was sort of fortunate that he came along and spent a little over a year with us, because he was very much a mentor to me and gave me the right sort of approach and values and everything in the training when it came to beer, because I was being trained by very inexperienced people, and he brought kind of a wealth of knowledge and experience and, working for a brewery that had a lot of hype behind it and all that kind of stuff, and understood scaling up from like a 1.5 barrel brew system in a little brew pub to, I don't even know what kind of system they have over at the big production facility at Funky Buddha now, but it was very fortunate he came along when he did, because he helped train me and helped me understand the process and everything. So He spent a little over a year with us and then moved on to be a founding brewer and kind of co-founding partner of Barrel Amongst, where we're both at now. I remember the day Kevin left Due South, and Mike and I kind of looked at each other like, we're fucked, aren't we? And we thought like we were kind of screwed without him, because he really brought a lot of great process and everything with him, and taught us a great deal. And it's kind of cool being back underneath his wings now as an owner and a kind of operations manager that he is now. And he's a great fucking dude, and I've learned so much from him. But we all sort of came up together.
No, that's awesome. I think he's been, and I love Phil.
Anye.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Anye.
let's go.
Anye.
Hey!
Anye. Yay!
I love the
Campaign.
dovetail hat.
If you guys, if anyone who isn't Anye is still on the chat, welcome, Anye. Welcome, Ms. Carter, to the Bitter Units United We Drink live stream for charity. You got a shout out earlier as
No, she got her fireball again.
I think Joel said that it was his favorite, or who said it was?
I did.
Joel said it was his favorite episode. I almost called him out because I wanted to say it wasn't 2021, and then I had to look back and went, shit, that was 2021.
As I was saying that shit, I felt like, fuck, this was probably last year, wasn't it? But I didn't care, because I appreciate the candor. That takes precedent over timeline to me.
Well, so for Anya, you're kind of a closed book. You're not very honest. You hold things close to the vest.
Oh, definitely. Secrets.
International woman of mystery.
Yeah. It's good to see you guys. Let's get this thing to 1,200.
Right? Well, this is why I brought you on. Like, we need
Well,
to have.
Hopefully.
It's like a telethon. You bring out your biggest stars at crunch hour, right? I did a telethon, and so my first job out of college was for a nonprofit, and so we would always do the Variety Club telethon, and we brought out Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Oh!
Yeah, and so I am Anna, you've met me. I'm not a substantial man. I'm not a big man.
You guys have met in person?
We have. Yeah.
Him talking to one saying not a big man must be,
Yeah. Next to Hacksaw Jim Duggan, I am a tiny man. But we did a couple of bits live at like 2 a.m. on the Variety Club telethon. So I guess what I'm saying, Anya, is you're our Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
All right. I have so much Who's on First content right now. So yeah, just let's go.
Yeah, no, honestly, out of everyone here on the chat right now, or including Aaron, whenever his internet comes back, JT is actually the only one I've never met in person.
Yeah, it was 2 blocks from your house and you were taking a nap, so.
Yeah, and
Wait, you guys have never met?
No.
Nope. He was in town for a weekend, and he sent me a text that said, "Hey, I'm headed over to Wooden Ship," which is literally a brewery 5 blocks from my house. But I was asleep on the couch because it was a Sunday afternoon. So I didn't get the text until I woke up 2 hours later, and it was too late.
By the time you sent me the text, I had just left and I was heading out of town, I'm like, yeah, I'm not turning around right now. So yeah, after 6 samples and a couple beers of Wooden Ship, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to go back to Wooden Ship and have a couple more. So yeah.
Yeah.
But no, next time.
So literally, he was blocks from my house, and I missed out.
And I had beers in my car that I was going to take to him. That I'd have to ship to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
But still, it's on the way. I shipped it today. You should get it tomorrow
Perfect.
from Lake Time.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it for sure.
Oh, such a good beer, Anya.
So good.
No,
Here's to the haters.
is Sierra Nevada one of the best like brewers in America? Like
Yes.
Oh yeah.
No,
Fuck yes.
Shit.
not
Yes.
one of the best. I'm going to put them as the best.
Yes.
What do they do that's bad?
If they do something bad, they almost always learn from it. And that's
Yeah.
the thing. Like they're just such smart people and they're like willing to like go out there and like figure it out. But yeah, like when I went to Chico, they treated
Mhm.
us awesome. Like took us out to dinner. It was amazing.
Well, the thing is also like it's not a bad beer, it just doesn't agree with my palate. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's one of the things. And Joel, I think you and I could probably go off on a rant on this of the difference between a bad beer versus a beer you don't like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've fortunately been to both Sierra Nevada facilities. One was almost 6 years ago. I had a brief stint at UC Davis that my first brewery sent me out to do the kind of brewing school shit. And one of those days, like one of the days of the week that I was there at the school, like they sent us to Sierra Nevada. And I distinctly remember, being on this tour, and the girl who did the tour was like, she started as a hostess in the kitchen, the restaurant, knew nothing about beer when she first started, but they have such a great culture and training and they involve everyone to the point where now she can take us through this whole entire tour. And, there was a moment when we walked up to the bottling line and they were, what was it, like Hop Hunter or some shit? One of those IPAs that they, a few years back. I forgot exactly what it was, but, that was coming off the line and she walked up to the bottling line and was like turning this knob and slowed down the bottling line. So like it was still filling, but everything came to a crawl and we could watch everything as it was happening. And she knew everything, had an answer to every question. And it was so inspiring that, they took someone who was just a hostess in the kitchen or the restaurant and made them this tour guide that knew everything about the brewery and could answer every question with just this deep knowledge. And, she taught us how they like every employee who comes on, they test their palate. And if it meets certain standards, you become part of the sensory team. It doesn't matter if you're a brewer or a janitor. If you have a certain palate, they're going to put you on the sensory team. And that goes towards all of their, product development and sensory and quality control and all that shit. I mean, it was just so incredible. And I remember distinctly like being out there. It was this shitty, rainy day in January. And there was a guy out. They have forklifts with these special attachments on the end that like clamp down. So it would be like if this were the torpedo that they hook up to the fermenter full of whole leaf hops, to do their recirculating with their like this is what torpedo means. And they had a special like clamp attachment on the forklift that held up the torpedo. And somebody was outside and the torpedo was like upside down and they were just raking whole leaf fucking soggy hops out of it. And this guy was in a raincoat. I mean, he looked like a goddamn crossing guard or something. but he's out, in the outside area, just raking out these fucking shitty wet hops that have been spent. And he had the biggest smile on his face, and he was alone. It's not like he was conversing with anyone, but I'm just watching him work and have this smile on his face. And I'm thinking, like, that is culture. That is their brewery's culture. And this guy is happy to be doing what he's doing in this shitty, rainy weather, doing this messy job. And it left such an impression on me. And then I got to check out their place in Asheville, and it's like, Jesus Christ, the compound they're on. I mean, breweries haven't spent what they spent just on the walk, like the pathway to drive up to the facility. Like they have this whole just drive path that has to cost more than what most breweries need to open and everything. So like, and just the food and the tours and the everything. I mean, they're just doing it right. I don't know if there's a good way to explain that, but they're just doing everything right. And I would trust their beer from several states away 1,000 times over the guys down the street. And I hate to say that, but that's just what it is.
That's true. It's true. It's so true. I mean, their quality is in bottle, can, draft, like they're not missing anything. I mean, at one of the few breweries who like went to the East Coast and like actually figured it out, like Brewer Stone went there and like Green Flash went there and like Ballast Point, they all went to the East Coast, but like really those facilities, like, I mean, Sierra Nevada like opened their flagship. They have 2 flagship coast to coast breweries, and like they're perfect.
Yeah, they fucking nailed it. Like you talk about those, like Ballast Point obviously had some struggles. Green Flash had some huge struggles. I'm not even gonna get into Stone because I've got things there. But Sierra Nevada really, no drop off. Like they took something complex and translated it in an entirely new environment. Pretty damn seamlessly, honestly.
Yeah.
Man. The one other place that I was going to mention was Oscar Blues. So the first time I went to Oscar Blues and got a tour there, the person giving the tour guide was a brewer who she had started out in the tap room, and she was a brewer, and she was going to nursing school. And so being a brewer was the way that she was putting herself through nursing school. And like I remember at the time being like, man, you have that backwards. And then after like, all this time in brewing, I'm like, man, you got that figured out. You're smart. One of Dave Berg's old brewers, Shells, put himself through nursing school because he also figured out like because after he left Shells, I think he went up to a place that basically just turned into they're a contract brewer, but they basically just turned into a seltzer factory.
Okay. Good to know.
But like she was so prepared at Oscar Blues to explain anything from the canyon line to what they were doing in the cellar to what they were doing in their barrel aging program to what that guy driving by in a forklift is going to do right now. And like I have no idea if she was a good brewer or a bad brewer, but she was using brewer to put herself through nursing school, and she was like all dialed in, and you could tell that facility meant that like everyone in that place was valued and had a role and cared about what was going on in that brewery, which is kind of insane to me thinking about so many breweries where like, I mean, you could probably go off on this for a while about how like not everyone cares enough at the brewery.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like you have your people who are just like, yeah, this is really cool working in a brewery. But the people who care are the ones who are like, I think I hear a weird sound, or I think I noticed like something off, or I think, I taste something off. Like those
Yeah.
are the people who care. Like
Yeah.
you
Right.
can't put money on that. Like it's really hard to find those people.
I mean, I came in once to find the hot liquor tank drained, and it was because because someone was trying to grab hot liquor for the mop bucket and left the wrong valve open.
Oh no.
Right.
Oh Jesus.
And like I get that. Like, first of all, a butterfly valve is not a complex mechanism, right? Like you should know if you've left a butterfly valve open. But also, if you're grabbing hot liquor for the mop bucket and then you fill up the mop bucket and you walk away, that hot liquor tank still has like water pouring out of that valve that
Yeah.
you opened up. Like, why aren't you noticing that? And why aren't you and if you don't know, why aren't you saying something to that? Is that a big deal? No, beer didn't get ruined. I'm not having to dump a batch, but you know what? I can't brew on Monday if I come in on Monday and the hot liquor tank is completely empty.
Yeah.
So if you're a taproom, I don't need a taproom employee to know how to brew beer, but I need them to be able to spot like what direction a valve should be pointed on some of those things, right? And so places like Sierra Nevada or like Oscar Blues, you can tell that anyone who's there, they've at least gotten them trained up to, or they've hired the right people who care.
Yeah.
So Joel, you've been in the position of having to hire people in. How do you get people who care?
It's such a funny question because I and I've tried to tell people like you can instill, you can do your very best to try to instill the right values and tell people, like, I really like to idiot proof things. I really like to say, look, if you do this, here's what's going to happen, or this is going to happen. I try. And that was the great thing about Kevin training me, was he really helped me understand the idea of like, well, if you run the pump at this speed, here's what's going to happen. But, if you, all the sort of checking of the boxes and the dotting of the I's and the crossing of the T's and the repercussions of everything. And I wasn't getting that from anyone else who was training me. So, the caring part is really, really tough because I left my first brewery to go work for a brand new sort of upscale brew pub where I would be running the show and making everything I want. And, the beer would be all me. So it was on me to train everyone. And there was this agreement we had where with ownership, where it was like, look, $10 is a very cheap investment for each employee, but like it's worth it if everyone gets a copy of tasting beer.
Yeah.
And everyone understands. Sorry?
I was gonna say I agree like 100%. like the it seems like a big dollar amount when you take that in the microcosm, but what it means for you guys.
Right. Because like I was saying earlier, first impressions are so huge. And we have to assume that every single beer we brew and pour is someone's first craft beer. And I feel like that just gets lost on so many fucking presumptuous douchebags who just think that, like, yeah, we've tapped into this hot new trend and everything's going to sell itself and we have very little effort on our part. That bothers the shit out of me. So, when it came to training people, I was very big on every time there's a new release, like, we are going to tell you what this beer is and what it's about and where it came from. And, like they really responded the best when they enjoyed the idea of like where the beer name came from.
Mhm.
so that when a tap room customer asks them, like, why is it called that? They can relay this funny story or whatever. And, everyone gets a laugh out of it and everyone enjoys it and it's all good. But, getting people to care, I mean, I feel like it's so impossible. I mean, it was so hard to communicate the idea to people in the front of the house. Like, I've taught you how to pour a correct beer, and we've gone to the trouble and expense of installing this, I don't want to say like state of the art, but like we have installed a brew system here with pumps and fobs and
Yeah.
fucking glass rinsers and the whole shit, to the point where like I'll watch people just pour these fucking god awful 50% foam, pours, and I'll step in and go, look, watch this, watch what I do. Do this like I'm doing it. And they do it and they understand, like, oh, like I don't have to keep fucking pouring foam, which is work, which is beer, which is
Right.
profit, the whole thing. Like just watch what I'm doing and understand the process. Like it's not just do what I do, but here's why it's happening. Here's why you need to hold the glass up to the light and make sure there's no dirt and lipstick. Because like, we're also serving chicken wings here. You think some of these glasses that are going to the dishwasher aren't loaded with just grease and fucking hunks of blue cheese and shit? Like, if you do the right process and follow the steps and do what you're supposed to do, like you should get a great pour every time.
Yeah.
And, people would just be like, oh, it's the fucking tap system. It's this, it's that. And then I would fucking pour one and it'd be perfect. And it's like, well, I don't know what you're doing. But, you try to communicate all the ethics and the values and everything as best as possible. But at the same time, it's like, this is my career. This is my life. And for this person who's just serving beer, this is their part-time job. This is their weekend cash. Like, it's not easy to make someone care at all.
But it's also the easiest fucking bartending job you'll ever have in your life.
Right. Yeah, we're not asking you to make fucking mudslides and buttery nipples and all that bullshit.
Yeah, most
Yeah.
Well, what is it to make it a buttery nipple? You just get it in
Oh, you just get it in a pudding cup. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So,
Aaron's back.
I made it back.
All right. So now that you have said that, Joel, I'm gonna let Anya give I don't even want to call it a counterpoint. I want it to say, okay, but here's the shit that all of these dumbasses are doing.
Well, yeah. I mean, the one thing was at the brew pub that I was at was it was always a point of contention because there was no on-site manager. So, but it was up to the brew team to set everything up for the bartenders for success. And so, but as far as troubleshooting went and anything like that, like it was kind of like, well, I mean, they know, right? They know about pressure and everything's under pressure and they know how to change a keg, right? Or read a keg swap list. Or it's just like, yeah, you can say all that, but like you should like have somebody reinforcing that. And so like, even though it was such an easy job, it's like, if you don't have anyone there to like reinforce all those good practices, then you're like fucking up a hill because you're going to seem like the asshole because you're like, hey, look at what I'm doing. Here's how to check the pressure. And if the pressure is low, then do this, do that.
Yeah.
If not, escalate it. And like, if you don't have people like who buy into that, who don't even check that, like, it's just like, I mean, people are only going to care as much as the place allows them to, or they're going to get away with as much as they can. If you don't have that reinforcement, you're just going to pull your fucking hair out.
No, I agree 100%. And, the brew pub for me was such a great learning experience and how to do things and not do things. And it was such a struggle for me because we had 6 general managers in 2 years. So imagine having a new manager come in every 4 months. So, the first one we had was such a great guy. I mean, he was so into the business of hospitality and really understood the idea that like we can make such a great experience and have people come back every time and enjoy themselves so much. And he got fired like a month before we officially opened because he was like a 60-something-year-old guy who apparently made a move on a 16-year-old girl who was painting a mural in the fucking brewery. Right. So like that was devastating. And then the guy that they hired in a rush to help get this place open was some schmuck from like chain restaurant experience. So he's thinking like quick service and Budweiser and the whole, I mean, his literal first order of business with me on day one when he came on was like, we should bring in Budweiser. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're a brewery. Like do you not see the tanks behind me? Like we make beer here. And he's like, yeah, well, people are used to that. And I go, well, why don't you go into the kitchen and tell the Italian chefs making our pizzas that people are used to Big Macs, so they should start making Big Macs. I mean, I literally said that to the guy because it was that fucking stupid to me. But we averaged a new general manager every 4 months, and that lent itself to the hiring and the firing and the training and the whole thing. So, this fucking buffoon, this other guy, like I would come in on the weekend to do a tour or just check gravities on the fermenting beers. And I take a look at the new menus that have been printed out and the guest taps. Like we had guest taps from brewery. Like I curated a guest tap list that, from breweries I respect and trust and the whole thing. And he has completely butchered their names and their locations and everything. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, if someone I knew, like if I was featuring Tim's beer and then Tim randomly shows up to the brewery and I've got, fucking Badger Hill misspelled and, like we had Cigar City beer on tap and he put Sig City. Like, do you know how fucking embarrassing that is? Like I know people from top to bottom in that place. So
when sorry, I hate to interrupt, but this made me think of, so speaking of some corporate chain restaurant fuck, I used to work at the corporate headquarters of Buffalo Wild Wings, so I am a corporate chain fuck. But we were trying to get the franchisees to like feature local beers for Craft Beer Week, and one of the restaurant guys put a Leinenkugel's beer on. We were very happy about that. But his beer menu called it Lynn Googles. Lynn Googles. Lynn Googles.
Tell me you don't give a fuck without telling me you don't give a fuck. Like, come on.
Joel, he put Lynn Googles Honey Vice on there. Lynn Googles.
Did he also spell Vice like a Vice on your
like
shop
Miami
bench?
Vice?
Oh man.
Lynn Googles.
Oh,
What do you, yeah.
Well, no, I was going to say that, at Barrel of Monks, we are partnered with, we kind of own Odd Breed Wild Ales, which is, basically the brainchild of Matt Manthe, who is, in my opinion, like the best brewer in Florida. He's kind of classically trained. He brewed at a local brew pub that was around for a while and used to do a lot of brewing at Thomas Creek in South Carolina. He went to brewing school in Germany, the whole shit, like really brilliant guy, knows what he's doing. Now he's very focused on wild ales and that kind of stuff. And, it's great to be, kind of partnered with him as we are. But I remember years ago when I was getting ready to move over to the brew pub and he came over to the brewery and he sat down with me in the tap room and I was just kind of seeking advice from him. And I asked, what what would you say is the biggest struggle? Like, well, like what's the hardest thing to deal with in a brew pub? And he straight up told me like the training of the staff and the front of the house people, because they are there to, serve drinks and food and just sort of be waiters and waitresses and not really give a shit about the beer part of it. So training is everything. And I really tried to make that a focal point in the beginning, and, initially had the support of ownership. So like I was saying, we got everybody a copy of Tasting Beer. I had an agreement with the owner where it was like everyone had to, if you're serving a beer, you need to be at least certified beer server.
Mm-hmm.
And we would, you take the test and we'll reimburse you for it. I totally had that support. And then the minute, costs got out of control for the place, the fucking guy was like, get all those books back. Fuck that. Like, we're not doing that anymore. And,
Yeah. So I'm not going to name names of breweries that I've been at before, but I think people can do the math. Having underage people that can't even drink the beer to sell the, like, the thing that I don't think people realize enough is that the people pouring your beer behind the bar are your best salespeople. They're better salespeople than your distro rep sales guy is, than your sales manager selling to the distributor is. The best salespeople you ever have are the people behind the bar. And when when you hire people that don't talk about the beer or that can't talk about the beer, that's a challenge. I noticed that the current brewery I'm at, the best feedback we've gotten online was, man, our bartender Steve, he really took care of us. Our bartender Steve, he talked all about the beers. Our bartender Steve took time to just chat with us. Like, all this great feedback about Steve. You know who Steve is? He's the head brewer. And I posted that on our Slack channel and be like, man, I don't expect anyone to know how to brew beer like Steve, but you all are fucking capable of pouring beer like Steve. You all are fucking capable of talking to customers like Steve. I don't want you to be experts, but care enough and sell our beer. You're going to make better tips. You're going to get more customers in here, which means you're going to get better tips. Like just care about that shit. And like, I'm sure we're doing things wrong to not make them care, but I don't know. Anya, do you have like what could I do to get people to care more?
Making people feel invested in the business. I think like you need to like let them in on everything that you're doing, so that it's not like a puzzle. Because a lot of people were like, well, I don't know what you guys do. I don't know when your beer's released. I just show up, there's a new beer, tasting notes, stuff like that. I just felt like people like didn't have enough knowledge, and like taking the books away and like not making them certified beer servers, like not taking away that foundation, like it's just devastating. Because it's like, you come in and like, I'm sure we've all had this, like we bring friends in and then there's like a new bartender and you're like, oh man, you're like, let me get behind the bar and pour beers for you, because this person's new, they're not up, or this person's like not knowledgeable, they're a nice person, but they don't really like, they're not buying in. I think like you gotta like invest in the employees and be like, make it a happy atmosphere that when part-time people come in, they feel like they can come in, do their shift and leave, not come in, have stuff out of place, have conflict with other coworkers, management, not know what's going on. There's always some shit out of place. Like just like there's super little things that like you can just nail, but you got to have the buy-in of everyone. The minute people think that they can get away with stuff, that's when shit started like going wrong. When like, people start fucking pouring more foam, people stop doing reports at the end of the night, and you're like, man, what are you doing here? Well, the owner was here drinking, so he said it was okay.
Which is frustrating. So like Steve and I did a beer school for the bartenders, And only half of them showed up, so there wasn't a ton of accountability there, and the owners were sort of there and present. The taproom manager was only there for a little bit, and like we're not doing this for our own vanity. We're not doing this to just show off about beer. Like we're doing this to like get you guys invested in what's going on here. So I kind of think like what you're saying about like the owner was here and he didn't care. Like getting top down engagement is probably a huge thing, right?
Yeah, because the owner that I worked with, like he was there for like important things, but like day to day he wasn't there. And he was like, well, if something's important, like let me know. And it's like, okay, well, who's to say like what's important? It's your business. So you should be here when you think you need to be here. If there's no manager in charge, like figure that out. Like it was just too much. Like I couldn't handle managing the bartenders and doing my shit. Like I just wasn't good at it.
Yeah. But I like managing upward to owners.
Yeah.
It's not easy, right?
Yeah, telling owners like what's going on, or like being like, hey, this is broken. And if they give you like a shit fix, because we all know owners are like, what's it cost to fix that? And you're like, just fix it the first time, motherfucker. And then like all of a sudden, like all these things start popping up, and you're like, it's really hard because they're only going to pay attention to what they want to pay attention to, right?
Yeah. I don't think Joel's ever run into that though. I think every brewery that Joel's ever worked at, all the owners understand what's going on. So
Dude, I couldn't give notice at my first brewery because the owner took the day off to go golfing, but it was like a fucking monsoon that day. Like the skies were black and he couldn't golf. So he still just stayed home anyway. I mean, I've worked for too many absentee, landlord type people. Like it's their hobby, it's their side gig. It's like, oh, I'm gonna open a brewery, and it's just all fun and games. And it's like, well, it's not for the fucking people who have made it their career and whose reputations and everything are riding on everything that happens. I mean, the front of the house shit, I feel like rarely gets discussed. And this is such a great topic of conversation because, after 4 breweries now in a decade, I don't know how to make anyone care. I have tried and tried and tried. I mean, when I was at the brew pub, I did a series of beers called Group Thing, which was like, I'm going to have a few people from the bar staff or front of the house come in, brew a beer with me, understand how all of it works, so that they can then take that knowledge and apply it to what they're doing in the front of the house, right? They can, if someone goes, what's up with the hops in this beer, or how is this made? They actually understand it because they were there from start to finish. Now, the first few people I did it with, I called it Group Thing because everyone thought like this is a group effort and we're all in this together. Realistically, I called it Group Thing because everyone was convinced that these 3 people were fucking each other. And nobody knew that but me. But, I was thinking of Coming to America when that one woman's like, I'm into the Group Thing. So that's where the name came from. But the staff was into it. I mean, they bought into it. They're like, fuck yeah, we'll come in and brew a beer with you. And every single one of these people eventually ended up getting fired because it was just, like they would take, like, everyone would get free food at the end of the night. And they would order a pizza before we did last call. And then they would like stash the pizza in the mash tun, to like set it aside before they go home for the night. And then I come in the next day and it's in there, and I'm like, what the fuck is a pizza doing in the mash tun?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
Well,
it's
it-
so
I mean, I also had a problem with like front of the house people who were like not doing their fucking job and like telling the fucking owner, like, these are your people. Like, they're not doing a good job. I'm not saying fire them. They're just not doing a good job. And like, I can
Right.
see it.
But there's so many of those people that got hired because, well, you know what, that's my buddy's daughter.
Well,
or
yeah.
that's or you know what, yeah, I know, but she's really like, there's always excuses that come up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say, so not just to be a bunch of like dickhead brewers talking about how shitty taproom employees are, um uh because when you have great ones, they're awesome, right? Like some of the people at Badger Hill that have been around forever are amazing, and I love them, and they're friends for life, and they're fantastic. um but what I will also say is the flip side is that I used to try to get my brewers like, you know what, man, we need to have a night where production takes over the bar. Let customers come meet the people who make the beer. Let production come up here. And then let the production team learn what it takes to run the beer and pour the beer and talk about the beer and all of those things. And I get that like not everyone is built to be a customer facing person, but like there is a two-way street there where like you have to like be able to understand. At the end of the day, we're selling beer to a customer, and if you can't understand who that customer is, whether or not you're a taproom employee or a production employee, you all have to understand why we're doing what we're doing. If you just want to make the beer that you love, great, cool, that's called homebrewing. What I need for anyone from a taproom employee to a brewer is understand why we're doing what we're doing and who we're doing it for.
I think we should ask Aaron what kind of customer he is. Is he a customer who's like you serve him and he's like, leave me the fuck alone? Or does he need to like have a little flirtation, you know, hey, how you doing? Like, how are you today? Like, what kind of customer are you, Aaron?
Honestly, it very much depends. I mean, I know that's terrible to say, but like there are days where I just want to walk in, sit down, drink 2 beers, have fucking nobody talk to me.
Yeah, don't talk to me, don't look to me, just pour me a beer.
And there are days where I walk in and I will strike up a conversation with the bartender or whatever, right? I am a sit at the bar kind of person, mostly because a lot of the times when I'm in bars, I'm by myself because I'm on the road or whatever, traveling for my real job. So there are days where I sit down and I do want to talk to somebody, so I'll banter a little bit back and forth. But you know, I would say more often than not, I'm in there to have a beer or two and get the fuck out. Especially if I'm alone. If I'm with somebody, and you know this, we've been out together.
Yeah.
Completely different, right? I'm the guy that'll bring a 6-pack of Miller High Life back to the table.
This is true.
So,
True.
you know, but if I'm by myself and I'm just looking to have a drink, I'm usually a leave me alone type. But I'm also, I don't know, a reasonably sized fellow, and I can be pretty good at putting off the fucking don't talk to me vibe. So
it's not your size, it's your face. I just want to put that out there.
That's part of it for sure.
So
you know.
so in the chats here, Joey Stats 707 says great bartenders bring me back. And I think that's right. Like that's what it really comes down to is great bartenders bring me back. At the end of the day, I may know a lot about beer. I may know nothing about beer. I don't need my bartenders to teach you about beer. I need you to be credible. I need you to be competent. I need to be able to talk to someone. If someone's like, and Joel, you could probably speak to this as well. Like the amount of like beer nerds and homebrew nerds that try to come in and prove how smart they are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I vividly remember one guy giving me an absolute ear beating at my first brewery. And this was, I mean, I was still very green and everything, but I was working in the brew house, and a guy had kind of pulled me aside. It was just one of those situations where, like, that first brewery, we had to go into the tap room to get hops. Like, it was all in the same walk-in. So it was all open air and everything. So, it was very hard to separate the customer from the production and everything. So I really remember this one guy from like California or something who obviously has a much more evolved beer culture, just kind of giving me shit about one of the bar staff not really knowing her stuff and everything. And, part of me is thinking like, look, I get that, but she's like a kindergarten teacher. This is her part-time job. So in a way, it's understandable if she doesn't know everything, but at the same time, you also want everyone representing your beer as bestly as possible. So you want them educated and everything. It's a very weird balance.
I don't need everyone to be a cicerone, but certified beer server shouldn't be above and beyond.
Right. It's not difficult at all. And I really try to instill at the very least, like, don't shit on other breweries, know what you're serving, know how to pour a proper beer. But the one thing I really just try to effectively communicate is like, look, you guys are the front lines. You are the ambassador. I constantly said it does not matter what I do back there. It doesn't matter if I win any awards. Doesn't matter if our shit is the best in town. You are the front lines. You have to understand what you're doing, how to communicate that to the people you're serving, and give them a proper pour at the end of the day. And it was fucking impossible sometimes. I mean, it really was. And it shouldn't be. That's why it's so frustrating. It's like all you're doing is pouring beer, but at the same time, people made it out to be like it's the hardest thing they've ever done.
All right. So you asked Aaron what type of customer he is, but I also know that you've had beers with Aaron. So I'm going to ask you, what type of customer is Aaron?
He wants to be like at the bar, ordering, hey, when I get there, I need a bartender right there. So here's my card. Take it. I need a beer, cocktail, whatever. He's actually really nice to the bartenders, bar staff. I can verify that.
Yeah, he's surprisingly nice for as
Yeah.
Despite what his face betrays.
Yeah, it's pretty hideous. I have never been a server. I've never worked in the restaurant industry. But I know a lot of people who have, and I look at it in the fact that the people who are doing this are there to, and this is going to sound kind of wrong, but they're there to help facilitate me having a good time. So if I'm shitty to them, that is not helping me have a good time. It's if I treat them well, they treat me well, everybody has a good time. And that's all we want. That's all anybody should be able to ask for when they go out. You're going out to have a good time. And if you bring the negative to the good time, you're a fucking bastard. That's really what it comes down to. If you can choose to blow things that go wrong out of proportion, or you can choose to say, well, sometimes it happens, and go on and continue to have a good time. Things don't always go perfectly, and but there's no reason to treat people poorly.
Unless they're your brother, then I think we can probably
correct. There's always a reason to treat him poorly.
I think there should be service industry conscription, like just like the way the Israelis make you serve 2 years in the military. Americans should spend 3 to 4, like fuck college. You should spend 3 to 4 years waiting tables, bar backing, bussing tables, and just really be the kind of, shit heel of the American consumer because like when I go out, I mean, my expectations are always so low and everything, but I'm as nice as I possibly can to whoever's serving me, constantly with the please and thank you and excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you and all. Not, you're my indentured servant and you're going to get 40 lashes if you don't get me my fucking side of ranch.
Right, but that also doesn't mean
ranch.
That's how you know he's Midwestern.
Yeah.
He's Midwestern at heart because he wants the side of ranch. But you also, Joel, to that point, you don't have to treat a service industry person like an indentured servant to also point out when, hey, something is subpar, right? Like if you order a steak medium rare and it's well done, you don't have to treat anyone like a dick to be like, hey, this isn't what I ordered. Or because so much, like Aaron can talk to this, like so many people like in Eastern Iowa where we grew up, like I know I ordered the chicken Parmesan, but I got the veal piccata, but I'm not going to say anything to anyone because that would be rude, right? Like you don't have to do that. That's not doing anyone any favors. It's not teaching the restaurant how to be a better restaurant, but you don't have to be a dickbag like, hey, motherfuckers, you screwed up my order, fix it. And you don't have to be overly, I'm so sorry to bring it. Like there's a right way to do it. And it does kind of require like tact and some deft language, but I think you can do both of those things, right?
Yeah, I'm so weird about this because being, having the few years of brew pub experience I did, which is basically a restaurant, really shifted my perspective on a lot of things and what to expect and how to behave and kind of just deal with the overall restaurant experience. So, when I go to a place and they're like, yeah, it's going to be a 30-minute wait, and you're looking around and you see nothing but, shitty tables that haven't been bussed. And, you can kind of tell when places are off their game and it's probably going to be no better for your experience there. There's just so many factors. I mean, I've never really been in that situation where it's like, oh, I ordered medium rare and I got well done or anything, and even if that happens, I kind of just,
you've never been to a Golden Corral.
I mean, my wife gets really mad because I'm a real glutton for punishment. So what'll happen is like, we'll go to some shitty chain on occasion and for whatever reason, we've been seated, but there's no waiter or waitress coming. Yeah. And I'm like, I will fucking sit here until 2024 and just watch and wait to see how bad it gets. I'm just like, it's something I just do. It's a glutton for punishment kind of thing. I will wait and see how absolutely bad it gets until someone finally notices. And she's, of course, like, will you fucking say something? I just want to order. Like,
I mean, in her defense, you are paying a premium, right? Like the maitre d' of Taco Bell should come over.
It's a Taco Bell cantina.
Yeah, exactly.
But then you get into these situations where, like, so like that happened one time. And then the manager would just, so finally I get up and I go to the front and I go, hey, we got seated a little while ago. We haven't seen anyone yet. Like, we're ready to order, that kind of thing. And they're like, oh, we're so sorry. Like, we'll send somebody right over. And then, you know, someone comes and takes your order, and then the manager comes over and starts apologizing. And it's like, here's my business card. Here's a free meal. We're not going to charge you for this. Can we get you dessert? Can we get you drinks? Can we give you this? And it's just like at a certain point where you're so frustrated, and it's just like, can you please just fuck off? Like, we really want to just, you know, do what we came here to do and get out of here. Like, please just back off. And so it's always a tricky situation for me. I always have to try to, you know, properly calibrate my expectations based on where I am and, you know, what the place is like and the whole deal. I mean, it just Florida overall, I have the lowest expectations possible. So
I mean, like this is like a fancy Jimmy Dean's where they actually have tablecloths. So maybe.
I mean, look, if no one has, you know, properly cleaned the chocolate fountain since I've been there, you know, if the skewers aren't properly lined up.
Okay, so Joel, we've beat this topic to death, but it did come up with our listeners, and this is a charity live stream, so I feel like we need to listen to our listeners. No. Trail DG has brought up something that Aaron has already decided to weigh in on.
Wait, hold on. Pause for 1 second before we go into that.
Okay.
I do want to announce that we are $50. $50
away
from meeting last year's goal. Thank you so much to the last couple of people that have donated, that have gotten us so close.
Oh yeah, thank you.
It's greatly appreciated, and I just wanted to make sure we made mention of that we're very close. Voss was one of those people, and let me find the second one. I want to make sure I shout it out because
Jake, thank you very much, man.
Dan, also here. Thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We have been at this for a while now, but we're still having a good time. So as long as we keep getting them trickled in, we'll keep drinking. You know, why not?
Again, we don't get anything from this. The charity live stream doesn't get anything from this. This is just a way to get you guys to laugh at us being jackasses while we go off on meaningless rants that Joel and I have like complained about so many of these things over and over and over and
Val
over.
Kilmer tangents.
Well, that too.
Anyways, back to what Tim was talking about.
Okay.
We got this question, and it was Tim, can you drop the donation link into the
I just saw that. I'm doing it right now.
Perfect. Fun debate locally last week, according to Trail DG. Free sample of beer, yay or nay, at a brewery. Flights, ? Etc. ? So the various things that people ask for. I weighed in that samples are okay. 1, maybe 2. I think if you go, can I sample this and can I sample this and can I sample this, you're a fucking prick. If you have 3 IPAs on tap and you want to sample a couple of them, decide which one you want. Okay, I get that. That's fine. Flights, I believe my stance on flights is pretty well known by now.
But actually, before Joel answers, because it brought up both the flights and just the samples, I would actually like Anya to respond to this first.
All right, so the splashes thing, I'm a hard 2 splashes. Very aggressive 2 splashes.
Okay.
You get 1 is like you tickle your palate. 2 is like you got to make a decision. You got to like hit the gas and go. 3, you're literally fucking me. And I don't like that. Like, do not fucking 3 splash me. Flights, I would love 3, but we used to serve 6 at the brewery, and 6 used to make me really mad. So I feel like you're not going to get through 6 5-ounce pours, but people loved it. 3 5-ounce pours, that's good, but not 6. No way.
Okay, so I'm actually going to give my answer before I let Joel talk because Joel's probably going to make the most sense.
It's the first time anyone has ever said that.
Oh, trust me. As soon as the words left my mouth, Joel, I also questioned whether or not I should have said it. No, I'm not anti-flight. I'm not pro-flight. What I will say is that I understand the role of flights. I will even argue that I understand that they are necessary. My big thing on flights is I don't like when people come down on breweries that don't offer flights. Because to me, I get why a brewery wouldn't want to offer flights. I get that the way, first of all, flights are a shitty way to experience beer. Like at a winery, if you've ever gone to a winery and done a wine tour and they do a flight, it's a flight, right? But that's a guided flight. You have someone that's guiding through what you're supposed to be tasting in each thing, what the experience is. At a brewery, a flight is basically a rack of 4 shots of beer. It's like there's not anything craft and artisanal about that. There's not anything experiential about that. It's just here's a rack of 4 shots of beer. I don't want, as much as I don't want anyone's experience to be subpar outside of my brewery, I don't want their first experience with my beer inside my brewery to be subpar. And I don't think that's a great way to experience that beer that first time. I'll also say that because beer is caught in between wine and everyman, right? Wine is super pretentious, super elite. It doesn't even have to be pretentious or elite, but it is certainly. Joey Stats talks about Russian River Forks and that paddleboard. I've been to Russian River multiple times. I've had several of their paddles. Man, I actually really like it. It's still not the ideal way to do those things, especially because the number of flights that I see where the flight comes back and they're all like 3/4 drink and it wasn't even worth it in any way, shape, or form. I don't know that you see that in food, right? Like I can order the appetizer sampler, but I'm getting a full serving of appetizers on that thing. I can't say, you know what, give me a bite of that hamburger and a bite of that steak and a bite of that pork chop, and then I'll decide what I want to finally eat for my meal. So I get why breweries don't want to do that. Like, I'll sell you a fractional pour. I'd much rather sell you a fractional pour and let you, and figure these things out. Or I'll even give you a couple of samples. Now, don't abuse that and get to Anya's point. Don't order.
Start literally fucking her.
A sample of this, a sample of this, a sample of this.
Literally.
Right?
Literally fucking
right?
her.
I get it. So it's not an idea. It's not the way I want you to try my beer, but I'm still happy to do it for you. So I'm not anti-flight, but what I am anti is I am anti the people who get angry at breweries that don't serve flights.
I'm anti your waffling on flights. Pick a side, Tim.
He's a politician. He's a politician. What are you running on an anti?
Look,
what are you doing?
It depends.
Flip-flopper, waffling.
It depends on what your definition of is.
Do you hear this? I did not have sexual relations with that woman. That's what he said.
Okay, so
I'm suddenly craving a Diet Coke.
So now that
is normal.
So this is the perfect time for me to go pee while Joel gives his answer.
I want you here for
transition.
it.
Okay, no, fine. I'll stick around. I'll listen, and then just keep it concise because I have to.
Okay,
pee.
well, that's not going to happen. But on a previous episode of your podcast, I was very diplomatic about it, and I think that angered Aaron there. And I was trying to give the best kind of diplomatic answer I could. And like you guys know me pretty well. I mean, my entire Twitter feed is basically like XYZ or go fuck yourself. But my Achilles heel is that I'm kind of always trying to look at everything from every different perspective, and I'm all over the place on this.
Jesus,
one.
he's waffling as much as I am.
Oh,
Seriously.
This is straight Waffle House headquarters right now. So look,
Smothered and covered right here.
I think the consumer has to be able to read the room and understand that if the bar is 3 deep on a Friday night and you order a flight, you're a fucking amateur asshole and you're going to be waiting a long time for that flight. Now, at the same time, I'm also like, we're ambassadors to the beer, and it is our job to always remember that everyone is, possibly new to this, and that first impressions are everything, and that we are trying to convert people from the normal bullshit they're used to this other thing we've got going on over here. So, it's up to us to kind of be a little patient and guide them through it and lead them to the right beer that hopefully they enjoy and will come back and order again and again. I do believe in the value of fractional pours. If I were to open a brewery today, I would not have flights, but I would have, 8 ounces. I think that gets lost on a lot of people. I think flights are just kind of the standard and everyone goes with it. And they think, that's just what we do and whatever. But like Tim said, I'm so glad he brought this up. I do think it is a shit presentation. I do not brew, hundreds of gallons at a time to be sampled 4 ounces at a time. You know what I mean? It's a small glass. It's not, you don't really get your nose in it. It's not a good representation of the overall beer.
And a beer changes while you drink it.
Sure. Yeah. And I've been in situations where, like I've told people, like, look, we have 20 beers on tap. You can have a 4-ounce sample of every single one of them. You can have a flight, or you can order 3 or 5 or 7. But understand that here's how it's going to go, and I've taught this to the staff at the same time. This is not something you can explain to people when the place is slammed. You can't say, hey, I know you want all 20 beers and you're from out of town and you want to try everything now, but we are going to bring you 4 at a time because they're going to get warm. They're going to get flat. I mean, sometimes it just doesn't allow for that sort of nuance and patience. Like sometimes it's like you just got to give them their beer and move on to the next customer. It's not always the ideal situation. Overall, I want everyone to try everything and find the right thing that they're going to keep coming back for. But they also need to understand that at a certain point, you're just impeding service by asking for a splash of this and a splash of that. I mean, we used to work with like a local brew bus who would bring, 20, 30 people at a time. And the guy was totally understanding who ran the bus. He was like, look, I know you guys are busy. Like, I'm going to let you know when we're on the way and you pick the beers. Like, I'll tell you when we're 10, 15 minutes out and you just pour, 20 flights of the same shit. And that's great.
Yeah.
Now, that might not lead to repeat customers and everything, but at least it helped, not fuck over the 40 regulars we have at the bar now, who we know are going to come back if we keep serving them properly. I mean, it's this whole song and dance that is such a tricky balance, and everyone's got 1,000 different viewpoints on it. And admittedly, I'm all over the place on it. I think it's such a situational, kind of game time decision when it comes to these instances that, like, there are times when it's like, you got to tell people like, hey, I understand you want a flight. We're fucked right now. Like, take a look around you.
Yeah.
It'll be a little while if you want a flight.
I think we kind of fucked ourselves as the craft beer in general, because we said we want to be an elevated experience like wine, but we still want to be as accessible as a bar. And so you have craft breweries that are trying to toe the line between being Arteza Winery and Grumpy's Northeast Dive Bar, and so you're trying to like do both of those things at the same time. You think some of those wineries in Sonoma and Napa and Anderson and Mendocino don't kill it? They do, because they schedule those things out and they have that planned and they know when those buses are going to come in. But I also remember one time when I was behind the bar and a bus came in, and one of my fellow bartenders was not working that day and he was just sitting on the other side of that bar. And the guy walked in from the bus and said, "I want 10 flights." And he just started laughing his ass off because like my fellow bartender is just like, oh, I'm so like, I want to be like, shut up, Adam, and get behind here and help me part these things. But he wasn't working, and I get it. But it's because those guys can't read the room. But we also, as an industry, have had to try to have our cake and eat it too. We want to elevate the beer experience, but still take all of the everyman qualities of beer. And we've kind of fucked ourselves into this awkward no man's land where we're trying to do both at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, the one time in all these years, and I've spent plenty of time behind the bar, believe me, but the one time I was like truly an intentional dick to a customer was, this was the early days of Due South, and we were really the only game in town. I mean, there were a couple of breweries, but they really weren't distributing, and everything was so spread out. It wasn't like, that place now is in like the brewery district. There's so many fucking breweries now, but back then, like, the bar would get like 3 deep on a weekend night. And I'm running back and forth. I'm fucking doing everything. I'm trying to serve as many people as possible because rule number 1 was make sure everyone's got a beer. And I'm like, I was one of those bartenders that's like, I'm not going to fucking shoot the shit and be your pal and everything. Like, I can if time allows for it and my job is done, but I'm not going to be like the fucking buddy bartender. I'm going to make sure everyone is served. Like, I'm just hustling constantly. And the whole, like, I'm the bar is like 3 deep this one night, and I'm watching this guy, like, he's there with his wife or whoever it was, and he's just staring up at the screen, the TV that's got the menu on it, and he's just staring all night, like feels like 1,000 years have gone by that he's just staring at this menu, and I'm getting this beer and I'm getting that beer and I'm pouring this and pouring that and helping everybody, and it's slammed and it's jumping and it's so busy. And then I finally get to this guy after watching him stare at this thing all night. And he's like, yeah, I'll have 2 Due Souths.
Yeah.
And like, he just ordered 2 of the brewery.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, the number of people that would come up and be like, yeah, I'll have your ale. I'm like,
Right.
Dude, we make 1 lager and we've got 12 taps. They're all ales. I don't know how to like I'm not even trying to be a dick. I don't know how to help you.
Right.
Help me help you.
Yeah. I mean, it's total amateur night. And at a certain point, it's like, you got to kind of put them in their place. So I go 2 Due Souths. I'm like, we got 13 Due Souths. Like, what do you want? And everyone around like laughed. Like, they all were kind of witness to it. And I felt terrible and everything, but it's like, at a certain point, like, you've got to be able to read the room. You've got to understand that this place is slammed and you don't know what you're doing and you don't know what you're looking for. And I'm trying to help you, but you're not making it any easier. You've been staring at this fucking menu for 20 minutes now and you still don't know what you want. You don't even know what you're ordering.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
these are the same fucking people who are in traffic all night with their turn signal on. There's a certain kind of group of people that are just very minimal self-awareness. They don't really have any sort of situational awareness. They don't understand what's going around them. They're just kind of deer in the headlights, lost in the woods. And like, you don't want to be a shithead to them, but at the same time, they're fucking you. And like, you can't serve other people who may come back because they're lost.
It's okay, Joel. I don't think JT is listening anymore. You can go ahead and call him out.
Aw,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm
poor
kidding.
JT.
We
JT
are
single ladies.
we are $10
$10
What?
away.
$10 away.
All right.
Wow.
Oh, come on. Somebody donate $10.
Yeah.
You've heard us ranting and raving for
Thank
fucking
you.
30 minutes about
Thank
service.
you. Thank you to whoever donated $20 under the name Buy Air and Flights. That's the latest one, I think.
I'm gonna be right back. I expect that $10 to come in while I am gone peeing.
Very graphic. Very graphic. All right.
All right. Pork Chop Hawaii said we haven't even talked about the dishwashers. What does that mean?
Who knows? But you can't try to decipher what he's saying sometimes.
Oh my god.
Asking people to read the room is like asking a monkey to not throw his poop. Good look, zookeeper. All right.
Well, this brings me to Joe. Not Joe Dirt. Wow. What the fuck is that guy's name? Joe Exotic.
Joe Exotic.
Oh, the
yeah.
tiger.
Tiger King.
Yeah, Tiger King. Yeah. We needed to see. I was okay with that IP theft. Like, if you wanted to steal Joe Exotic, I was completely okay with that.
See, it's too bad Mike isn't here anymore because his brewery did Tiger King last year.
Really?
Yeah, it was great fucking beer too. Cool label.
Wow.
I mean,
Great.
honestly, like, I kind of feel like reality TV is okay because fuck those people. You know,
They're not real
Like-
people.
like if you want to do a beer about the Jersey Shore, like, good luck. Like, who gives a shit? But
Dude.
you know, like, I saw a fucking beer today, a local beer no less, with Tom the Cat on it, and it's like, like, at least how old is Tom and Jerry? Like the 30s or 40s?
Oh, geez, yeah, probably.
Like, don't fuck with Tom and Jerry.
Well, I mean, you know, Tom and Jerry, notorious assholes. One is
Right.
not a bigger asshole than the other, though. I think they're both equally assholes. Okay.
I didn't make it, Tim.
Wait, I missed that. I just assumed she was talking about both you and Joel.
No, Tom and Jerry.
Tom and
Well,
Jerry.
we were talking about IP theft and everything. She was kind of going off on the whole Joe Exotic Tiger King thing, and I said it's too bad Mike isn't here because his brewery did a pretty good Tiger King beer last year. But I'm of the opinion, like, fuck reality TV. Like, there's no intellectual property there because there's nothing intellectual about it. So
Yeah, I think reality, like, so, and I mean, Joel, you're the intellectual puberty guy, right? Like,
I used to be.
I know.
Spoilers.
Well, no, but the thing is like, don't steal intellectual property. Like, aside from the fact that I don't want a beer made with candy and spaghetti and maple syrup and all that bullshit, don't put Will Ferrell's face on the fucking can. Like that's a really bad take. But yeah.
Who are you to say I can't fucking steal Will Ferrell's face? Okay.
It's just beer. Have fun. I love when Burt Reynolds died right around the, burgeoning brute beer fucking thing, and people were making beers called Brute Reynolds.
Oh, that was
Like,
so
somebody straight up put the photo of Burt Reynolds on the Playgirl cover on their can of beer, and it's like, look, motherfucker, just because somebody's dead doesn't mean that they don't have an estate that is handling their, likeness and their image and
Yeah.
licensing it out as they see fit. Like, I saw 2 fucking Murder, She Wrote Angela Lansbury beers. It's like,
I know.
who's drinking that shit?
What?
Like, is
Joel-
there Metamucil in it?
When are we gonna have a Golden Girls beer?
Hey,
Oh,
Joel.
there-
we already have.
We
Hey,
do?
hey,
Oh,
hey, Joel,
Betty White Ale.
Hey, Joel, take responsibility for your beer.
Yeah, take responsibility for your beer.
Yeah. From the same guy who put Skeletor on his fucking cans, whatever. I don't care. Like, I don't fucking care. It's that absurd now. I mean, this thing happened a couple of years ago, but like, I don't know what it was you guys were saying before about was it Mike or I don't know, somebody was saying something about not being tired of beer or whatever. Like, I'm fucking exhausted.
Yeah, no, well, that's what I was saying.
I could honestly never drink a beer again and not give a shit. And that has nothing to do with my ability to make beer and still care about my job and do what I'm supposed to do and make sure that I'm giving it, my utmost effort. But like, this whole fucking industry is so up its own ass and full of shit. And we've had like a Me Too reckoning and a racism reckoning. And I was saying on one of our last episodes, like, when is just the bad beer reckoning?
Yeah.
When is the bad business like, when is just being a jerk off reckoning?
But yeah, no, like, because I had said that, like, I was tired of beer, and Mike, and I get where Mike is coming from, and I still do like beer, and I don't, he came at it from the perspective of a brewery owner saying, "Hey, I can't believe you still like beer. I can't believe you still drink beer." And like, I get why he's defensive about that, right?
He's also referring to like some serious jerk offs. I mean, I can't get into it here, but
yeah, no, and
but
I
you could.
and I get again,
It's for charity.
Again, the Patreon, Jesus, if Joel and I really wanted to raise money, it would be for us to publish the messages that we send back and forth to each other. But
literally like penny for your thoughts.
The shit that he and I, anyway, but
Great
like
coffee table book.
Yeah, yes, with legs that fold out like an actual coffee table. But
Built-in cup holders.
But at the end of the day, though, dude, we're
Is he talking about a car? Like,
we're widget manufacturers, I guess is what I'm saying. We're widget manufacturers. We are car like, you don't, man. If I worked in the plastic extrusion factory that made fidget spinners, right? I don't need to be a fidget spinner enthusiast to be able to do my job. Right? It doesn't mean that I don't even care about my job. I might care about making the world's most perfect fidget spinner, which I don't know what the fuck that is. But that doesn't mean that I go home and use fidget spinners. Like, there's so much of that stuff. And like you said, this industry is so up its own ass that sometimes I just need a break.
Hashtag craft beer circle jerk.
Yeah.
Graphic image of especially since it's just like 9 white dudes with beards circle jerking and like 1 woman, statistically speaking. Okay, just look up the statistics. It's out there.
Hey, technically it's right now it's only 3 white guys with beard and 1 woman.
Well, I'm on here for diversity purposes because like it was like a bunch of white dudes talking beer, and a cat.
Yes, no, Anya, that is fair. We brought you on not because you're our friend, but only for diversity purposes.
Yeah, this is a South Park episode. And,
she worked at South Park, so that
I
makes
know
sense.
I did. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. So many bad jokes.
But Tim is really onto something there, and the thing that bothers me about it is I feel like I was at my best when I cared the most, And it's not to say that like I'm phoning it in at work or anything. I mean, I'm absolutely doing the very best I can and know I can and will, whether I'm making my beer or someone else's beer, I'm always giving it 110%. But overall, I just kind of feel like I've been behind the curtain. I've seen the strings and watched the puppeteer or the fucking Wizard of Oz doing their thing. And it's like, it feels like the sheen has worn off,
Yeah.
We-
I definitely can relate to that. I mean, I was definitely stoked when I first got into beer and like washing kegs and like I was stoked about everything.
We
Yeah.
made it.
Yeah, and then I like kind of like
We
pulled that trap door
made it.
and I fell through the trap
Oh.
door, and then like COVID happened, and I was like climbing my way out of the hole and being like, "What did you learn about 2.5 years of nonstop working and doing everything and doing all the events and being that person?" And then I was like, "Wow, you should find out whether you care about this career outside of burning yourself out. Like, do you actually still care about it? Like, because you can't do this again. You can't just work all the time and do all the events and do everything."
Yeah.
And so I think there's a real genuine enthusiasm when you get into the industry and like you're first there, like you want to do everything because you want to learn. Like you want to learn, you want to advance. Most people,
Mhm.
especially on the brewery side, you want to learn, you want to advance, you want to get to those places where you can work by yourself and you can do more things. I think where you start to stall out is when you kind of pull back the curtain, like Joel said, and you see where things are going, and maybe you see yourself not advancing, and you realize you're not advancing in this place, or you're not going to get that responsibility you thought you were going to. You're not going to get to brew beer you want to brew. Like, what are you going to have to do? What moves are you going to have to make? Like, now that you've had the knowledge and make that move. And it's really hard. It was really hard for me to think about leaving the brewery I was at because I was like fully invested. So like it's terrible. It's a terrible feeling because like I'm not the one who wants to bounce from brewery to brewery to brewery. I want to stay at the brewery I'm at, but I don't want to be taken advantage of. Pre-COVID, I didn't care about being taken advantage of. I was just like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do everything I can because I'm sacrificing a lot to do this. But you just gotta, you can give 100% without giving yourself completely to beer. And like nobody talks about that. No one tells you that. They just tell you more and more and more and more and more until I don't know.
What? So, Anya, not to diminish what you just said, but when we talk about just giving more and more and more and more, and when we talk about getting people to volunteer for free, like we did tonight with you to get you to volunteer for free to be on this live stream. I think at the end of the day, the lesson is when you get people to just volunteer for free and not do anything, you accomplish your goals because we are officially, Aaron, make sure we are at $1,210. We have officially
$1,210. We have eclipsed last year by $10.
And Anya is going to do a shot of Fireball for that. And you know what, Anya? I'm going to do a shot of Bullet for you.
Joel's
We did
got a
it.
shot of Malort.
Malort.
Of course.
Hey, Aaron, let's make this a social.
What am I? Hold on. Let me see what I got.
Let's see if it makes that gurgling sound again too.
Oh, it does. The glug, glug, glug is great.
Not a shot person, though. So
I
guess a honey flavored whiskey will have to do.
So again, sponsor of the Tailgate Society and Bitter Units, Relton Distillery. He's drinking some honey whiskey. Is gonna drink it. Speaking of ways to enjoy whiskey not intended by the people who made them, in a small portion and really fast. So
Probably not. Yeah.
Oh, that
wow,
was
I heard that one.
that was an even better glug 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 glug, wasn't that? That was the
a
best one so
good
far. Yeah.
Yeah.
You are welcome.
Well, obviously, I got us across the finish line, so I just want to thank everyone for supporting me and supporting these guys. You know, I know it's tough, but you know, I'm vouching for these guys, so it's a great cause. You know, it's a great cause.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And this is even after I fired shots right after her, like from the jump of this. She's been on from the very beginning, and she's West Coast, so she got on the stream early.
I
Right.
did
Yeah, and she heard me talking shit about her right away.
right away.
That's right. I mean, not as early as we were talking shit about Joel, but
Oh, okay, yeah.
And
pretty
I
close.
heard every word.
Good Lord, when I suddenly realized that it defaulted to just top chats and not all live chats, and I saw that I could hear all of this motherfucker.
And I'm sitting there because like I'm watching the stream as I'm trying to get my computer set up and jump in and everything. And Mike just keeps talking shit. And I'm in the chat going, I can hear everything you're saying, you dick.
Yeah,
And he has no idea. He just keeps going.
It's like, obviously you dildos aren't looking at the chat. He called us dildos, which I think is probably my favorite insult from when I was in 7th grade. So that's fantastic.
It's a compliment. You guys bring pleasure to a lot of people.
Yeah. That's,
Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah.
one way to look at it.
They don't have to be females.
Well, a bitter unit sex toys. I see that as a huge branding
It's
opportunity.
a marketing opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, be you. You know.
Did you guys-
Hey.
Did you guys see that chef who was making? He had like a plaster mold of his mouth.
Yeah, and like he
Yeah.
made people like lick the food out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Dude, I immediately was like, some brewery is going to copy this with a completely different orifice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know, and it's probably gonna happen here in Minnesota.
Really?
I don't know.
Oh, we should probably, since we made it, wind this thing down. It's like super late for Joel. Kind of
I
late.
mean, it's
for
not
Ted.
late for me. It's just late.
Well,
I'm a night owl. I mean,
you insomniac night owl people.
yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, this is the after dark part of the webcast,
After
right?
Dark. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, before we get too after darky, then
Wait, what? What?
is a white person allowed to say darky?
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you?
No,
I think I-
don't say that.
Jesus,
I think I just got
Jesus.
canceled.
that was
Yeah.
terrible. Oh my god.
Canceled myself.
no,
Shocking. We all knew it was coming.
no, we didn't, and I'm ashamed regardless.
Anyhow, I want to get serious for a minute. After that, it's going to be hard, but I'm going to
Transition.
pull it back. Watch this. I want to say thank you to obviously all the people that donated. Awesome. That's why we're here. Couldn't do it without you. But in the last year, since we've started the pod, a year and a half, I guess, technically, whatever, I've gotten to physically meet a lot of cool people. Anya is one of them. We've talked about that a little bit. Libby Kreider. I got to meet her. A bunch of the brewers, Wags Brew, Michael up in Minnesota, and all of these people that I've gotten to meet because of doing Bitter Units, a podcast that I probably really had zero business of being on in the first place because I'm a complete total beer idiot. Despite what Mike said earlier, I have learned a lot probably, but so all of you guys, if you ever go back and listen to this, and I know there's probably nobody left listening to our shenanigans at this point, but
It's more tomfoolery.
okay. Favre. Thank you. I've had a lot of fun doing this. I'm glad to be back for another year. I hope we're back here next year again doing this. And just wanted to make sure I got that out there into the world, so that nobody can say that I was not grateful for everything that the people who listen to us do, and the people that I've met along the way have done.
Yeah, man, it has been a lot of fun. You know, just for you and I to be able to like connect and realize all of the mutual connections that we've already had before we started this thing. But it's good in that Joel reached out to me and immediately said, "Hey, when are we doing?" It wasn't a matter of, "Hey, are we going to do this again this year?" or "Hey, are you interested in doing this again this year?" It was just a foregone conclusion. Okay, so we need to talk about doing this year. It was not even it wasn't even a thought about if we're doing this. We're doing this, and how do we make it work? We have a lot of great friends. We have people like Anya who make sure that our voice is amplified for better or for worse. Whether or not we should be, she's amplifying our voice anyway. And we're grateful for it. So, man, $1,200 again for Feeding America. What a great charity. What a great cause to be able to make sure that man, no one should have to go hungry. This is perfect. Joel, do you have any heartfelt wishes that you would like to contribute?
I'm sorry that last shot on the Lord is doing strange things.
It's sitting a little sideways in there, is it?
I can give you some time, Joel, if you want.
No, it's cool. I'm so grateful to everybody who was not only on the show tonight, all you guys and everyone else who bowed out earlier, but everyone who tuned in, everyone who donated. I mean, this is just incredible. To have anyone donate, $1, let alone 1,200, is just unreal. So, it's a great cause. Things are, a little fucked up right now, and inflation and food costs are going crazy. And, this is a special cause to me because, I'll walk through the grocery store and look around and just be like, I don't understand how anyone is hungry. Like, how could that possibly, happen in this country of ours? So, it means a lot, for everyone to tune in and donate and everything. I love you guys. You're absolutely my favorite people. I don't want to say in beer, just overall. And I can't wait to do this in person with you.
Florida, one of the
No, not here.
5
Not
or
here.
6 states I've never been to, though. I need an excuse.
You really don't.
So what you said was you need an excuse to meet Anya, Joel, and I in Chicago. I think.
Yes.
Yes.
There you go.
I don't
There you
need
go.
an excuse for that. I just need a date.
Yes.
All right, Anya, I'm putting you on. You're the president of the Chicago Vacation Committee.
Okay.
All
We're
right.
coming for you, Chicago.
All right,
Here's
yeah.
it. This sounds like it should happen.
Yeah. So Anya, you chair that committee. We'll get Laffler involved. I'm sure he's more than happy to host us. Like really, if the 4 of us showed up at Off Color, what do you think he's gonna do? He's going to be happy to see us. He's gonna be like disappointed, but happy to see us. So
Yeah.
I mean, I met him there. He was wonderful. His whole team was wonderful. And they, took me in the back and, like brought me to the brew house. And oh, I can't help myself. I'm such a piece of shit. No, they were amazing. All the beer was terrific. Same with, Metropolitan and everybody out there. I mean, it's
go visit John Carruthers at
Yes.
at Revolution, and yeah.
bother
Get-
him.
Is Dovetail in Chicago?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I see
Go
them
bother
all the
Jenny.
time on Twitter. I've never had Dovetail, so
Yeah.
They are shipping to several states, if I recall correctly. I was able to order shit and have it sent here, so
I'll have to look into that. 'Cause
I just want to make you drink a lot of old style at Cubby Bear. Aaron, I think that might be.
Old style.
Oh yeah.
I've drank a lot of old style.
Oh yeah. No. Where Aaron and I grew up in Eastern Iowa.
I'm
what else
well
they have in
versed in old
Chicago?
style.
Where Aaron and I grew up in Eastern Iowa, old style was kind of the beer du jour.
Well versed in old style hams, blats. You know, some real classics.
Classy.
Anyway. All right. Well, I think that's going to wrap it up for us, guys. Thank you very, very much for joining us, humoring us, dealing with whatever the hell this shit show was. But we're very, very grateful. A record-setting year in our second annual live stream event. I hope we can continue to do this every single year. Very proud of each and every one of you guys. I'm very grateful that we had at least 33.3% of the United We Drink podcast for the evening in my good friend Joel Codner. And we have 66.6% of the Bitter Units podcast and Aaron and I. And we have, honestly, Ane makes up the other missing percentages because she's been
Yeah.
on both podcasts.
100%.
100%.
He completes
Yeah.
us.
That's right.
She completes us.
Exactly.
Anya, you complete me. Anyway, thank you very much. The donation link will still be up until I believe Monday. So share it widely. We've got more to come. Again, fantastic cause. Joel, anything else you want to plug before we close this up?
We are at United We Drink as far as the podcast. I'm Joel Brews on Twitter and Florida DUH Brewer on Instagram. Who gives a shit? And I'm at Barrel of Monks Brewing. Please come hang out and have some awesome Belgian style beers. Thank you to you guys. You guys have been totally awesome, and I love doing this with you. I would do this every fucking night of the week if I could. You guys are the best. I love you all. Thank you so much for participating in this, and just really thank you to everyone who donated and tuned in, even if it was just for a second to be like, what are these douchebags talking about? And just thank you to everyone. Just nothing but gratitude for tonight.
Excellent. Before I hand it over to Aaron to close this thing out, Anya, anything else you want to say?
Thank you guys for having me on. This is a really good cause. Last year really meant a lot that you guys did this, because last year was crazy, and it kind of felt like for a couple hours you were hanging out with buddies. So I love all you guys. Love all the work you put out. We'll always support when you guys need support, but we'll always support you regardless. So, like I said, go donate. Please keep donating. I'll keep sharing the link until Monday. Hopefully we can get a new goal for next year. Maybe do something in person. That would be awesome.
I love that.
Well, the last time Tim tried to do an in-person pod thing, it didn't work out so well.
Hey, way to be a Debbie Downer as we close this fucking thing out, you piece of shit. Seriously.
Shout out to Ariel for putting up with Tim for that podcast where they had to kind of share a microphone. But I guess
I hate you.
I
hate you with I hate you with an all-consuming passion. I can't
fiery rage.
Good Lord, I can't believe you and I have ever. This is why we went to rival high schools. The universe foretold this.
Yeah, probably. But you know, I echo all of the things that these guys have said. Obviously, thank you to Revelton Distillery, Liquid Death, American Home Brewers Association, and anybody else that sponsors one of our podcasts
Or would like to.
We appreciate your support.
MeUndies.
MeUndies, Satva mattresses, Shady Rays. Let's see what else is on every other podcast. BetterHelp, BetterHelp.com.
Juchai kombucha.
But you know, so there I plugged all the things that I needed to plug. I love all you guys. You're the best. Appreciate you letting me into the beer industry a little bit, even though I'm not in the industry, but at least letting me kind of stick a foot in now and again and be an idiot and not hate me too much for being an idiot. That's pretty awesome. So
no, I hate you for a lot of other reasons, not that.
Well, that's yeah, not the being the idiot part's not why you hate me. It's the other things.
It's because you're beautiful.
I am. It's hard being me sometimes. But thanks to everybody again. I don't know what to say. I'm very rarely without words, but we really appreciate everybody donating, even being on the chat, just hanging out with us. It doesn't matter if you donated or not, really. We appreciate all of that because every little bit of word of mouth and everything else gets the word out for what we were trying to do tonight. So we appreciate that. And hopefully we can figure out how to do a live pod in, let's say, I don't know, Chicago. Sometime in 2022. I think it's doable. I got to take my wife somewhere next year. We were going to try to go overseas. Probably not going to happen right now.
That's over lakes.
Yeah, I mean, she's probably never been to Chicago.
God damn it.
You know, we're going to fly into Chicago and ride the rails back to Seattle. Amtrak our asses back to Seattle on the Empire Builder line. Watch us. You know, through Montana and Glacier Park and stuff. Nerd talk. Railroads. JT's not here for it. Suck it, JT.
He'd be getting down to this.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, thanks again. Appreciate it for United We Drink and Bitter Units. Thanks so much for joining us. We couldn't do it without you. Like, rate, review, subscribe. See you next time.
Smash that notification bell.
Hit the bell.